This guy hastily grabbed a pen in front of him and just stabbed it right into his own leg. The scene around him was so vivid the blackboard. Classmates, it was all like it happened yesterday. For sure, this was not a dream. It was real. He had returned 10 years into the past, to the very day his nightmare of being bullied at school began, leading to a literal hell in the following day. His freshman year of high school, seeing his classmate being bullied, Kim Hyun-sung did not say much and walked over to punch Park Min-chol straight in the face. It was at this exact moment 10 years ago that Kim Hyun-sung was thrown off the rooftop by Park Min-chol's crew and became a vegetable. He could still perceive his surroundings, could not do anything but lie still in one place. When his grandmother heard the news, she was devastated, unable to believe what was right in front of him. Kim Hyun-sung comforted himself, thinking he would surely wake up soon, but in this dark world, there was nothing he could do. His consciousness screamed for his body to move, but this pile of cells would not obey. The nurses told the family to give up hope, but his grandmother, who had raised him since his parents died, would never abandon her grandson, even if he was living like a vegetable. How cruel it was that his younger brother now had to endure being bullied in his place, and to cover the expense, his grandmother had to take on extra work at a restaurant despite being covered in injuries. His brother cried and begged him to just die, because they would not have to suffer so much. He were dead. Kim Hyun-sung was tormented with grief. There was no getting up and moving on. He could not even shed a tear. He tried to reassure himself that this was just a dream, that if he just waited a little long, endured a little more, he would surely wake up. 3 years later, his brother Hyun-jin had not visited in a long time. The nurses nearby were gossiping about how Kim Hyun-sung's grandma fainted at work, lying there helpless, able to do nothing. He hated them all. If a miracle could take him back to that time, Kim Hyun-sung swore he would crush every single one of them. He would plan to pull them out by the root, so they could never get back up. He had to make them face a pain even more horrific than his own plan to destroy everything in their lives. However, from beginning to end, no matter what, there was no such miracle. 5 years, 6 years, then 7, and finally 10 years passed all in vain. Kim Hyun-sung still lay there, everything strangely peaceful. 2 streams of tears silently rolled down his face, utterly helpless, silently prayed that whoever was listening would please let him die. Back in the present, Kim Hyun-sung was like a wild animal. Without a word of explanation, he lunged at Park Min-chol and unleashed punches filled with resentment on his opponent. He was the one who had changed everything in his life, to the point that he could still vividly remember what happened that day. Park Min-chol was half listening in class. He was a classic case of a bully who harassed his friend and loved a game called Legend Online. To upgrade his item, he forced the smartest kid in class to play for him. From that day on, Lee Jung-min became Park Min-chol's personal gaming machine. Lee Jung-min's grades plummeted because he persisted in buying items in the game. Lee Jung-min's stress reached a breaking point. This was the first time he had witnessed violence right before his eyes, even though he did not want to cause more trouble. But Kim Hyun-sung remembered that Lee Jung-min had occasionally been kind enough to help him with schoolwork, so he could not just stand by and watch, and decided to step in. Despite being warned, he was confident in his athletic ability, never having fallen behind in the pecking order among the guys, so the name Park Min-chol was not too scary to him. But he was completely wrong. When a teacher arrived soon after, the situation was handled crudely. From then on, Park Min-chol's gang started harassing Kim Hyun-sung like crazy. He was dragged away by them every day, without a single day to recover. He was beaten until he was a total mess. Even after school, there were days he could not sleep due to the bullying, like being forced to run errands for their game. There was no other word to describe his situation at that time than hell. As soon as he woke up and saw the person in front of him, Kim Hyun-sung did not hesitate or flinch and charged straight at Park Min-chol. Had a typical fighting style that relied on his physique. He was not used to being hit, so he went down with Kim Hyun-sung's first. The moment he tried to reach out after being punched in the face, he grabbed his hair and slammed his face onto the desk, and he had long anticipated even the next moves. This feeling, this moment, he had engraved deep in his mind while in a coma. He had endlessly simulated this scenario for the past 10 years, studying his opponent's fighting style bit by bit, so now he could freely wail on the guy. Kim Hyun-sung just punching and smashing the thug in front of him in the face, leaving him no chance to counterattack. He had waited a very long time for this moment. He did not care if the guy was beaten to a pulp. He looked up, he would get in the if he blocked with his hand, his arms would be broken. Just as Park Min-chol was about to be beaten into oblivion, his gang arrived. Kang Chang-sik was the strongest in the group. He aggressively stepped forward, preparing to strike. Just then, their friends shouted that a teacher was coming, so they left, leaving behind a few threats. "We will deal with this later. Just you wait, you bastard. I will find you right after class. Don't even think about running, sweetie." Finally, class ended. Park Min-chol got up, furious, ready to get revenge on the class president for daring to hit him. But surprisingly, before his opponent could understand what was happening, Kim Hyun-sung instantly lunged forward and mercilessly hit him straight in the then grabbed his head with an incredibly cold expression. "We should continue where we left off." His gang happened to run over just then. The scene before them left them completely terrified. Park Min-chol was a bloody mess, limp in Kim Hyun-sung's grasp, completely powerless, like a leaf about to fall. Seeing his buddy beaten beyond recognition, Kang Chang-sik rushed forward without thinking. Even though he was the strongest, Min had simulated this situation in his mind many times, over and over, hundreds of times. There was no easy way to beat him with his current strength, with his current intelligence. The simple solution the young man came up with was to do something he would never done before. There was no need to play fair to get revenge. Kid grabbed an iron lock and smashed it right in his. When his opponent had collapsed to the ground, he then charged forward, using all his strength to slam him down onto the hallway floor. Kang Chang-sik did not have a single chance to counterattack, taking a flurry of powerful punches that sent him down immediately. Lee Wangti took the chance to sneak attack from behind, but unfortunately for him, nothing escaped his sight. He was like a crazed animal hunting its prey. Soon they were all taken down, and only Jung Min-ho was left, standing at a distance. He was so terrified his limbs were paralyzed, unable to move. He was like a wild animal now. He walked over to the remaining guy. "We should end this, should not we?" As he was about to punch his enemy in the face, a voice called out from a distance, "What are you kids doing?" The fight, which was nearing its end, suddenly had to stop. It turned out their homeroom teacher had arrived, just in time to intervene. But Minho felt like he would grab a life raft, confident that this time he was really done for. Having 3 students hospitalized is a big deal. Despite being harshly scolded by the teacher, Kim Hyun-sung was strangely calm, looked him straight in the eye and retorted, "Don't overact like that, teacher. This is not the first time school violence happened. Whatever you are good at, you can only use it for yourself. Just cover this up, then I won't have to deal with any trouble. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man received a slap to the face in front of the other teacher. It sounded quite painful. Kim Hyun-sung remembered that in the past, he became a vegetable not just because of the bullying, but because of a bunch of cowardly adults who were always too busy to intervene in any. If no one would save, he would save himself. He coldly leaned into the teacher's ear, threatened, "Are you really going to continue? You should lower your voice. If you do not, I will have no choice but to report you for accepting bribes from students' parents, especially from Jung Minho's parents. As I understand it, you two still keep in regular contact." Should I shout that out right here? Even if that is not it, I still have one more. For example, your affair with the English teacher. In the past, unable to endure their bullying any longer, Min had gone to the teacher for help, but in the end, he got nothing but a few snide remarks from the old homeroom teacher, and as a result, he ended up getting a terrible beating from Park Min-chol's gang. He thought the teacher would intervene when he saw, but no, the old man just ignored it like nothing was happening. After this incident, Kim Hyun-sung discovered Kim Yang-chol was just a scumbag teacher who had taken money, and Jung Minho's parents were one of his sources of income. From the very beginning, he had no intention of solving this problem. Then, pushed to the breaking point, even knowing he could not win, Kim Hyun-sung finally decided to raise his fist, fight to escape his hell-like reality. However, after a frantic fight and with the intervention of adults, Min was at a disadvantage without parents. Even in the school violence committee, he was the only one punished, and Park Min-chol's gang went through their school life without any obstacle. It was not until he was in a vegetative state that Min later realized that in reality, he could not get revenge with strength alone. Even the intervention of adults had to be dealt with thoroughly. Back in the present, facing the scumbag teacher before, Kim Hyun-sung directly listed all of his wrongdoing, from accepting bribes to having an affair, the married English teacher who had 3 young children. It made the guy's face turn pale with fear, and he did not dare act it anymore. Min was confident about these things because before, after he reached his 3rd year, Kim Yang-chun's private affairs were exposed. His wife came to the school, slapped him around, and served him with divorce to outsiders. His family looked well off, but rumor had it that everything that could be called an asset belonged to his wife. Therefore, he was terrified of his actions being exposed, so there was no way this blackmail would not work. Hit word, Kim Yang-chun immediately changed his attitude and gently asked Min what he wanted him to do. What the kid wanted was very simple. He told the man that if he wanted him to stay quiet, he should just keep living like trash for the time being, still be someone who ignores student problems. Although he knows it is wrong, the only thing that has changed is the target. From now on, he will have to do it for me. Prevent this incident from blowing up, no matter what methods you use. Just do as I say until the day I graduate, and the secret will never be revealed. After settling the teacher problem, Kim Hyun-sung returned to class to deal with the remaining enemy, thinking that since the teacher took money from his parent, he could do whatever he wanted. Jung Minho confidently thought he was done for, and leisurely sat in class thinking about the kid's tragic end. But life is not a dream. Kim Hyun-sung immediately slammed the door open and appeared. Jung Minho, we should finish what we were doing, should not we? Before his opponent could even understand what was happening, he took a punch straight to the face, followed by a kick to the stomach, and a continuous series of merciless knockout blows. Jung Minho tried to look around, hoping someone would save him, but reality slapped him right across the face. Even the teacher who saw it just looked away, as if nothing was happening. The only thing he got now were slaps from Kim Hyun-sung and his curses. Don't expect any help, because no one here is going to help you. He furiously unleashed all his anger on getting revenge for the pain of being bullied throughout high school. Jung Minho's face was now swollen like he would been stung by a bee, his whole body trembling like a dog. He knew very well that if he let Jung Minho go, the matter with the other 3 would be covered up somehow. But if he had really intended to choose his target for revenge from the beginning, he would not have punched Park Min-chol in the face as soon as he returned. Instead, he would have chosen a peaceful life far away from those bastards. After experiencing a living hell in the form of a vegetative state, the only thing Min craved was revenge. And this was the result of that. Things would start to get chaotic. 3 guys were taken away, and now 1 more. Principal would surely punish him severely because he wanted to turn Vongsang into a prestigious, and the number of witnesses to Men's actions was too large to cover this up. So this is only the beginning. Principal said that Kim Hyun-sung not only sent the victims to the hospital, but also behaved with brutal violence toward, and even after counseling with Kim Yang-chol, he showed no signs of remorse at all. On top of that, he mercilessly attacked student Minho. This is a heinous crime. Therefore, he needs to be disciplined immediately. The other teachers present also chimed in, making the situation more tense than ever. Even the English teacher spoke up, saying Kim Hyun-sung must be expelled immediately. Hearing his lover next to him chime in made Kim Yang-chol break out in a cold sweat. At this rate, Min was expelled. Everything would be over. He could not let everything go down the drain. He had to speak up and intervene. It is true that Kim Hyun-sung was wrong, but from my observation as the homeroom teacher of class 1, this incident arose because of the victim, including Park Min-chol. There are many rumors Park Min-chol's gang frequently bullied other students. I was planning to catch them in the act and discipline them immediately, but it seems student Kim Hyun-sung could not take it anymore, and this unfortunate incident occurred. Student Kim Hyun-sung was a victim before he became a traitor. We just discipline him like it would go against the ideals of an educator. After hearing the homeroom teacher speak, principal was quite displeased because there was no way Jung Minho's parents would let this go. However, since the other guy had spoken up, he still had to concede. After thinking for a moment, he decided to convene a disciplinary committee a week from now to consider the punishment, and Min would be suspended until the committee was convened. Before Kim Hyun-sung left, the homeroom teacher trailed out, sucking up so the kid would not reveal his family secret. You are quite interested. You know, you change your tune faster than you hang, and you are no different from a piece of trash. Someone who had long ago thrown away the honor of a teacher. Ignoring him, Kim Hyun-sung turned and threatened, I know you did your best, teacher, but it seems you knew from the beginning that Park Min-chol frequently bullied other students. Right, teacher. Remember this, until the day I graduate from this school. The only thing you can do to stop me from revealing everything is to do your best to always make things favorable for me, no matter what methods you have to use. If you can't even do that, then if not just you, but Lee My-young's life will be ruined by me too. I swear. Promise. I won't go back on my word. After threatening him, from that moment on, Min had only 1 week to plan his survival and get revenge on every person who dragged his life into the mud. Kim Hyun-sung meticulously planned to take over the surrounding areas within 2 years, build a foundation, and clean out out the enemy's base. To do that, Min needed 3 things. First was his own personal strength. To take down the school bully, he needed enough strength to face them without flinching. Second, the current situation. His future rival was actively recruiting manpower. To deal with, he needed to find people with the same goal. Finally, the most important thing. Back at the same time, police station, Yugojang, the eldest son of the Myeongjin construction group, was causing a huge scene. He was arrested on suspicion of unprovoked assault without concrete evidence. Recently, his father had publicly announced the start of a succession race to choose who was capable enough to take over the business. Go Jangbyum only had a high school diploma, while his younger brother graduated from a prestigious university and had married a well-known woman in Daejeon 3 years prior, so his position was extremely solid. Go Jangbyum would be at a disadvantage. His brother found out he had been involved in a brawl and broken the law. Go Jangbyum tried to explain the truth to the police. They deliberately misunderstood, insisting he had assaulted them first. He was so angry he wanted to tear the place apart and give up on this damn succession race. Just as he was at his wit's end, it was like grabbing a life raft. Kim Hyun-sung appeared out of nowhere and said he was there to testify for Go Jangbyum, as if he had just happened to see it. He began his act. I just happened to witness it while passing by. I thought there'd be trouble since there is no CCTV there. So I asked to borrow the dashcam footage from a car parked nearby. Came here. Since testimony from a minor like me is not very convincing, this man tried to avoid a confrontation by all means, but the other guys held him back and assaulted him. He had no choice but to defend himself. It is not his fault. He is just so strong that he took them down in one hit. Thanks to Kim Hyun-sung's appearance, Go Jangbyum's trouble was resolved smoothly and easily. He accepted a thank you payment and explained that this brawl was not random, and neither was him bringing the evidence. Because Go Jangbyum was a famous figure in Daejeon, even while in a coma, he still remembered some things about his family, how they lived, and how they ended up. Kim Hyun-sung asked him for an hour to explain everything. He took out the original copy of the dashcam footage, gave it to Go Jangbyum, and began his psychological manipulation. 30 minutes before the incident, 3 guys gathered in front of the convenience store. At a glance, they just looked like customers going in to buy something. But 30 minutes passed, and they did not move in, as if they were waiting for someone. As soon as you got here, they just started a fight with you because they were told to get hit, so they just stuck their faces out. Even though you tried to stay calm, you ended up being the one to throw the first punch. After the recent chain of events unfolding, as if someone intentionally planned it, right as the succession race began, bad things just kept happening to you. What if this was all arranged by Go Jang-seok to take you down? Hearing this, Go Jangbyum felt it made sense. He had always been suspicious, but did not want to accept that his brother, who was raised so well, could do such rot. Min said he would help him get revenge on his bastard brother and make him the chairman of Myeongjin Construction. To make Go Jangbyum believe what a high school kid was saying, Kim Hyun-sung continued to explain, there are surely people helping you in this race, but do not you see, people supporting you are just whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Meanwhile, a high school student like me can lay out Go Jang-seok's script as clear as day. They are Go Jang-seok's informants. I do not need you to believe, just give me one chance, a chance to build trust between us. Go Jangbyum was a very careful person, because he was the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. He was known as a bomb you should not touch in Daejeon. Min approached him not because he was a decent person, but because he was a corrupt man willing to eliminate his own brother for power, and he was a perfect fit for his plan. Go Jangbyum still seemed hesitant, not knowing whether to believe what Min said, or not a high school kid he had just met for the first time. However, Kid said was not wrong. Compared to his brother, he knew where he stood. At this rate, the position of successor would slip from his grasp. Suddenly, he remembered what his father had said. If you do not have the skill, find someone with skills to be by your side. Don't discriminate based on age, gender, or status. If you keep skilled people you need by your side, you can lead Myeongjin Construction. Overthinking it, his head was spinning like it was about to explode. Not caring anymore, Go Jangbyum took a gamble and decided to trust the kid this one time. Kim Hyun-sung explained to him in detail his position in the power struggle compared to his brother and laid out a plan. There were 3 conditions to win this power race. First is background, and in this area, Go Jangbyum is a sure loser. While Go Jang-seok was busy forming alliances with powerful families in Daejeon through marriage, he was busy making useless connections in the red light district. The second is reputation. There is no need to explain further about Go Jangbyum's Daejeon's bastard label. The last thing is ability. While he was drowned in women and booze, Go Jang-seok had already proven his worth through his business achievement. He did not need to be special, because whatever he did, it would be better than what Go Jangbyum did. So from now on, they would have to change those 3. First, background. They could not just marry into a powerful family, like Go Jang-seok did right away. Power does not just fall from the sky like that. What they needed to do was to break the relationship between him and his wife. Once the support from his wife's family, key factor in his back, disappeared, Go Jang-seok will be back at the starting line, just like them now. And of course, this was too easy for mine. He tipped off Go Jang-seok's wife about the hotel where his mistress was staying, which led to a rather painful end for him. Their father, the chairman of Myeongjin Construction, Go Myeongjin, summoned his 2 sons and gave them a lecture. But unlike what had ever happened before, this time he walked over, patted Go Jangbyum on the shoulder, and said he did a good job, that he was very proud of. Receiving the first praise from his father, who had always been made Go Jangbyum extremely happy, and he agreed to follow whatever Min said, not letting him celebrate too soon. Kim Hyun-sung stated bluntly that this was just beginning. The only thing they had done was drag Go Jang-seok back to the starting line in terms of back. The road to becoming chairman was still very long. Next, he needed to join the company as a regular employee and observe how things worked. Min would tell him when the time was right. Go Jangbyum was quite surprised to hear this and initially disagreed. Thinking about the bigger picture, he accepted right away. Of course, nothing is free. There is always a give and take. Min directly stated his request. He wanted him to become his guardian, to let him borrow his power. To defeat an enemy who has everything, you must also have everything. On the day of the disciplinary hearing, Kim Yang-chun got a few slaps from Jung Minho's mother for taking money but failing to protect her son. Not only that, he was also yelled at by Min and forced to do every cover-up, because if he exposed the embezzlement or the affair with another woman, he would be done for too. It was so pitiful. Kim Yang-chun sadly held his head and cried to the heaven, "Why have I become so miserable? Either I am an adulterous husband or a corrupt teacher. I will have no place left in this city, come what may." Hey, in a moment of looking at Kim Hyun-sung's guardian, he realized it was the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. He took a risk, ignoring his previous connect, and defended mine. He slammed the table and stood up with an incredibly angry, as if he were representing justice itself. This is a shameful incident. The aggressor has been turned into the cause of this incident clear is not the bullies of this school, including Jung Min-ho, to fight with their classmate. Principal was extremely surprised to hear what he said. Even Jung Min-ho and his mother could not believe it, thinking he must have eaten something wrong to have the nerve to be so bold. Kim Yang-chol continued to explain in great detail. I have received many reports about the 4 students in Park Min-chol's gang. Since the beginning of the school year, they have been bullying the students around them. I warned them strictly not to cause trouble anymore, but their behavior only got worse. A few days ago, Park Min-chol was also bullying Lee Jung-min. Student Kim Hyun-sung could not bear to watch the bullying anymore, and stepped in, trying to stop it with the kind and warm heart of a young boy. But Min-chol brought a few friends to attack Hyun-sung. What do you all think? If someone wanted to harm you, would you just sit there and wait? What student Kim Hyun-sung did was legitimate self-defense. I agree that this self-defense was a bit excessive, but after considering the circumstances and the cause, if only Kim Hyun-sung is punished, how are we any different from the trashy adult cover-up for school violence? Kim Yang-chun's sudden flop left the old principal, who was on his side, completely confused, promised to Jung Min's mother. He still insisted on protect. The hypocrite felt sorry and allowed the Min-ho to speak and recount the incident. Of course, having finally gotten a chance to speak, pretended to tremble with fear in the victim's role, shifting all responsibility and blame onto Kim Hyun-sung. The mother next to him also added to it, making the performance even more convoluted. People began to whisper, shifting all the blame onto Mine. It was all a massive headache, and he could not stand it any longer. As Min's guardian, Go Jangbyum slammed the table and stood up, beginning his attack. You bitch. Tell the truth about what happened, you stupid hack. Are you trying to make everyone believe your lie? Do you know anything at all about what happened? Don't you think that devil in human skin over there is the cause of this whole incident? I have investigated the Park Min-chol gang myself, and they have been bullying, robbing, and stealing things from other students. Why do you want to cover? Are you stupid? Or did you get a good price from them? I know an ambulance came to the school because the Park Min-chol gang was injured, but it was all because Kim Hyun-sung was trying to defend himself. You guys should be on it. When you were young, how could you still stand up after being assaulted by a thug? Her son being insulted. The mother furiously screamed. Who are you calling a thug? Why is my son a thug? What kind of nobody are you? I heard Kim Hyun-sung does not have parents. Who are you to talk to me like that? Just like how gangsters ask, do you know who my father is? Go Jangbyum did not hesitate to answer clearly for all the world to know. I am Hyun-sung's guardian, and also the eldest son of the Myeongjin construction group. Go Jangbyum continued to threat that he had planned to sponsor Vong Sang-hai under the group's name, but with this situation he would reconsider. I did not think this school could be worse than the worst. The words had barely left his mouth when they hit the old principal like a ton of bricks. Could not understand what the hell was going on. Since when was the eldest son of the Myeongjin construction group a relative of Kim Hyun-sung? After weighing his options, if he sided with Jung Min-ho, he would never be able to form a relationship with the group, and he would be driven out of Daejeon if he went against Go Jangbyum's warning. Thus, self-interest came for the sake of Vong Sang-hai's sponsorship. The old man did a complete 180, flipping the situation by saying that Jung Min-ho was the leader of the bullying group. Kim Hyun-sung was just an intervener, the real victim. He said they needed to hear Kim Hyun-sung's side first. Truly, the guy had a thicker skin than Kong. He could say anything. Who had been waiting was finally called upon. Feeling was indescribable. In his past life, no one had his back. No one listened to him. But now things were different. There are laws for the rich and for the poor. That is an unchangeable truth, and he would use this fact to his advantage as much as possible. The young man began his performance, which was longer than 10. To make a long story short, first he scolded the irresponsible teacher. Then he delivered a revolutionary knockout blow straight bully's face. I hit Minho. I also sent Park Min-chol and the others to the hospital. But why am I sitting here? Just because I hit them once. Because I went too far. It is because the adults think I have no power. Even if I were bullied, fell from the roof. If I had no power, it would be covered up. There is a gang that has been bullying students in this school until now. Punish them first. If you do not, I will release information about this case to the public. Everyone will know the truth about Cheon and Hai, and it will become the shame of Daejeon. The only way to shut me up is a final verdict. Seeing her son on the verge of doom, the mother got agitated and started cursing everywhere. She angrily called her husband paddle, but it was too bad for her. A ditch trying to compare itself to the ocean. As soon as he heard Go Jangbyum's name, her husband yelled straight through the phone. Forget whether our precious son is right or wrong. Just let him be punished and get your ass home right now. Don't go digging your own grave. For the first time in her life, she was humiliated without being able to fight back. She was resentful, but there was nothing else she could do. In the end, the disciplinary committee decided Kim Hyun-sung would be sentenced to 100 hours of community service for school violence, while the other 4 students, including Jung Min-ho, were expelled. When it was all over, Jung Min-ho still could not believe it was real. He could not imagine someone like him losing to a person with no family. Furious and resentful, he lunged toward Kim Hyun-sung, ready to vent his anger. This is all your fault, you son of a bitch. But there is always a bigger fish. Before he could even lay a finger on men, his mom stopped him and forced him to get on his knees and apologize, even though he did not want to. Under his mother's pressure, Jung Min-ho had to swallow his pride and kneel in humiliation for the first time in his life. He thought that was the end of it. This was nowhere near enough to make up for men's 10 years of pain. Coldly leaned into his opponent's ear and warned, what should I do? This is not nearly enough to make me feel better. You should start praying, because from now on, your future is going to be black. That night, after hearing he was getting expelled, Park Min-cheon messaged men, begging to meet up, skipping the greeting. Kim Hyun-sung told him chatter and get straight to the point. Park Min-cheon bowed his head, apologized, admitted what he did was wrong, and begged men to let it go, promising he would never do it again. He would ask the teacher, and they said that as long as he agreed, he would not be expelled. If men agreed, he would be his slave, willing to go through hell and high water for him. Getting expelled must have been a shock. Even though they acted like murderers, they were still only 17. They were just high school students with an uncertain future. They would not be able to find another school in the Daejeon area that would accept expelled and linked to school violence. Their lives were as good as over. And trying to convince him further, Park Min-cheon looked around suspiciously and said, this puts us in danger too. You know, someone ordered us to bully you. That person is, but before before he could finish, Men cut him right off. I know who is backing you. It turns out that while in a coma, thanks to the nurses who watched TV all day instead of caring, Men found out that while he was in a vegetative state, another bullied student had jumped from a building and left a suicide note. It revealed the whole truth. It was the Golden Circle, famous organization in Gangnam. The director of the Golden Circle saw students suffering from school violence and came up with a profitable business. He recruited bullies or kids with similar strength, then found students with rich, powerful parents and offered to protect their children at school. It was a system where if one of their managed student rankings dropped because of another student, the recruits would be mobilized to eliminate the top-ranking students. In the future, Men knew the outer members of the Golden Circle were discovered, but it was all quickly forgotten and their identities were never revealed. To complete his revenge on those who pushed him into hell, Men decided to investigate the Golden Circle and destroy it. Kim Hyun-sung tried to dig up information from Park Min-cheon and learned that the one who hired them was a senior, Shin Il-ma, a third-year thug who was the school's top dog. He did not think he was a member of the Golden Circle because the organization always passed down orders they received from elsewhere to their soul. Shin Il-min could not find his own client, but at least he could contact the Golden Circle. Kim Hyun-sung could draw out the Golden Circle through him, but Shin Il-min would not spit out information easily, and he was strong enough to become a professional mecha fighter in the future. If Men attacked with his current skill set, he would be utterly defeated. His top priority now was finding a way to deal with. First things first, Kim Hyun-sung still had to deal with this Park Min-cheon guy in front of him. Men walked straight up to him and rained powerful blows down on his opponent's face. You want me to forgive you, right? I will show you what is going to happen every time we meet from now on. In the previous timeline, Park Min-cheon became a father. Jung Min-ho and the others did too. They all became successful and lived very well. So in this life, Men will make them face the karma they have created. He just kept punching him in the face relentlessly. Revenge. No matter what, Men would never forgive. In the following day, Men went to school as usual. On the outside, he looked no different, but inside, he had a number of carefully calculated plans. To take down the Golden Circle, he needed to study even harder because their targets were students outperformed their members. To prepare for bad situations in the future, Men found a shabby and run-down gym. It looked that way on the outside, but the trainer was Jung Do-cheon, the first Korean mecha fighter to become a Gothel world champion. But now, he was just a relic of the past that no one cared about anymore, and he was also the missing piece Men needed. Meanwhile, at the high school, as the plan to eliminate Men failed, the school's top dog, Shin Il-ma, summoned the first-year leader, Park Jin-woo, and ordered him to turn Kim Hyun-sung into an invalid, so he could no longer function like a normal person. Over here, skipping the gym owner's introduction, Kim Hyun-sung got straight to the point, wanting him to teach him how to fight well enough to crush all the bastards who bullied him. Jung Do-cheon was the first Korean to win the golf championship. The reason he was content managing a small gym in this rural area when he could have lived comfortably on his fame was because of banned substances. During a drug test before his third title defense match, anabolic steroids, a banned substance in sports that helps build muscle, were detected. Jung Do-cheon admitted his mistake without any excuses, and his career ended anticlimactic. So when he heard Men say he would give up everything for revenge, he refused to teach him and asked him to leave. Men tried to persuade Jung Do-cheon, promising to hire him for 100 million won. Even if he quit halfway, the money would still be his. Seeing the other man was still unmoved, he targeted his weaknesses, being abandoned by society, kicked out of martial art, and his financial struggles, and began his psychological manipulation. You must have seen this coming, but you chose to use the drugs anyway. In the end, that was the result of your own choice. The same goes for me. I might go around fighting after learning from you, and the consequences could be more severe than I think. I might even become disabled, or be locked up in a juvenile detention center, and spend the rest of my life in and out of prison. But I am prepared for that. That is why I came here. Just like when you decided to go back to using drugs, I am desperate. I need you. What can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. Looking at Men's determined eye, Jung Do-cheon was a little moved. He told him to get in the ring. If he could last at least one round, he would acknowledge his will and accept his request. He promised that if he proved his unbreakable will, he would train him to become the strongest. Kim Hyun-sung was beaten relentlessly without a single chance to strike back. He was like a punching bag for Jung Do-cheon to relieve his stress on. It had only been 10 seconds, but it seemed Men's body could not take it anymore. He was bloody and bruised all over. 3 minutes still left in the match. He advised Men to give up to avoid further injury. At this rate, Men would not be able to endure it any longer. Seizing an opportunity, Kim Hyun-sung swung his arm to strike, but he got way ahead of himself. He did not land a single hit, and just got beaten to a pulp. Just when it seemed Men was down for the count, he unexpectedly struggled back up at the last second. Using all his willpower to stand and beating, he screamed at himself to get back up at all costs. This was the moment he had waited for during his 10-year coma, praying over and over to turn back time. Kim Hyun-sung would not allow himself to fall. In the end, Men's 10 years in a coma had made him the king of endurance. Despite a broken nose and knocked out teeth, he succeeded in making Jung Do-cheon acknowledge him and send his bank account number. Thanks to this, Jung Do-cheon was able to refuse an offer to use drugs again and join a tournament organized by a bro from the Mima Association to attract public attention. That night, he dragged his injured body back home, and his grandmother was horrified when she saw him. Keep his grandmother from worrying. He lied and said he just had a small scuffle with some guys at school. During dinner, Men suggested that his grandmother apply for the Myung-jin Group's apartment project, saying, what if, by some stroke of luck, we get chosen? Faced with his grandmother's worries about money, he tried to explain that they could get a loan from the bank, pay it back by selling their current apartment, or sell the purchasing rights to someone else. Kim Hyun-sung knew for a fact Go Chang-beom put them on the selected list, so he was very confident. He wanted to give his grandmother 100 million won as easily as he would transfer Jung Do-cheon, but she would question where the money came from, so he decided against it. The next day, Men dragged his bruised face to school as usual. Shin Il-min thought the first-year Jin-woo had done this, so he was extremely pleased. He allowed the first-year kid to announce to everyone that he was close with him. Jin-woo did not understand a thing. He just came up to check on the situation and never to be misunderstood like. However, this was also a good opportunity, so he seized it without explaining further. Looking at Kim Hyun-sung's injured face, Jin-woo assumed he had been beaten up outside of school, and seeing his condition, he figured he was not that strong, so he confidently swore that if men dared to touch him, he would beat him to a pulp and teach him a lesson. Jinwoo threatened all the first years, forbidding them from talking to or hanging out Kim Hyun-sung. If anyone disobeyed, he would kill them. To defeat Shin Il-mine, who had been training for years, Men tried his best to complete everything his coach instructed. 2 hours of training every day, enduring every second, every minute, pushing his body to the limit. Moreover, his enemy was not just one person but the entire Golden Circle organization, so he needed to get stronger and stronger. Seeing Kim Hyun-sung's form, Jung Do-cheon felt it was good enough, so he decided to apply the training method he had painstakingly researched over the years to men's special training. He spent a long time searching for and creating it so that even if his own career was over, his students could still see the light men could keep. He would become so strong that anyone would have to kneel before him. A week later, while Kim Hyun-sung was studying hard at school, his friend suddenly appeared out of nowhere and came over to talk. He was Kim Si-woo, also a first year, and Kim Hyun-sung's childhood friend. From what Kim Si-woo said, men learned that Park Jin-woo had gone to every classroom in the other first year, saying he would kill anyone who got close to him, not wanting to be on their side. Si-woo ignored all the warning, continue being friends. Kim Hyun-sung. In the previous timeline, after Kim Si-woo discovered men was being bullied, he ignored everything to protect, and for a while, men escaped Park Min-cheon's group. After that, they changed their target and started bullying Kim Si-woo. After being beaten so badly that one of his legs was broken, he started pretending not to know men. One day, while Kim Hyun-sung was in a hospital bed, he came and offered a sincere apology. He took all the blame, saying this happened because he did not protect him until the end. Si-woo cried as he poured his heart out. Could not accept the fact that I was getting beat during every break. I thought I was brave, but when I was actually in that situation, I could not do anything. If there is a next life, I will never leave you alone. Prevent the mistakes of the past from repeating. Men bluntly refused to be friends with Si-woo, pushing his hand away and replying, don't act like we are so close. Back off and do what everyone else is doing. I can handle this myself, so do not stick your nose in it. Don't you know how serious this is? Just then, the break ended. Kim Si-woo had to leave, but he still managed to say that he would do what he wanted, that he would not leave him alone, and that he would be back next break. In the fight against the Golden Circle, there was no telling what kind of injuries or pain it bring. That is why men could not let his friend Si-woo get involved. It would only bring him misfortune like war. Men could not abandon his family, but he should not let others get involved in this fight. He waited and waited, but Si-woo did not come back. He thought he would given up, but then he heard bad news from the students around. They were whispering that Si-woo was pitiful and unlucky. I saw Park Jin-woo talk. Should we tell a teacher? What if he retaliated? Just pretend we did not see anything. Knowing his friend was in trouble, men rushed out at the speed of light, hoping he could save him. Meanwhile, Park Jin-woo, radiating a menacing aura, approached Si-woo and warned him. I told you not to hang out Kim Hyun-sung. Are you deaf, or do you have a death wish? I hear you like interesting. Well, here I, not caring who was in front of him, Si-woo retorted blunt. I do not give a damn who you are, but Kim Hyun-sung is my friend, so stop your bullshit and come at you bastard. And just like that, without another word, he was kicked right in the face, humiliated in front of his crony. An enraged Park Jin-woo yelled at them to all attack at once. These guys fought dirty, a whole mob ganging up on one weak kid. Pathetic. The tables turned. Unable to fight off the whole group by himself, Kim Si-woo lost ground and was beaten to a pulp, taking a huge slap from Park Jin-woo. Just then, men arrived. He slammed the door open and approached, ready to teach them some manners. Well, you must have a death wish. I was planning on looking for you, but since you have come to me, I will be happy to oblige. Although Park Jin-woo was on a different level than men, his brain was not. Men already had a plan. Provoke him into a one-on-one fight. After being completely scolded, that shrimp brain guy actually fell into the trap, telling his underlings to step aside so he could handle it himself. What a hot-headed idiot, walking right into his own death, just as men planned. Even though he was the leader, this idiot only had brawn, no brain. He just charged at men without thinking. His movements were slow and made even slower by his side. Jin-woo grew angrier and angrier, trying to take down Kim Hyun-sung, but tough luck. Men was different now. He was no longer a bookworm. He had learned to fight at a high level and quickly beat his opponent to a pulp, one blow, then another, until Jin-woo could not take it anymore. Looking like he was about to die, he grabbed men's pants and begged for his life. I was wrong. I am really sorry. I did not want to do it. Shin Il-min made me. You know him, right? The upper class could not refuse his order. The rumors are true. How could I ever beat you? Please believe me. I was just following orders. If it were not for him, this would not have happened. Please stop. I swear. I promise. I guarantee it. I won't do it again. Hearing this, men did not argue further. He threw him to the ground and warned them that if they ever touched Kim Si-woo again, he would hunt them to the ends of the earth, kill them all. He almost ended up as a funeral portrait. Kim Si-woo was taken to the nurse's office right after, but as soon as he woke up, he got a harsh warning from the very friend he would risk his life to protect. In short, men only wanted to keep him out of danger, which is why he deliberately spoke so cold. Better to hurt once than 100 times over. After settling things with his friend, full of fury, went to find the third-year leader. Disaster was about to strike, but he was still clueless, sitting there leisurely dreaming of wealth and becoming a future executive of the Golden Circle. The moment he saw him, men charged forward furiously, raising his leg to kick him right in the face. You son of a bitch, Shin Il-min. The guy had no idea what was going on. Someone had just barged in and started wailing on him, making him flinch as he repeatedly asked who he was. Men answered while punching and kicking him relentless. I am Kim Hyun-sung, the one you are looking for. If he lost his current advantage, it would be over for him. Kim Hyun-sung tried to dodge every attack, but things did not seem to be going his way. Before long, Shin Il-min grabbed him and charged straight ahead. He was like a wild beast chasing its prey, charging in to beat up the underclassmen. Even though he was getting beaten to men, this was nothing compared to Jung Do-cheon. He knew full well that he could not beat Shin Il-min, but he came anyway to test himself, betting everything on this opportunity. And then, when he was cornered, he saw hope in his suffering. Whether the future held tears or laughter depended on how reckless he was now. Seizing the moment, men grabbed his opponent and charged straight for the window. The immense weight shattered the glass. He tried to struggle and push back, asking men what he wanted. Kim Hyun-sung, holding on tight, spoke each word clearly. What do I want? I want to see what happens, whether I die or you die. There is a kind of happiness called letting go. It seemed men was about to do just that, but it was too late. Shin Il-min's cronies showed up and pulled him off. Before being dragged away, he kept screaming in desperation. I said let me the fuck go. Shin Il-min, you son of a bitch. You think this is over? Never. The moment you touched my friend, this was not gonna end until you are fucking dead. You hear me? You better get ready. I will beat you whenever I can. I will tear the shit out of your head. Just you watch what happens when you mess with me. Don't fear the strong, fear the wreck. Watching Kim Hyo-sung, he felt a chill and began to question his life. His friends beside him were also pretty freaked out, staring at his back littered with glass shards, not daring to utter a word. 30 minutes after the brawl, the school had to intervene because it had gotten too big. First-year head teacher looked at the mess in front of him and felt miserable. The last incident had not even been settled yet, and now Kim Hyo-sung had caused more trouble. He did not know how to handle it anymore. Principal Oh Dae-won certainly would not let this slide easily, as he was currently trying to turn the school into a prestigious one. And once again, Kim Hyo-sung had caused trouble. He did not know how to handle it anymore. He said that Go Chang-beom had made great strides toward winning the succession war for the Mangjin construction group, and even more important, Go Chang-beom had agreed to become a sponsor for Cheonan High School. And of course, when he became chairman, there would be even more benefit. Sponsorship is different from a donation. People only sponsor something when they want something in return. He wanted a favor. For the entire time Kim Hyo-sung attended Cheonan High, no matter what trouble the kid caused, he wanted them to cover it up as if nothing happened. And of course, they would benefit too. Performance bonus, improved school treat, priority vouchers for Mangjin group. With so much to gain, the old fox Kim Wai-young-chol immediately became enthusiastic and agreed on the spot, promising to do everything to protect Kim Hyo-sung. They were excitedly making promises to protect their top part. Someone ran in to report that Kim Hyo-sung had just been beaten up, causing both old men's faces to change as they immediately summoned the culprit. Shin Il-min tried to explain that he was about to be killed, but no matter what he said, two teachers ignored him. Instead, he got a lecture from these two scumbags, playing off each other. They insisted that Shin Il-min was the one who started it to bully a younger student. Even if there were witnesses, it would not matter. Just ask anyone on the street, who is more believable, a model student or a punk who solves everything with his getting chewed out. Shin Il-min felt something was both strange and unfair. The adults in front of him were just as scummy as he was. In that moment, he realized that messing with Kim Hyo-sung was no different than messing with a lunatic. With no other choice, he had to swallow his pride and admit fault. Since he was about to graduate, Shin Il-min could not let this incident drag him down, so he sought outside help. The broker in charge of the rural Gang Tae-hyu area for the Golden Circle. The next day, Gang Tae-hyu introduced himself as Shin Il-min's guardian and went to see the old principal clear things up. He brought up the 4 students who were previously expelled and the fact that his subordinate beaten up, demanding that he handle it fairly. Gang Tae-hyu also threatened to report it to the police, saying that if he dared to give Kim Hyo-sung special, he definitely would not let it go. People who take bribes and bully others turning around to preach about fairness is just laugh. Faced with the young man's threat, Oh Dae-kwon was not scared in the slightest and confidently retorted, "In Daesan, there are rules that only apply to Daesan. We have already finished our discussion with the police, so do whatever you want. This is Daesan, so those threats of yours are useless here." Failing at the school, Gang Tae-hyu dragged himself to the police station to file a report. But what could he do? He might be a shark in seal, but in Daesan, he was just a small fish. Even the police believed Kim Hyo-sung acted in self-defense and did nothing wrong. If he wanted them to punish Kim Hyo-sung, he would have to send Shin Il-min to jail first. Furious, he was so angry he threatened to publicize the matter, posting it online for the whole world to see. But he was wrong again. Police officer once again reminded him that this was Daesan, not Seal. Around here, whatever you publicize will just disappear after a couple of days anyway. After all his miserable efforts, Gang Tae-hyu ultimately could not do anything in the remote rural area of Daesan. He did not understand that Oh Dae-won was so confident because he trusted in local connection. Issues related to local power were truly complex. King's laws bow to village custom. If it were simply about personal gain, it would be easy to intervene. But when it involves local sentiment, a kind of territorial psychology, outsiders are excluded. That is why Gang Tae-hyu could not intimidate anyone. Rejected. He sat there thinking, if he failed this mission, the Golden Circle would send another broker to complete it. But if that happened, his life would be over. This life would be a wash, because the Golden Circle never forgives failure. Gang Tae-hyu ordered Shin Il-min to do whatever it took to lower men's grade. Use the underclassmen or anyone else. Just find a way to bring his scores down. Gang Tae-hyu also threatened that if Shin Il-min abandoned or failed the mission, the Golden Circle would not just deal with Kim Hyo-sung, but him as well. So it did not matter how. He just had to succeed. But before he could even see success, Kim Hyo-sung appeared right behind Shin Il-min with a sinister look. "I told you to watch your back. It seems the mission is more important than your life. I heard the broker went to see the principal, so I get the situation. But you better think straight. You know it too, right? The eldest son of the Mangjin group is my guardian. I never intended to end this like a student squabble. Don't think that messing with me will just get you expelled. No matter what, I will drag you to criminal court and make sure you are convicted. And when you get out of prison, people from the Mangjin group will be waiting for you. They will do everything in their power to make sure you can never use your fists in Daesan again. To live like a human being, you will have no choice but to leave this place, your hometown. But even if you do, you think I will let you go? What do you want? Justice. I only want one thing. To destroy anyone who messes. You have to accept this. You want to be a normal student in the future. If you want to continue living like a human being in Daesan, from now on, you will suffer what your victims suffer." Shin Il-min was so scared he almost pissed his pants, as if he would run into a madman. He could not fight back at all. He could only lie there and take Kim Hyo-sung's barrage of blows. He was beaten so badly that his face was a swollen mess. He barely looked human anymore. Shin Il-min could beat men. Problem was the people from the Mangjin group, which made him hesitate. However, he was dead either way. If he let men run wild, the Golden Circle would definitely come for him, and if he abandoned the mission, consequences would be the same. For a moment, Shin Il-min prayed that getting expelled and convicted might be better. Now, he could do nothing but bang his head against the wall, regretting ever taking this damn mission, and he prayed to his ancestors Kim Hyo-sung's test scores would somehow drop, just to buy himself a little more time to find a way out. Shin Il-min hoped he could avoid the worst-case scenario, but men did not. He was waiting for the moment he got high scores on the midterm. That is when everyone's true feelings would explode. Shinilma, trying to survive, the golden circle, who had to achieve their goal at all, and the person who made the request, who could not bear to see him fail. The moment all those emotions converged and exploded, Men would achieve his goal. For a moment, a malicious thought appeared in Kim Hyo-unsung's mind, reassuring, whether it was using the principle or the Mayang Jin, whether he acted despicably or cruelly, as long as he achieved his goal, nothing else mattered. Everything was going according to plan. Now, no one would be able to touch Men for the next 1,000 days. Kim Hyo-unsung trained as hard as he could at the gym after school every day. He was now able to counterattack and hit his teacher a few times. As he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out next, "I'm Kinwoo. I scheduled a consultation for today." It turned out that after Men had spoken to him so harshly in the nurse's office, he felt that something terrible must have happened to make him so resolute. He kept wondering why a kid who was always smiling and dreamed of giving his grandmother a happy life changed so much. Even though they were best friends, Kim Si-woo could no longer recognize Men. But the moment Men charged at Shin Il-min and was about to jump with him, Kim Si-woo knew he could not abandon him. When he heard his friend was about to start training with Men, immediately objected and offered the coach to pay back all the fees he had paid. Just to refuse him, Jung Do-cheon thought this was a good thing. Men would cause less trouble. He had at least one friend by his side. He disagreed with his request and replied bluntly, "Accepting or rejecting people in this gym is my decision. Now, please come over here for a moment. Handsome guest, you should go home. Don't cross the line." To convince Jung Do-cheon to let him join, Kim Si-woo showed him the injuries he would gotten from the bully. "Do you see these injuries? I got these for standing up to the bullies who were messing with Hye-in-sung. School violence is happening, and it is not as simple as adults think. And back, if Hye-in-sung had not helped, I would probably be disabled, lying on a bathroom floor right now. Right now, he is risking his life to protect. I do not want to turn a blind eye to a friend like that. Please do not make me find another place. I think there must be a reason why Hye-in-sung came here." Jung Do-cheon's head was spinning. It had been a while since he had a consultation, but why did it feel like he was opening a class on school violence? He had really dug his own grave. Kim Si-woo took out all the money he had and gave it to him, saying that if it was not enough, he would work a part-time job to pay the rest. He was also adamant that even if he did not help, he would still do everything he could to stay by Hye-in-sung's side. Suddenly dragged into the troubles of these two best friends, Jung Do-cheon worried and wondered if it was right to tell these kids just live in hell and not fight back. After thinking it over, he decided it was better to give some fight back against the violence. He finally agreed to let Kim Si-gu come to the gym the next morning, threatening to kick him out. Could not keep up. Just when he thought it was over, oh no, best friend was still waiting outside and, with a look of mock sympathy, threw a pair of gloves right in Kim Si-gu's. "Judging by your expression, the director must have agreed, but I have not. You understand? So prove to me that even if you fall to the bottom of hell like I did, you have the guts and resilience to climb back up on your own, that you can preserve this little friendship of ours." Kim Hyo-unsung kept spewing the most venomous words, hoping Kim Si-gu would give up, but instead, he charged forward to attack, trying to win overwhelmingly to completely sever their relationship. However, Kim Hyo-unsung almost forgot Kim Si-gu was a former taekwondo athlete who had won many gold medals in competition, a man called an expert. However, in a domestic competition, he faced the son of the association's president and lost due to a controversial decision. The steadfast determination from that time has never faded. But whatever, with his main character Aura, there is nothing Kim Hyo-unsung can't do. Soon after, Kim Si-gu was in his hand, receiving a continuous barrage of loving punches from him. Kim Hyo-unsung grabbed his friend's collar with one hand and punched him squarely in the face, the other, screaming in despair. "Do you know a technique in mixed martial arts called the clinch? And this move can also take down an opponent. Just give up, you bastard. Say you want to quit. Hurry up and beg me to stop." Kim Hyo-unsung collapsed helpless, tears streaming down his face at his friend's stubbornness. "You psycho. Why would you go this far? You are too sincere for a friend." Kim Si-gu was beaten black and blue, still did not utter a single word of begging. He smiled with satisfaction, looked at his friend, and slowly recounted a memory he could never forget. The day Hyo-unsung helped him as a child. For a parentless child raised by his grandparent, bullied and beaten to a pulp every day for no reason. Hyo-unsung's appearance back then was something Kim Si-gu could never forget. That is what, right now, he will never regret what he is doing, will do, and is about to do. Watching the two kids fight, Sung Do-cheon could not stand it anymore and stepped in, telling them that instead of wasting time on pointless things, they should train with him. Sung Do-cheon said he would bet his life on making the two of them reach the top of golf. He realized they were both very talented, having been a golf athlete himself, and had met many promising players. But at this age, no one had ever shown as much skill as Kim Si-gu, with his powerful kicks and absolute sense of positioning. On the other hand, Kim Hye-in-sung is a genius born with a steel will, good judgment, able to easily gain the upper hand in advantageous situations, and instantly spot any opening in his opponent's defense. Kim Si-gu is a natural talent destined for success as a professional fighter. Then Kim Hye-in-sung has potential to rise to the very top of the rank. Ignoring their previous exchange, Jung Do-cheon boldly suggested that he drop out of school, break free from its shackles, and focus on sports. Although his own career was ruined, promised he would definitely take him to the top. One would think Kim Hye-in-sung would take some time to consider it, but he refused immediately. "I have no interest in fighting. It hurts so much that I always want to give up, but I have this feeling that I will die if I do not give it my all. That is how I have struggled in misery. Please be careful about it. You should be the one making the decision, not me. If we think different, then you can take back your offer and do what you want, but do not drag me into it." After that fight, it seems Kim Hye-in-sung and Kim Si-gu were able to talk to each other more comfortably. He accepted his friend's presence in his life, but still set a few conditions for them to continue seeing each other. Basically, he reminded him not to fall behind and not to get involved in problems he could not solve himself. For example, in an unwinnable fight or a legal issue, he must leave immediately. Finally, he would receive a monthly allowance from the Myeongjin construction group without any question. More importantly, Kim Hye-in-sung also told Kim Si-gu to remember to study hard. When the time came to escape this hellish reality, he hoped that his friend's life be brighter than his. Returning home after a long, tiring day, Kim Hye-in-sung dropped his mask, put on a happy smile, playing the part of the model older brother. Looking at his little brother, he felt a sense of warmth. The boy was a sweet kid who never worried him by playing outside too much. To have a better life than before, Kim Hyun-sung swore he would crush anything that stood in his way. A few weeks later, the day of the second high school midterm exam finally arrived. Kim Hyun-sung did not get a high score on this exam. His plan would fail before it even began, but there was no need to worry. It was perfect. Even though he was bullied in the past, he had still studied diligently. All his memories were as solid as steel. His desire for revenge on the bastards who made him who he is today helped him remember every single answer on the exam, not missing a single one. After the exam ended, while everyone was worrying about their score, Kim Hyun-sung sat as still as a statue, gazing at the scenery around him. A beautiful freshman girl named Hyeji approached and asked if he wanted to pair answers with her. This girl was quite popular for being both beautiful and cute. She had confessed to him in their freshman year, but he rejected her back then due to a lack of confidence, not thinking he could date and study hard at the same time. But things were different now. He would let the girl next to him help check his score. He wanted to use Hyeji's popularity to create more buzz for himself. Before long, the girl had finished checking all the exam subjects. Hyeji's expression went from surprise, completely stunned, because he had scored a perfect 100 on every single subject. The next day, the news that a kid who was not even in the school's 10 had suddenly taken the top spot left student, parent, and teachers utterly surprised and bewildered. Parents continuously called the principal to ask about the situation, questioning whether he was giving the kid excessive special or what cram school that kid was attending. Everyone was extremely curious as this exam was so difficult. Getting a perfect score was considered nearly impossible. The principal and the homeroom teacher wanted to use Kim Hyun-sung as a springboard to turn Jammangsang High School into a top-tier school in Korea. However, there was one issue that still concerned them: tendency to cause principal instruct Kim Yang-chun constant eye on Kim Hyun-sung and turn him into the best product the school had ever produced. He offered a wad of cash with an ambitious look in his eye. Class you teach has the top student after all, so starting next, the school will begin giving you an additional stipend. This is just a small reward. Enjoy it. Until Kim Hyun-sung graduates, and even after, I will continue to support you, my dear junior, as a partner of our school. Kim Yang-chun held the wad of cash, so happy he could not even open his eyes from smiling. From that moment on, he saw him as his golden ticket, a ticket so valuable it could not compare to Jung Min-ho. Right then, to carry out his revenge plan, Hyun-sung called Kim Yang-chun to the rooftop to remind him of a few things. The moment he saw him, he immediately became enthusiastic. Well now, number one, what is it this time? Tell me what you want. I am happy to help. Kim Hyun-sung told him about the golden circle and did not forget to warn him that if anything happened to the teacher would go down with Kim Yang-chun curiously asked what he wanted him to do. Stop Shin Young-min. Hearing him say that, Hyun-sung smirked and replied excitedly, there is only one thing I want, and will always want. Ignore it. An adult who ignores everything, no matter what happens, just turn a blind eye as if nothing happened. That is enough. You would better prepare yourself. In that moment, Kim Yang-chun realized could no longer take the phrase no matter what happens light. Meanwhile, Shin Young-min still had not escaped the mess from the mission he would accept from the golden circle kept bothering, forcing him to deal with Kim Hyun-sung by any means necessary, or they would chop him into pieces. Shin Young-min's underlings suggested they just go ahead and beat up Kim Hyun-sung, since teachers would not care what happened after school. But Shin Young-min disagreed with this idea. They only had one chance to act. If they did it outside of school ground, the Mungjin company would get involved, and then they would be screwed. He would not allow them to fail, only to succeed. They had to make him feel unsafe as long as he was on school ground, where the Mungjin company could not reach. His underling Bae Sung-ho, the top sophomore nicknamed Godzilla, posed an idea to create as many scandals involving Kim Hyun-sung as possible. The principal would not have the nerve to punish as many as 30 students, because he values achievements so much. He would not dare do anything out of bounds could affect the school's good reputation. And so, as suggested, they began to carry out their dark plot against Kim Hyun-sung during lunch break. A group of them ganged up on, pretending to bump into him before launching their attack. But they say you like interesting people. Well, here I am as an example. 1 punch to stun, 2 to date, 3 to stagger, 4 to knock them out cold. One by one, they each received a powerful punch straight to the face. Kim Hyun-sung, after beating them all up, coldly walked over, kicked the leader, and gave a warning. Tell your boss that if he is an idiot, he should not try to scheme. Bring all the underlings you have. The plan had gone off the rails. The freshmen were barely enough to be an itch for him. Bae Sung-ho appeared right after with a pack of kids, ready to jump Kim Hyun-sung. He aggressively went to his classroom fight, but as if he would predicted the situation, cut him off without saying much. Fighting here is not a good idea, is it, classmen? Why do not we go somewhere more suitable? Somewhere the teachers do not know about. And so, the whole group went up to the rooftop to settle their conflict. Before the fight, the upperclassmen's gang started with some trash talk. You are looking down on us too much. You son of a bitch. You would better know your place and back off. You are the one stepping out of line here. You ignored the hierarchy and disrespectfully attacked our seniors. Before they could finish, he cut them off. Bullshit. Stop wasting time beating around the bush and get to the point. I get why you keep provoking me. Your bullshit excuses can't save your retarded plan. See those underclassmen up there watching us. You must be embarrassed. Bringing this many guys just to deal with one person. Come at me one by one. One on. You can go first if you want, or you can wait your turn to get your head smashed in like an idiot. They fell for his provocation. The demon of the group charged forward aggressive. One on. Fine, but let me warn you, I am all that is needed. No one else has to step up. In a place called school, where kids gather, pure strength is extremely important. Kim Hyun-sung had recklessly defeated strong opponents, but the cowardly tact he used to win had also affected how people judged him. They thought that if he did not use a belt or a chair as a weapon, or if he did not launch a surprise attack when his opponent was he was not strong at all. For his plan to succeed, he had to change their perception of him. Fight fair and square, win overwhelmingly so no one would dare to doubt, and turn Jammangsang High into his own palace, a world the golden circle could not touch. I thought this Kim Chang-hyun guy was so tough with all that big talk, but it turns out he is just small fry, reaching for the stars when he is nothing but roadside grass. He took a few slaps right to the face in front of everyone, especially the freshman bully. Parchin, the kid watched his upperclassman get beat, could not help feel bewildered, thinking to himself, that psycho. He knocked him out with just one blow, so the last time he beat, it was not just luck. I would better not mess with him again. Why did I ever think about fighting that mad dog? I should not have gotten involved in this from the beginning. Just as he was scared enough to piss his pants, someone suddenly bothered. Park Jin-gu turned around annoyed and curt. What the hell? Who's it? But before he could even register what was happening, he took a punch right in the mouth. It was Kim-gu, here to settle an old score. Don't we have something to settle? Too. A few minutes before he was about to go with that gang of thugs, Kim Si-gu had stepped in, wanting to help. However, as he had said, he did not want anyone involved in his business, so he asked his friend for one to prove he was not alone by getting revenge on Park Jin-gu. And that is why the unlucky kid was suddenly getting a beating. Thought he could just use his size to overpower him, but he did not realize Kim Si-gu was different now. He easily dodged and threw continuous knockout blows, then mercilessly kneed his opponent in the face. Meanwhile, after a while, Kim Hyo-sung had taken care of quite a few enemies who had been observed, was a bit intimidated but could not do anything. Even if he got a position in the school's golden circle after Shin Young-min graduated, no one would acknowledge him, and beating him after he was already exhausted would be the same. And to be acknowledged, he had to join the fight right now. Bae Sung-ho did not want for the bigger picture. He had to pretend to be calm and step forward. Stop, that is enough. I will handle you myself. Bae Sung-ho charged forward fiercely without a word. The moment Bae Sung-ho's punch connected Kim Hyo-sung's face broke into a demonic smile. He did not bother to block or dodge, continuing to fight him head-on. The weight class difference meant nothing to him. He was now the king of taking hits. Punch like that did not faze him at all. After trading blows for a while, the supreme endurance he learned from his teacher Jung Do-cheon, Kim Hyo-sung won a magnificent victory. Wiping the sweat from his face, he looked at the remaining guys who were trembling and yelled, "Stop shaking over there and go find that Shin Young-min guy." And of course, they did not dare disobey. Just 30 seconds later, the news reached their boss, Young-min. Bae Sung-ho was beaten. 3 freshmen and 6 sophomores. A total of 9 guys were beaten. One would think Shin Young-min would be furious, but surprisingly, he seemed quite pleased and told them to continue with the original plan. Even though the principal and Kim Yang-chun are both trapped, this is still a school. They can't cover up an incident where 9 students were beaten. Even if they ignore it, it does not matter. We just need to keep repeating it until it works. Putting the plan into action, they quickly deployed. One of them ran to the teacher's office to report that Kim Hyo-sung was on a ramp assaulting sophomores. The situation's extremely serious. We need to call the police right away. Another one called the Daesan police headquarters to report the crime. They were very confident in what they were doing, but they had no idea he had predicted their every move and found a way to stop from the very beginning. As for the teacher, they had been briefed about the Golden Circle by Kim Yang-chun in a meeting a few days prior. Although some disagreed with their method and wanted to report them to the police to expose, there were also many opposing opinions, and in the end, after discussion, to avoid affecting their personal interest and job, they decided to act as if they knew nothing. They would stay out of it to continue their normal life, with no sympathy or struggle against the Golden Circle. At Jiameng High School, nothing ever happened, and of course, the police chief was also friend, so this ideology would naturally be applied there as well. Faced with accusations of Kim Hyo-sung beating upper class, the teachers all acted like it was no big deal and told them not to make. As for the police head, they chewed them out, telling them not to bother the police with phone calls again, or they would face legal consequences. Plan failed miserably. Shin Young-min, furious, gnashed his teeth in a fit of rage. He decided to forget the consequence and tear that bastard Kim Hyo-sung to pieces himself. Just as he was fired up and about to go fight, Shin Young-min suddenly got a call from the gangster. Powerful voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this Young-min? This is Go Chang-bium. Listen up, from now on, a red foreclosure sticker will be pasted on your house. That is what your father has been trying desperately to prevent. What should I do now? But even so, your family's debt still remains, and that debt will be transferred to you, giving up your inheritance right. You think loan sharks care about that? In short, your life is over. It is not like you have no way out. You want to live, let Hyo-sung beat you like a dog. The important thing is not to let anyone find out you are letting him hit you on purpose. What do you think? Can you do it? Remember this well. I am not making empty threats. Just wait and see what I will do to you if you dare to even scratch Hyo-sung's face." Shin Young-min felt utterly helpless, as if he had fallen into the abyss of society with no other choice. Could only compromise. Shin Young-min rushed in front of Kim Hyo-sung, raising his fist but not daring to hit him head-on, only pretending to miss and swinging to the side. He grabbed his head, slapped him, and began to lecture. "So you got the call. Why are you avoiding it like last time? You should only do one thing at a time. Just one. Either kneel like an idiot or sacrifice your whole life, keep your honor. You have to choose." His words were like honey to a bee. Kim Hyo-sung's taunts made Shin Young-min explode with rage. As a hot-blooded 19-year-old, he could no longer remain rational in front of so many people. He ignored the consequences and charged forward. "Damn it, all or nothing. I will give up my life to kill you." He thought that was a good move, but it was exactly what he wanted. Now this was a real fight, because Shin Young-min had participated in some amateur tournament. He and Jung Do-cheon could easily analyze his move through competition. He could see through everything. When Shin Young-min countered with a left, he would lower his guard during that time. When he is about to throw a finishing blow, he will take a big step and put all his strength into it. And that was also the perfect moment to counterattack. Perfect victory. Finally, Kim Hyo-sung had completely proven himself to the other students. Shin Young-min's condition was quite terrible. His whole body was injured, and his right hand was broken, could not move, in pain. He asked Kim Yang-chun to take him to the hospital for a checkup, but tough luck for him. That bastard teacher was busy racking his brain, trying to clean up the new mess Kim Hyo-sung caused. He had no time to worry about students who were always causing trouble. He would already committed and could not back out now. He could not just keep being a bystander. He now had only 2 choices. Let him graduate in peace, or he himself would never live in peace for the rest of his life. At Shin Young-min's urging, Kim Yang-chun pretended to be deaf and mute, then unleashed a tirade of threats at them. "Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Shin Young-min, you did not break your arm in a fight, Kim Hyo-sung. You broke because you suddenly slipped and fell down the stairs while out with friends. It is not just you. If anyone in this group dared utter Kim Hyo-sung's name even once at the hospital, I will no longer cover up for all the things you have done. Do you understand? You ruin him. Do not expect your own lives to be safe, but most likely, only your side will suffer the consequences." Shin Young-min, unwilling to accept, yelled right in the teacher, demanding justice for himself. However, he was wrong again. There is no justice for the weak. Instead, he got another lecture from the old man. "Listen here, you little boil on the ass of society. You have used similar methods to cover up your own past mistake. For I do not care about the others, but you are not allowed to forget that I do what I say. say. A week later, on the day Shin Young-min was discharged from the hospital, he deliberately texted him to ask about who hired, promising he would not hold a grudge. Shin Young-min wanted to answer, but he had no idea who it was. Even the broker only left a single message saying stop here, and then disappeared, as if he would never existed. Exhausted by the mess he would create, a dejected Shin Young-min returned home, hoping to get some rest. But life is not a dream. As soon as he walked in, he was terrified by the messy scene before him. His father appeared out of nowhere, slapped him a few times, and yelled that the house was like because of him. I told you not to mess with Kim Hyo-eun-sung, but you did not listen. Now you have to bear the consequence. Just then, he got a call. Shin Young-min quickly went outside to meet, skipping any pleasant. He immediately knelt down, apologized, and begged him for forgiveness. I really do not know who hired, and I do not know the broker either. I will agree to be your subordinate now. Just please spare me, spare my family. Seeing the tears rolling down his cheek, one might think he would be moved, but no, what he had been through was much worse than this. Kim Hyo-eun-sung told him to try and endure for one more month. He used that to show his sincerity. Maybe he would let him go. Shin Young-min had no idea what was going on, what the hell he was supposed to endure. He asked, but only got the reply, just feel it slowly. You will realize soon enough. The next day, Shin Young-min dragged his ruined body back to school as usual, but everything around him had changed. There was endless gossip about him losing to a new student, and a million other things. It did not stop there. Shin Young-min was now being bullied by the very person he used to bully. He walked up, poured milk all over his head, then spit in his food and forced Shin Young-min to lick it clean. Shin Young-min was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He realized that this was what Kim Hyo-eun-sung had been talking about. A few days earlier, he had stood before the entire class and said, from now on, I will punish Shin Young-min, not just for this incident, but for all the evil deeds he has committed over the year. For 1 month, you can treat Shin Young-min however you like, whether you spit on him or hit him from behind. Shin Young-min will not be able to fight back. You can get revenge or not, but if no one participates, he will live in peace until graduation. So quietly it will be as if he never existed at Jiameng saying, to give his classmates the courage to act. Continued his psychological manipulation. Those of you who hate, those who will always be tormented by the memories of being bullied by. Remember this, no one in this world will act, and of course, when given the chance, who would not want to get revenge to release their long-held frustrations. It was not just Mang-hun, but everyone else in the school. What Mang-hun did was only the beginning. Shin Young-min was constantly in trouble. He was beat, set up, humiliated, and labeled a cowardly loser, just as he had done to others before. For a moment, he could not take it anymore, and wanted to drop the act, turn on them, and kill everyone who had touched, but reality immediately slapped Shin Young-min in the face. Without money, status, or power, you are just a dog. Ever since defeating Shin Young-min, he still had no information about who the client was. Even the broker's name was a question mark. He just left a message to terminate the mission and then vanished. Although he tried to gather clues, client's score must have been on par with his, and they had to be rich enough to assign a mission to the Golden Circle. If he narrowed down the scope, he could pinpoint a few students, but he still could not figure out who the client was. Anyway, there is no need to rush. The Golden Circle will show up again eventually. Until then, I need to focus on handling the matters at hand. The guys who enjoyed beating up Shin Young-min, along with the teachers who turned a blind eye, were now all in the same boat together. Everything was progressing quite well. Kim Hyo-eun-sung thought of a new trick, texting Shin Young-min to do him a favor, promising to forget everything if he succeeded. Like a drowning man grabbing a lifebuoy, Shin Young-min did not think twice and agreed to the mission immediately. He did not care and went to find Park Min-chol's group to beat them up, as Kim Hyo-eun-sung requested. And then, it was the last straw. Even though he would been expelled, he was still being harassed, unable to take it anymore. Park Min-chol used the knife in his hand to stab Shin Young-min. Only now did he understand Kim Hyo-eun-sung's true intention, to make them destroy each other. After all, they were all bastards. He just chose which one would be destroyed the next. The news that Shin Young-min had been stabbed by Park Min-chol's group spread throughout the school. What was strange was that they were all arrested by the police, confessed to the crime, and asked to be sent to a juvenile detention center as possible without any resistance. They said they wanted to get out of Daesan as fast as possible. As for Jung Min-ho's family, they realized there was no hope left, so they gave up, left Daesan, and moved to Cheongju, preparing for the public school entrance exam for their precious son. When Go Chang-byum offered to put him in a juvenile facility with his crony, he flatly refused because he wanted to give him some time to forget who he was. Until Jung Min-ho believed his new life was beginning in a new city and a new school. That is when he would make his move, to make his despair even greater. Additionally, Kim Hyo-eun-sung asked Go Chang-byum to send the other 4 straight to prison when their juvenile detention term was up. He did not want them roaming around in society for another second. Go Chang-byum complained dejectedly to him that he would been working at the lowest position for a month, but nothing had happened. He did not have the patience to start climbing step by step from the bottom of society. To reassure Go Chang-byum, Kim Hyo-eun-sung told him to try and wait a little longer. Things would start happening soon. Although his body was exhausted and he wanted to procrastinate, sleep, and party, Go Chang-byum still had to force himself to believe in Kim Hyo-eun-sung. Even though he was young, he always had a plan. As he was happily daydreaming about the moment his brother Go Chang-soo would kneel at his and apologize, someone shouted that there had been an accident. The floor collapsed. Go Chang-byum quickly ran out to check the situation. First thing he asked was about the safety of the accident, although the manager said they would keep them inside and report to their superior to control the situation first. He disagreed and demanded they call 911 and rescue services immediately. The workers tried to explain that doing so would expose the accident, and it would be their fault. Construction would be delayed, and who would be responsible for the losses? Go Chang-byum had been instructed by Kim Hyo-eun-sung that if an accident happened at the construction site, he should use his status as the eldest son of the Myeongjin company as much as possible to resolve. Don't think about the loss, think about what is best for the injured. So he stepped up, took responsibility, and demanded they call for rescue immediately. This accident happened because the reinforcing steel bars had no concrete bonding them and were completely empty. During construction, they had removed the support frame for the concrete drive, which is why the upper floor collapsed. Thanks to the timely arrival of medical personnel, most of the victims only suffered minor injuries. No one seriously hurt. However, many posts about the accident spread all over social media, and the public's reaction was very negative. Very quickly, the incident reached the director of the Myeongjin group, who immediately called his precious son, but the son did not know how to respond and just waited for his father father to hang up so he could call his strategist for help. Kim Hyo-sung said that the chairman is extremely proud of construction to the point that he is like a craftsman himself. He was sure that he would find a way to clarify everything, so he told him to just listen to his father for now and, most importantly, not to hesitate and to keep moving forward. With firm words from his advisor, Go Chang-bum confidently stood before his father and younger brother to begin his explanation. Father, this project, let us tear it down and start over from scratch. What we should be concerned about is not the financial loss, but the reputation we have built for responsible construction. Otherwise, the result will be shattered. If it is just one construction project, after we sincerely admit our mistake and show them we are trying to fix everything from the start, we will be able to regain our credibility, even if it takes time. That is the core of Myeongjin Construction Group. Hearing his older brother spout such empty words, Go Chang-suk thought it was all bullshit. Loss, revenue, and money were what they should be concerned about. But contrary to his youngest son, father had a completely thought. Myeongjin looked at Go Chang-bum with an agape. My eldest son has finally grown up. Bum, you did well. I thought you would live a carefree life, but not only have you matured, you also have qualities very similar to mine. Myeongjin is not just a company. It is a family business, puts its construction projects above all else. Keep up the good work, and you will be able to inherit my legacy. The next day, most of the accident victims had only minor injury, but one person required surgery. Kim Hyo-sung analyzed that there were two types of victims in this incident. First were the potential tenants, simply delaying the interest payment while adjusting the price down and promising transparently disclose the reconstruction process would immediately satisfy. Second were those injured in the accident, handle their issues with the utmost sincerity, so they feel proud to have once worked for Myeongjin Construction Group. Following Kim Hyo-sung's advice, Go Chang-bum began to resolve the outstanding issues so as not to disappoint his father. He and the company's managers went directly to the hospital to visit the injured, sincerely apologizing and taking full responsibility for these mistakes. They agreed to cover all medical expenses as a workplace accident and compensate the seriously injured person 500 million in cash, especially to secure a job for him after his surgery was complete. Everything was resolved smoothly according to plan, satisfying all and helping Go Chang-bum get closer to the chairman position he had always dreamed of. However, a week later, like a butterfly effect that not even Kim Hyo-sung could have predicted, a new game had begun. After the Myeongjin Group accident, something special happened. To be honest, it was just a minor incident. No one would care about an accident in a rural area with no fatality. However, news outlets began reporting on it one after another. Even cases that were covered up were exposed, and a wave of outrage spread across the country. On some TV channel, a program about accidents involving workers was being broadcast live. On the show, a young man was trying to hold back his sorrow to recount his father's incident. He was Oh Jong-hyuk, the son of a worker who was permanently disabled in a construction accident in Incheon. Oh Jong-hyuk recounted that on that day at the construction site, materials were being moved by a crane, and so on. But the most serious thing was the construction company's response. An accident happened and someone was injured. So normally, they should have called an ambulance immediately. The site supervisor at the time stopped them from making the call, saying he had to report to his superiors first. In the end, it was not until 2 hours later that his father finally got to the hospital. Furthermore, that hospital was not the closest one to the site. It was an hour's drive away, just so they could get more insurance money. They used the excuse of reducing the financial burden on his family. But the truth is Oh Jong-hyuk's father never received any compensation. It was all to cover up the incident, so they could complete the construction without any consequence. Oh Jong-hyuk was furious. He slammed the table and said that the reason he gathered the courage to appear on camera was in the hope there would be no more victims like his father. Furthermore, what Oh Jong-hyuk was about to say next was truly shocking. I am also currently working at a construction site. Coincidentally, an accident also happened at that site not long ago. But this construction company's response was completely different from what happened to my father. And so, Go Chang-bum's story was told in detail on live television. On the other hand, Go Chang-bum had been appointed as the manager of the reconstruction site and went to work early every morning. People's attitudes seemed to have changed. They started to like him more after that incident. However, Go Chang-bum felt tired, constantly complaining about why he had to become a director and go to work early every morning. While enjoying some delicious instant noodle, a manager suddenly burst in to report people from a TV station were here to film, and the main office had already approved it. Hearing this, Go Chang-bum told him to arrange things and guide. However, the manager said something that completely shocked. That is not it. The person wants to interview you. What? Why me? Did I do something wrong? Go Chang-bum kept asking the manager, as if he was afraid he had committed a major crime. That evening, at Chairman Go Myeongjin's residence, he watched the interview with his son and the people involved in the accident. He felt quite satisfied with Go Chang-bum's attitude and the way his precious son handled the incident. I just followed my father's teaching. Since I was little, he always taught me that what we are doing is not just about making money, but about building a business like a family, something that must be maintained forever. His son's answer on television made the old man feel pleased and proud. After that broadcast, countless matchmaking calls and offers of friendship from companies and high-ranking officials came pouring in, leaving the chairman unsure of who to choose. And what is more, construction requests are now flooding in. So far, the main requests include the group headquarters in Jongno, the reconstruction of 3,000 apartments in Gangnam, the Shin Gangbuk build, and the employee apartment complex from Chemical. And from Daesan, regarding the previously proposed housing for 5,000 households, they want to announce the start of construction in the first half of next year at the latest. This was a powerful lever, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that Go Myeongjin had been waiting for, a true jackpot. And Go Chang-bum was no exception. He was promoted to executive director of Myeongjin Group, something he had never dared to dream of. Those who had always looked down on, considering him a pathetic loser, and even those on his cousin's side, all acted friendly and welcomed him. In addition, his father suggested he join the Daesan City project. Although it was a bit early, he could learn something by getting some experience. Go Chang-bum was surprised. Kim Hyo-sung was 10 times more surprised. He never expected things to turn out this way. 5,000 social housing units project was supposed to happen in the future. The unexpected had happened. He wondered if it was the butterfly effect. According to Kim Hyo-sung's original plan, Go Chang-bum would solidify his position in Myeongjin Group through this incident. Based on that, he would intervene and try to help 5,000 social housing units its project approved. But now, thanks to the chairman, he no longer needed to worry about that. Obvious. Go Chang Bum's promotion to executive director would be a huge advantage in Kim Hyun-sung's future plan. But this was completely beyond his calculation. Therefore, from now on, he needed to calculate the variables even more carefully, or else he would face failure. Speak of the devil. Go Chang Bum then zipped over to his benefactor's school in his car. First person he met was the principal, to gently remind him to take good care of Hyun-sung. And of course, favor must come with a material reward. Go Chang Bum made an offer that greatly satisfied the man. The city's cooperation. I would like to build a new fitness center. It will have modern facility, including a swimming pool. The principal was practically drooling with delight. He happily and enthusiastically promised to do his very best. All of Jongin High School will support Hyun-sung both materially and mentally. As if that was not enough, Go Chang Bum also summoned that desk teacher, Kim Jun. He praised the teacher effusively and said he would treat him to a night of wild partying at Miracle with his friend, with no worries about money, which made the man ecstatic. On top of that, he was also given a vitamin box full of dollars, which made him worship Go Chang Bum like a god. After giving gifts to the other, Go Chang Bum met Hyun-sung directly on the rooftop to thank him. He confessed that he completely acknowledged him now. Taking down his cousin last time was something anyone who had dug into the private life Mungjin group would know. But this time, the issue was not so simple. Hyun-sung perfectly assessed the chairman's personality and accurately predicted the benefit that would come with the decision to rebuild, and he had become the executive director and would later become the chairman. Go Chang Bum did not know what future he was planning, but it meant that he needed more power, so much that Hyun-sung had to try to make him the chairman. Go Chang Bum accepts, so he thanked him and said if he needed anything, just to ask without hesitation. Hyun-sung, who was in a bind, saw an opportunity. He looked at him intently and asked back, how much money can you spend on me? And from there, a scholarship fund was created. The teacher, Kim Jun, announced the news. We have decided to create a scholarship fund with Myungjin Group as the sponsor. The scholarship will be 10 million won. No limit on the number of the recipients will be students who study hard, and we will select students promising future. The first student selected is none other than Hyun-sung from our class. As soon as the teacher finished, the students below started murmuring and gossip. They did not accept, found it ridiculous. If they were Hyun-sung's guardian, they should just sponsor him directly. Why go through all this trouble for what? Kim Jang-chun continued to announce the scholarship recipient. Next is Kim Si-hu from class 8. The more he talked, the more absurd the students found it. They kept gossiping and spreading rumors everywhere. It got to the point where the school's loudmouth Jae-jin started a rumor that Hyun-sung himself created the scholarship because Si-hu, who was not outstanding in any way, also got one. So it was best not to mess with Hyun-sung from now on. While he was busy bragging, he saw Hyun-sung waiting in the distance. Remembering how crazily he beat up those other guys, felt a chill run down his spine and his face went pale. Thought to himself what an idiot he was for daring to talk bad about the mad dog of Jeongan High. He was really done for this time. Before he could overthink it any further, Hyun-sung waved him over and tilted his head up. You are Chu Jae-jin, right? Nicknamed the loudmouth of Jeongan High. You do not have to be so scared. I do not care what anyone says behind my back. I like you because you are always talking big, and if it is true you are close with the entire student body. I have a favor to ask. He was asked for a favor, but it felt strange. Cho Jae-jin's hair stood on end, trying to suppress his fear. He told him to just say what he wanted, and he would do it at any cost. Hyun-sung smiled gently and told Cho Jae-jin that the scholarship selection process was unfair, evidenced by him and Si-hu, therefore, could also receive the scholarship. So he should go spread the word about what he just heard, to let everyone know how unfair the Myungjin Construction Group scholarship is. Hyun-sung emphasized that all he needed to do was add some spice to the rumor. And then the next day, a strange rumor exploded at the school, originating from Cho Jae-jin's mouth. Specifically, said that the reason Myungjin Group created the Jeongan Scholarship Fund was to take care of anyone who was good to Kim Hyun-sung. That is why Kim Si-hu, the only person who talked to Kim Hyun-sung during the Park Jin-woo incident, was chosen, and there is no limit on recipients. If anyone is good to Kim Hyun-sung, they will be taken care of, no matter how many people there are. Cho Jae-jin even added that Hyun-sung would wipe out all the scumbags from Daesan, starting with Jeongan High School, and he would accept anyone who wanted to join this plan. Hearing what Cho Jae-jin said, everyone was suspicious, but they could not ignore the rumor. Bae Sung-ho was the first one who could not sit still. He wondered if he did well, could he be the next one to receive the scholarship like Kim Si-hu? Hyun-sung needed someone to fight. He was confident to do it. He immediately called over the loudmouth Chu Jae-jin to ask about it. From his mouth, he heard that Hyun-sung was turning Jeongan High into his kingdom using the power created by wiping out the neighboring. If someone showed strength and loyalty during that time, they would surely be rewarded accordingly, which made Bae Sung-ho believe it even more. And so, this bastard decided to give it a try. Money makes the world go round. He blocked Hyun-sung's path on his way home to talk. As soon as he saw Bae Sung, he did not waste words, told him to follow, and then told him to get straight point. This bastard really knew how to communicate. First, he apologized, then said bluntly that he needed money. You need someone obedient and strong. What do you think of? I am confident I won't disappoint you. The fish took the bait. In response to Bae Sung-ho's words, Kim Hyun-sung agreed to accept, but only if he passed the test he gave him. A while later, Bae Sung-ho called over the school's bully from first to third year. Looking pathetic, he walked in amidst the curiosity of those present. Bae Sung-ho looked at them without blinking and declared loudly, I will only say this one. Listen up, you third year. From today, I am following Kim Hyun-sung, my sponsor. Anyone who is not planning to follow Kim Hyun-sung, raise your hand. As soon as they heard the name, the whole group started to stir, showing their displeasure. Bae Sung-ho ignored them and continued, I am going to kill you right here. Before this, Kim Hyun-sung had beaten Bae Sung-ho up and ordered him to bring him some obedient dog. He said, when I say fight, you fight. When I say chase, you chase. Follow my orders unconditionally. After beating him to his heart's content, Hyun-sung looked at him lying on the ground and said, you are my dog now, so I will let you get the scholarship tomorrow. Do a good job, and I will reward you as much as you want. You better not even think about opposing me, because if you dare to turn on me, become a dog that crosses the line and bites me back, I will tear you to shreds. After those painful punches and threats, Bae Sung-ho's account chimed with 5 million won, and though he felt humiliated as a dog, he still held his head high. Making money was too easy. Where else could he make money like this? At least it was better than getting beaten up at Wanjumwon. And so, this was the result. Bae Sung-ho obeyed with his muscular body and he beat the crap out of the third years. He grabbed the third year leader by the head like a child. reminding him that from now on, he would serve his lord, Kim Sung, and now he too must obey Kim Hyun-sung's orders as if from a god. Bae Sung-ho punched him relentlessly, threatening them to make them afraid. He said, "What if he tells you to get slapped? You take whatever he tells you to do. You do it exactly. What if someone at Jeongeun High opposes Hyun-sung? Then we will go take care of you. Better not even think about opposing him, because if you do, I will break every single bone in your body until you are dead." After getting his fill of punching, Bae Sung-ho dusted the blood off his hands and turned to leave. He did not forget to tell them that the rumor about Kim Hyun-sung giving scholarship to those who obey is true, so they should wholeheartedly support their lord, because you have to work, eat. How ridiculous it sounded, but what can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money, and right now, Hyun-sung had nothing but money. Times have changed now. At least, no one in the school dared to think about opposing Kim Hyun-sung anymore, which meant he had reached the next level. Meanwhile, the guys from Hongjeonwan tasked dealing with Hyun-sung were in big trouble. They got chewed out by the client, and were even threatened that he would report this to the gold member, which made him freak out. To reassure the client, confidently promised to get the job done before November. Before then, instead of taking his final exam, Kim Hyun-sung would be writing a letter to drop out. That was music to his ear. The client had to nod in agreement before hanging up. The reason he was so confident was because they were about to plant a real monster in the school. With the name Park Taejun, 17 years old, an assassin from Hongjeong, he had never failed a mission. Taejun confidently went to the principal to confirm his identity as the son of a friend of the superintendent of education in Seoul. Although he showed some respect, principal was no fool. He was suspicious why the superintendent of education would let a student transfer to Jeongeun High just because a classmate asked to. That was clearly illegal. If he made a big deal out of it, the superintendent would be in trouble. Could it be that he was a mercenary planted by Hwanjumwon? So the principal decided not to let him do whatever he wanted in Daesun. He warned Taejun that if he dared to violate any school rule, he should not expect special treatment, even if the Seoul superintendent of education was his father's friend. After that, Taejun brazenly transferred to class 5. Notably, he met his old friend, Park Jinwoo. Having not seen each other for a long time, the two seemed quite close. 6 months ago, Taejun, who was famous in the Seoul area, had joined Hwanjum, thinking he would need kids for job. He had been wandering around to expand his connection. At that time, he thought Park Jinwoo was just a useless guy, but he never expected to need him. He remembered Park Jinwoo once said he was the boss of the school, so he asked him a few things. Park Jinwoo was a bit scared when he heard school boss, but he still pretended to be vague, and even warned the other guy to be careful of one person, Kim Sung. Don't try to pick a fight with that guy. He is really good at fighting, and he has connections with some big shots. Park Jinwoo warned him with a serious look. Koi Tae-jun heard him, but thought it was bullshit. He had never been afraid of anyone. He thought he just needed to pick a fight, you guy, and make everyone at this school push Kim Hyun-sung to the bottom of the social ladder, and that would be it. He had done this many times before. He just needed to turn the school into a nightmare for his target. The reason Choi Tae-jun was so confident was because he was ranked B among the best in the entire country at Hwangjumwon. No sooner said than done. Choi Tae-jun planned to find an opportunity to crush Kim Hyun-sung and then manipulate the second and third years to ostracize. Choi Tae-jun immediately asked Jinwoo to take him to see the other classes to get a feel for the situation. Having been asked for a favor after a long time, Jinwoo was very enthusiastic. After a while, they reached the last class, which was Kim Hyun-sung's class. The guy introduced him casually and pointed inside. As soon as he saw Kim Hyun-sung, Choi Tae-jun could not wait any longer and rushed forward to start a fight. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? It looks like you want to fight, do not you?" Kim Hyun-sung was no pushover either. He looked up at him without a hint of fear and retorted, "But are you sure you can handle the consequences of what you just did?" As soon as the words were out, Choi Tae-jun took a punch straight face from Jinwoo without understanding a thing. When he turned around, he saw his friend kneeling on the ground, repeatedly muttering and begging Kim Hyun-sung for forgiveness. Choi Tae-jun was stunned like a deer in headlights, not understanding what kind of bullshit was happening here. When he first met Jinwoo again, he was in a very good mood. After all, he had a friend who was always there and knew about his past during his peak, so he wanted to treat that friend well. However, when Choi Tae-jun fight Kim Hyun-sung, thought popped into Park Jinwoo's head. "I am so Park Jinwoo did not hesitate to kneel and apologize, ignoring Choi Tae-jun standing beside him with a confused look. A week earlier, after Bae Sung-ho declared he would follow Kim Hyun-sung, the atmosphere at Jeongeun High School changed completely. It was the emergence of a new ruler. Bae Sung-ho did not allow anyone to challenge, create school violence within the school. How ironic. The one who used to hurt others, now a scholarship recipient. Bae Sung-ho became the watchdog for Jeongeun High School, punishing bullies who picked on the weak. School violence disappeared from Jeongeun High, beginning a peaceful new era under a benevolent king. And of course, since Choi Tae-jun picked a fight with the person who brought about this period, what happened next was obvious. Choi Tae-jun still stubbornly refused to understand. He got up and fought back against the punch from before. With just a few moves, Jinwoo was left sprawling on the ground. After dealing with one guy, Choi Tae-jun angrily turned towards Hyun-sung. Forget the excuses and plan. He was going to beat him to and deal with the consequences later. But before this bastard could make a move, the bell rang. Choi Tae-jun had to reluctantly return to class, not forgetting to point a finger at his enemy and threaten him. "You better be ready next. You have no idea what is going to hit you." Sitting in class, Choi Tae-jun kept thinking about sending Hyun-sung to his grave during the next break. He suddenly noticed the other students in the class, feeling like they were staring at him. He thought maybe he had overdone it. The teacher then interrupted, telling the class to form groups of 4 for an exercise. However, all the students in the class ignored Choi Tae-jun and adamantly refused to be in a group. During recess, Choi Tae-jun angrily tried to pick a fight with a worm in the class to blow off some steam. Just as he was about to make a move, what do you know, the watchdog of Jeongeun High School suddenly appeared. "Who is the new student? Is it the psycho who picked a fight with Hyun-sung?" Bae Sung-ho roared aggressively. Choi Tae-jun had no idea what was going on. "What is this crap?" He yelled back that it was his first day at school. "Are they all high or something?" Bae Sung-ho did not listen to reason. He spoke with his fist, so he cracked his knuckles to make him understand. "This is Jeongeun High, and no one touches Kim Hyun-sung." Choi Tae-jun's head was throbbing. This situation was a bit tense. His plan was down the drain. Without thinking too much, he decided to just jump in and deal with this mob first. And so, Choi Tae-jun just grabbed Bae Sung-ho's head and started pounding, then the rest of them. But even though he was beaten to a pulp, Bae Sung-ho refused to give up because of the money Go Chang bum had had transferred. Bae Sung-ho thought that if he could just take down the guy from Hwanggyum-won, he would receive many times more. Even if he lost, he would still get a satisfactory amount. Bae Sung-ho ignored it and yelled, "Get him, hitting him even if he stomps on you like dog. Bite him, tear him to pieces." However, even though Bae Sung-ho attacked Choi Tae-jun with 10 other second-year students, he still managed to take them all down. From the very beginning, Bae Sung-ho was fed up with this scene. The situation was getting worse and worse. Even with a representative handling them, it was still very difficult for Choi Tae-jun to isolate Kim Hyun-sung. There was only one way out of this mess: to solve this problem without shying away from as long as he could break Kim Hyun-sung's arm, Choi Tae-jun would have something to report back to the representative and his superior. However, man proposed, God disposed. Before he could even leave the class, Kim Hyun-sung's bastard homeroom teacher came looking for him. 10 minutes ago, he had been informed by Park Jin-woo that the transfer student had been targeting his favorite student from the start, and from Jin-woo's mouth, he knew that Kim Hyun-sung had said this matter would be handled according to his wish. How rambling it sounded. Kim Jang-jun felt like the kid was saying, "Teacher, you better not miss this opportunity." And this was the chance to prove his worth, an opportunity to solidify this relationship. Right after that, Kim Jang-jun went to find Choi Tae-jun and dragged him to the teacher's office to deal with. Choi Tae-jun was suddenly pulled by the ear and took a few punches straight, then raised his chin to argue back. But he had no idea that the old man was a bastard who started playing the role of a model teacher. "It seems you still do not understand the situation you are in. On your first day, you beat up a friend so badly he had to be hospitalized. Remember, he was unconscious and lost a lot of blood. I thought my beloved student Jin-woo was going to die. Not to mention, you caused a commotion in class 5. I even heard you hit your seniors and bullied the whole class. But what are you saying now? Why did you hit me, you idiot? Go cry to your dad's wonderful friend. Crap, do you think you are the first bast an attitude like this that I have met? Go ahead and say whatever you want to other. No one will believe you. What are you going to tell people? No one in this teacher's office will stand as a witness that I slapped you, so do not hope for anything. Blah blah blah." As he spoke, Kim Jang-chun spread his hands and landed loving blows straight to the students. Choi Tae-jun was fucking. He went back and repeatedly called the representative, cursing that the students and teacher, they were all the same bunch of bastards. How was he supposed to handle this alone? Feeling that his nephew had a point, the representative knew that failing here would ruin his position, so he went to Seoul immediately. He went and met with the Seoul Metropolitan Superintendent of Education, Moon Chang, and asked him to put more pressure on the management of Jeongeun High. Hwanggyum-won has a group called the Gold Member, an operation formed from relationships with people who have information connections in official service. They do not just operate individually but also form a net, pulling and pushing each other in a symbiotic relationship. Moon Chang-ho also benefited quite a lot from those relationships. Before the Gyeonggi area redevelopment began in earnest, he bought thousands of square meters of land and successfully made 10 times his investment. And the middleman for this deal was Jung Chang-soo. Standing right in front of him, Moon Chang-ho immediately called Jo Jong-jin, the superintendent of education in Daesan. He got straight to the point, saying he heard some bad news about Jeongeun High School regarding teachers colluding with a corporation to take bribe and favor one student over other, and some other shady thing. As soon as he heard this, Jo Jong-jin on the other end of the line fired back, asking him why he was interfering in Daesan's affairs while working in Seoul. That was an excessive abuse of power. Then, the two suddenly got into a heated argument, and Moon Chang-ho could only helplessly tell Jung Chang-soo that was all he could do. The reason Jo Jong-jin reacted so strongly was because Principal Dae-won had already made a move. He had gone to him and told him everything about Hwanggyum-won's interference and asked Jo Jong-jin to handle because for Dae-won, instead of the Seoul superintendent, Mungjin Construction Company, which invested a fortune in Jeongeun High School, was still the priority. After all, Chimbum, potential next hero construction company, was the one who was really supporting them. And Dae-won confidently asserted that Jo Jong-jin should not worry about anything. The kid supporting them was cunningly smart, so he guaranteed that their positions would not be in danger. Back to Choi Tae-jun. He received news from his aunt. The situation was a bit different. From now on, just ignore the nonsense from the principal or teachers. If any teacher tries to hit or curse, just run away from them. At least they won't do anything too drastic, and if he got expelled, the man would try to bring him back to Seoul. Choi Jun was furious when he heard this. He knew that his uncle probably had not solved the problem yet, which was why he was reporting this. In this dilemma, if he quit in the middle of the job, his relationship with Jung Chan-soo and his life would be over. And after that day, who had disturbed the peace of Jeongeun High for the first time in his life, became an outcast. He was extremely bitter and determined to complete this job at all costs. Not just Kim Hyun-sung, but the bastards at Jeongeun as well. He would make them regret treating him like this. With that, Choi Tae-jun immediately texted his friends in Seoul to gather and take a trip to Daesan together. A few days later, during lunchtime, as Choi Tae-jun was trying to force down the cafeteria food, he suddenly received a text from his friend saying they were ready and just waiting for the right moment. However, just as he opened the message to read it, a familiar voice called out. He looked up and who else could it be? It was his mortal enemy, which left him stunned and flabbergasted. The food here suits your taste, does not it? Hyun-sung asked in a challenging tone. Choi Tae-jun just wanted to kill the person in front of him, but he had to hold back, otherwise it would only cause more trouble for himself. He tried to wait, to hold out until his friends arrived, but he was not sure if he could wait because Kim Hyun-sung was still taunting him right in front of him. Grabbed from behind, two guys held Choi Tae-jun's head and shoved it into his plate of rice. Hyun-sung then asked, "What makes you think you can last here? How dare you cause trouble in someone else's territory without fear?" Choi Tae-jun froze, not understanding any, but was still restrained, taken to the rooftop, and forced to kneel at his opponent's. Kim Hyun-sung immediately ordered his lack to stomp on Choi Tae-jun, making it impossible for him to escape. He tried to stay calm, thinking that if he could take down one of, he might be able to escape, but tough luck. Kim Hyun-sung had already pinned his arm down. He spoke cheerfully, "If you only had one arm left, I would probably still beat you up. Do not you think?" Before he could even think, Hyun-sung made a cracking sound, causing Choi Tae-jun to scream in pain. He continued the torture, telling Bizoho's crew to pull him up, and then began his psychological manipulation. "Listen carefully. From now on, you have two choices. Continue your work Hwanggyum-won as usual. If you do that, I will break your left arm right here. With both your hands broke, your months in Seoul will be hell for you. Second, come over to my side. Report to Hwanggyum-won that you have completed your mission and become my spy. I will find out who hired you. How about it? Since Choi Tae-jun was still hesitating, Hae-sung laid his cards on the table. He called Bizoho's crew over and asked him a menacing question. Want to stab him for 100 million won? If you do not want to, I will just ask the other guys. Hearing this, the guy from Bizoho's crew felt scared. He froze for a few seconds, hesitating, not knowing how to answer. Hae-sung saying he would call an ambulance, so just stab him and leave a lasting injury, as long as it is not life-threatening. Kim Han-sung's words crossed the line of morality, causing his dog, including the guy from Bizoho's crew, to fall silent. He continued to emphasize the 100 million won, an amount they might never earn in their lifetime, but could have with just one stab, and if the police asked, they just had to say they were joking around and did not mean it. Besides, no one in Daesan would believe Choi Tae-jun anyway. Now, Kim Han-sung had become a demon who had lived in a vegetative state, accumulating evil thoughts for 10 years, ready to do anything for revenge. He had calculated carefully. Hwang Jun-won's brazen act, they were very optimistic and thought they would win soon, but if Choi Tae-jun failed, they would realize the gravity of the situation. If he encountered an A or S-rank opponent, even Kim Han-sung could not guarantee the plan's success. From other relationships, including Sig, to the butterfly effect created by Oh Jong-wook, after experiencing unforeseeable events, Kim Han-sung realized his plan was nothing more than a shell. He could not predict the incidents that would put him in danger. Therefore, he needed to control the situation as best he could and prepare to deal with those variables. The only way to do that was to calculate more carefully each time, plan to make a move. Returning to the messy situation, Choi Tae-jun had lost all will, waiting listlessly for a fatal stab. After some manipulation, Bizo-ho decided he would take the offer. Choi Tae-jun suddenly snapped out, sweat pouring down his face. I will do it. I will choose the second option. What a waste of time. If you had just said so from the start, would not my bro have saved 100,000 won? Right then, Hae-sung immediately ordered them to stop, then threw Choi Tae-jun's family information in his face, making him abandon any thought of double cross. You have parents and an older sister, right? I do not care about that stuff as much as you think I do. Don't forget, if anyone dares get in my way, I will hunt them down for the rest of their life, crush them, and tear them to pieces. Faced with these words, Choi Tae-jun had no way out. He had joined Hwang Jun-won with great ambition. Cases he would handled flashed before his eyes like light, and then, facing a threat could affect his entire life, Choi Tae-jun realized he had traded someone's life for money. Choi Tae-jun lowered his head and answered Hae-sung's question once more. Alright, I will be your dog. Getting this confirmation, Hae-sung finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had the man released and reminded Bizo-ho to check his bank account today, promising he would receive a worthy reward. And one more thing, go catch Roger immediately and do not let anyone know. Hae-sung had a plan. He had Lo Fuong spread a rumor he and Bizo-ho were on bad terms to set a trap for the enemy. Meanwhile, at Mungjin Construction, the younger Go Chang-bo was having a secret meeting with the shareholders on his side. He was worried the old man give the director's seat to his brother at this rate, so he complained and grumbled nonstop. Internal director Kim Jong-in noticed something was off. A womanized, idiotic guy who could not even support himself suddenly rising up meant he must have a powerful backer, because he was the one who benefited most from that scandal, and someone must have leaked. In the midst of the chaos, the younger Go Chang-bo suddenly appeared and started coming to work every single day, even handling the concrete mold incident, which pleased the chairman. How could someone like the younger Go Chang-bo come up with a solution like that? Nothing is a coincidence. This must have been planned in advance. Kim Jong-un emphasized that they must find the person backing him at all costs, and so, feeling it made sense, Go Chang-seok had tail and monitor the younger Go Chang-bo 24/7, but it was driving him crazy. The younger Go Chang-bo arrived at construction site at 6 and worked hard and had lunch with the project manager at PM. At 8, he had dinner at a pork belly restaurant. His dining companion was a regular customer. There was nothing suspicious, which made Go Chang-seok furious. They also discovered the younger Go Chang-bo's transaction history showed a lot of money transferred to Jong-in school for scholarship, a swimming pool, blah blah. However, Go Chang-sik dismissed it as nonsense, no real impact, and ignored it. Just then, he suddenly got a call from an unknown number, busy as hell. Go Chang-seok immediately hung up, but right after, he received a very surprising text message. I am the one helping director Go Chang-bo. I would like to private. Is now a good time? Go Chang-si was dumbfounded reading the news, completely caught off guard. He never expected that, after putting in the effort to search for an opponent, he would end up walking straight into the trap himself. It turns out Hae-sung had been told by the younger Go Chang-bo that he was being followed, so he asked him for a burner phone and a fake id to handle it himself. Hae-sung called Go Chang-seok direct. He got straight to the point, immediately trying to recruit him and making a series of comparisons about their education, degree, blah blah, compared to his older brother, arguing that he was the more suitable person for the chairman position. Hae-sung did not argue back. He just gave him one condition: the position of internal director be enough. After hearing this, Go Chang-seok had no suspicion, quickly went inside to announce the news to his allies. But when Kim Jong-il heard that, he immediately flew into a rage, because that position belonged and no one else. He went on and on, explaining all sorts of, but in the end, all he got from Go Chang-seok was shut up. He dismissed all of his contribution and the company's long-standing tradition, focusing only on one, that when he became chairman, he would reward the people in this room handsomely. From what Go Chang-seok did today, Kim Jong-il started to see him different, an arrogant, and even disloyal person. He had only helped him because he was the chairman's second son, because Chang-seok was better than the younger Go Chang-bu, who had no interest in the construction group. But if you disregard tradition, cracks will eventually appear. Finally realized that Chang-seok was not the right choice either, and so, Kim Jong-il decided to go see the chairman for the sake of the company's development. But, as if by divine intervention, Hae-sung suddenly called at that very moment. Did you like that? Then, before the other person could respond, he continued, saying he was not interested in the director's seat. He just wanted to show him the difference between the two brothers. Mungjin Group is a company with a long tradition. At other companies, anyone can get the director position. For those who understand the chairman's wish and the future the company is aiming for, not just anyone can fill that position. After talking for a while, Hae-sung told Kim Jong-il to support the younger Go Chang-bu, saying he was no longer the punk he used to be. Kim Jong-il found it persuasive. After thinking it over until his brain hurt, he arranged to meet the younger Go Chang-bo the next day. He thought he was about to get a painful rejection, but instead, Kim Jong-il poured his heart out, shared his expectation, and decided to support, which completely shocked the younger Go Chang-bu. Meanwhile, while Hae-sung's grandmother was working at the restaurant, she received many calls from real estate agents agent, wanting to buy her noblesse apart, which annoyed her greatly. She came home grumbling to her dear grandson, only to be met with his determined gaze, advising her that she absolutely must not sell it. After the previous conquering incident, Mungjin's brand value skyrocketed. Furthermore, noblesse is a luxury apartment in a prime Daesan location, and just renting it out would be enough to cover the purchase cost. So there was no way Hae-sung would let it go. It was a home for the three of them, so he would never give it up at any cost. While he was busy persuading his grandmother, he suddenly got a call from his younger brother Hyun-jin's tutoring academy, telling him the boy had not been to class for a few days. It turned out his little brother wanted to prove he could succeed without tutoring, so he went to the library to hit the books himself. But just as he stepped out of the library, he ran right into Hae-sung, who was looking for him. Hae-sung was not a harsh older brother, so instead of beating up his brother and yelling "Why the hell did you skip class?" he just sat down with him for a gentle man-to-man talk. Hyun-jin said sadly that his brother came home covered in injuries every day, so he could not use the money he earned that way for school. If only one of them could study. He thought it would be better for Hae-sung to go. Hyun-jin suggested that he would focus on working so his brother could study hard. His little brother's words hit Hae-sung's pride. Previous 5 years after his brother went into a vegetative state, Hyun-jin had decided to become a police officer. He had sworn to get revenge on the bastards who did this to his brother. But Hyun-jin had to pay for his brother's and grandmother's hospital bill and spent all his time studying, yet he could not pass the exam. In the end, it was his own family that held him back. So now, Hae-sung would not let that happen again. He took out his phone and showed his little brother a message about winning an apartment in the richest area of Daesan. And before the kid could even be suspicious, a brand new car pulled up right in front of the younger Go Changbo appeared and introduced himself smoother than silk, also revealing that he was the one backing Hae-sung. Hyun-jin heard this, could not believe his ears. He was so intimidated he did not dare say another word. Go Changbo then drove the two brothers home and took the opportunity to privately Hae-sung. He gave Hae-sung the information he wanted, told him Kim Jong-un was on his side, and asked him what to do next. Hae-sung talked about the Yongwoo real estate in the Sanji district that he had mentioned before. First, get close to the real estate broker there, and then call me when that land goes on sale. The next day, at Cheong Lim School, students started gathering and gossiping nonstop about Kim Hyun-sung getting a perfect score on the 11th exam. It was the top national exam, with an incredibly difficult entry threshold, so Kim Hyun-sung became a huge star sought after by many newspapers, and of course, Principal had a hand in this. If he wanted to play this game, Hae-sung would play along. He stood proudly and answered the reporter's questions directly. My teachers are excellent, so I just study seriously at school. I do not take any extra classes. These words were a knife straight to the heart of the person who hired people to harm him, and so Hwang Jun-won immediately took action. The broker went to Taejun to question him about the situation. Since he was now Hae-sung's pawn, Taejun had no choice but to go along with it and give a fake report to Jun Chang-soo. Taejun reported that Kim Hyun-sung and Busy Oho were not on good terms. Since they had not even spoken to each other recently, he was able to push Kim Hyun-sung into a corner. It has only been a month, so Taejun needs more time. It sounded reasonable, but it was too vague, so Jun Chang-soo was getting dozens of calls from the client every day. He threatened Taejun with a terrifying glare. This is your last for the holiday. You have to make the client happy. I do not care if you have to break his arm, cause some kind of chaos. Understand? A while later, after finishing his report to Jun Chang-soo, Taejun quickly went to see Hae-sung, but as soon as they met, he got an earful from him for being late. Taejun quickly apologized and briefly explained that he had to circle around a few times before coming in case someone was following. Then, he told him what he had heard from the broker. After listening, Hae-sung did not criticize him anymore. He took out a stick, drew a circle on the ground, and began, "You know, when I found out I was Hwang Jun-won's target, I thought a lot. Why would they go to such lengths? What did I do that was so wrong? Why won't any adult face their responsibility? The thing that bothers me most is who the bastard is that hired you." Hae-sung had to rack his brain. He selected the people who best criteria. First is Yeo Jinya, rich family, powerful father, an introvert, but her rank is climbing. Second is Lee Jinja. I fought him at the beginning of the semester and won. We still have not spoken a word to each other since. Finally, her father is a high-ranking government official. When the semester started, her rank was just above mine, but I beat her on the next test. Hae-sung used Taejun and Jo Jae-in to set a trap for those three, and after hearing what Taejun said today, he narrowed it down to one person. Before continuing with his plan, Hae-sung reminded Taejun, "Make sure you are prepared. Tomorrow, you and Hwang Jun-won will part ways forever," and he meant it. The next day, during PE class, Hae-sung kept taking the spotlight to provoke the person who hated him. Witnessing this, Choi Siona could not help but exclaim, "He is so." When her best friend asked why she did not date, when her friend heard Choi Siona say she would think about it, she flipped out, ranting that dating someone like Hae-sung would only get her dragged into incident like that one. Choi Siona did not pay much attention and walked over to Hae-sung to give him some milk. It was just as he expected. Hae-sung gave a mysterious smile at her and asked if she wanted to go somewhere else, as he had something to talk about, and so the two of them went to the storage room to talk. The 15-minute break was over and class was about to start, but the two of them still had not returned, making her best friend Hae-jae anxious and worried about what they were talking about. Just then, she suddenly received a text from Choi Siona asking for help. In the storage room, Hae-sung explained everything he had recently endured and the trap he had set to catch the person behind it. He cornered the girl and questioned her. "I told him to tell you that Kim Hyun-sung is having a very hard time, but he is somehow managing to hold on." The client would then pressure the others to do everything possible to vent their anger. But here's an interesting fact. The spy I planted among the students actually saw the reaction of one of those three. What do you think about this? Hearing this, Choi Siona was completely stunned. She looked dazed, unable to say a word, and just called for Hae-ji. As soon as she entered and saw her dazed friend, Hae-ji immediately rushed over to ask what was wrong. Hae-sung, standing right behind them, spoke coldly. "Get out." "Oh, you stay." Suddenly cornered. Hae-ji was terrified, not giving her a chance to say much. Hae-sung got straight, slammed the door shut, and decided to press her until the end. Kim Hyun-sung had asked Go Chang-beom check the backgrounds of the three suspects to find the correct answer to this question. And thanks to that, he found out a special fact about Choi Siona that no one knew. Do you know why Choi Siona transferred from Seoul to Daesan? Choi Seo-na's brother was bullied at school and did something terrible, so her parents moved to Daesan. But why would a family like that do it just Choi Seo-na's grades? There is no way they would do that. I know that better than anyone. Hae-sung closed in on Hae-ji and girl looked terrified and backed away. The more scared she got, the closer Hae-sung came. He told her that Choi Seo-na once said she did not care who the mastermind behind his bullying was. She still hated the person who came up with the idea because her brother did not dare to stand up. She was glad that I could. There is only one possibility. Choi Seo-na heard what Hae-ji said and told someone else. As he spoke, Hae-sung suddenly hugged Hae-ji and whispered gently, "Was you bitch." She still pretended to be an innocent victim, trying to run outside and acting like she knew nothing. But too bad. Hae-sung had locked the door, so the innocent little deer had to show her true colors. Hae-ji tried to explain that they were good friends and that it must have been Seo-na who hired because her grades were improving. While explaining, Hae-ji slipped up and said the name Hwang Jum-won, making the situation irreversible. Hae-sung laughed unconsciously. "Hwang Jum-won, I have not mentioned that name in front of you at all, have I?" At this, Hae-ji dropped her mat and screamed angrily, blaming everything on Han-sung. If he had not been so cold, none of this would have happened. She said it was because he was handsome, tall, and charming, with a good personality, good grade, and was athletic to a perfect person who had caught her eye. But other girls felt the same way, and Hae-sung had rejected countless girls. Despite being quite popular, she was still afraid of rejection. Instead of blindly confessing, she decided to test the waters. Hae-ji approached him, got close to him, and blindly thought that Hae-sung facing it head-on. Instead of avoiding it was him, giving her the green light. Hae-ji was so sure, after hearing that his ideal type was, and started planning pair a gift and write a letter. However, she never expected that it would be the first time in her life she was rejected. Born into a rich family, she had never had anything taken from her, and had always been special. She hired Hwang Jum-won for revenge. What a ridiculously petty reason. Hae-ji still did not see her mistake, cried her eyes out. "Because of that, I was living in hell. While you were happily enjoying your life, you just kept getting more popular, and your grades got higher. I felt terrible being the only one living like that. I did not expect things to get so messy. I just wanted you to feel as hopeless as I did." After she finished crying, she begged for forgiveness, promising she would never do it again. After listening, Hae-sung, who had been holding back a laugh, reached out his hand as if explaining that he did not reject as he disliked. "I said it that day. I am really not well off enough to date you. Even if I liked you, I had no choice but to say no." Hae-ji was deeply moved, took Hae-sung's hand, and pleaded, "So let us go back to how things were." How infuriating. Beat him up and then asked to go back to normal. Hae-sung was not crazy. He answered in a heart, "It is too late. I will destroy you, your family, your happiness, everything." With that, he slapped her hard across the face. The sound echoed. He did not stop there. He flew into a rage and gave her the most loving slaps, along with a reminder to find a good plastic surgeon. Just then, after he had beaten her to a pulp, the homeroom teacher opened the door and walked in. Hae-sung immediately said she was the one who hired Hwang Jum-won and told the teacher to take Hae-jae home. As soon as he saw his daughter in such a pitiful state, her father roared. The mother next to him was no better, urging him to do something, saying she could not forgive the person who did this to her daughter. Chun-sam angrily swore he would make Hae-sung, Kim Kyun, and the younger Go Chang-bo rot in jail for this. First, he had to call that guy Jun Chang-soo to ask about everything, but no matter how many times he called, he got the person you are calling is currently unavailable message. After a long while, the broker finally picked up, driving him crazy with anger. His mouth immediately went into overdrive, threatening to drag Jun Chang-soo's life through the mud. He expected flattery, but instead, the person on the other end replied, "Do whatever you want," which made his blood boil. Jun Chang-soo knew he was a dead man, but he still retorted that one of them was going to die anyway, so he had already given all the evidence of their collusion. Kim Han-sung. Jun Chang-soo added a few words of admonishment about doing business in the real world, thinking too naive, blah blah, some random lecture, with no way to deny it. Screamed that he would call the police and arrest that damn Hwang Jum-won. Truly a next-level idiot. Jun Chang-soo did not even bother to argue and just hung up, letting him deal with it himself. The reason he was so confident was that Kim Han-sung had called early and revealed the client's identity and Choi Tae-jun's betrayal. However, it was not that simple. Proposed a deal, demanding he report to his boss that the job was completed successfully. The target has been handled. The client is very satisfied. Choi Tae-jun has also finished his assigned task, and you will help him return to Seoul. In return, he would get to live. Jun Chang-soo obviously did not hesitate. He agreed in a heart, leaving Oh Chun-sam to fend for himself. And of course, Oh Chun-sam's end came faster than instant karma. Before he could do anything, the doorbell rang. Thought it was some VIP guest, but it turned out to be Kim Han-sung. Walking in confident, he acted like he owned the place, telling the old man to shut up and sit down calmly. Kim Han-sung gave him two choices. He could get his revenge, call the police, and ask Hwang Jum-won to finish the job. And if he did that, he would release the evidence Jun Chang-soo gave for the whole world to see. Of course, Hwang Jum-won would not but he and Jun Chang-soo would be finished. You will go to prison. Oh Hae-ji will go to a juvenile facility. And what is more, you will get at least 3 years, while your beloved daughter gets a few months at most. When she gets out, without her great father by her side, do you think she will be safe? Oh Chun-sam still was not scared and threatened him again. But Hae-sung was not stupid. He had the younger Go Chang-bo behind him, so he could just have him break both of Oh Hae-ji's legs and gouge out her eye. It would be easy. The woman beside him grew more terrified the longer she listened, crying so hard that foam gathered at the corners of her mouth. Hae-sung continued, giving the old man a second chance to personally cut his beloved daughter's Achilles tendon, so that little demon could never walk around harming people again. With that, he slammed the door and left the devastated man sitting there, his wife screaming, but he seemed to have lost his mind, holding a knife and closing in on his daughter, muttering to himself. Seeing this, Hae-ji scrambled up to run outside, but it was too late. Her father quickly grabbed her, and she could only scream in despair. Fitting end for someone so pretentious. Meanwhile, Kim Han-sung went to meet the broker directly to discuss strategy. He directly stated that he would expose, one by one, all the illegal things his company did, and when he was cornered, he would release the documents he had for everyone to see, and if he cut Oh Hae-ji's tendon, he would report him to the police for domestic violence. Then Oh Hae-ji would just be a cripple all alone, truly killing two birds with one stone. But the thing to address here is that Hwang Jum-won will get involved sooner or later, so Hae-sung proposed that Jun Chang-soo become his Trojan horse. Jun-soo naturally refused, but his expression changed the moment he heard the word ape. He directly stated that in 2 years, he would be in charge of managing the top-tier member, politician, top table, and leading entrepreneur. The higher the rank of those members, the greater the reward for the high-level broker. The broker for the apex is also apex level. Jun Chang-soo felt a thrill hearing that. Not everyone knew about the apex level. He would have to risk his life either way, so he decided to take a gamble. What if Kim Han-sung could actually defeat Wang Jun-won? Kim Han-sung asked him to first lay low, just for this month, and then at the end of the month, he would get what he wanted, and now, it was time for him to proceed with the next step of his plan. Kim Han-sung sought out Senator Kim Pan-ho of the Prosperity Party, an influential figure, to make a deal. When Kim Pan-ho was a professor, he built connections by helping the children of power people. Thanks to their back, he rose to become a senator. But just as things were being forgot, everything exploded. Senator Jang Ho-in of the opposition party exposed his corrupt activities, and this was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han-sung had been waiting for the moment Kim Pan-ho would need him. Just as he needed Kim Pan-ho, he sent an anonymous letter and waited for him to call. Kim Han-sung said directly that someone had asked Jang Ho-in to do this, and it was Senator Jang Min-go, the leader of the Prosperity Party, which he was a member of. He wanted to nip a senator with growing influence in the bud, but attacking a member of the same party would cause too many problems, so he used Jang Ho-in as a because being targeted by a member of the opposition party would make more sense. He did not reveal any weakness, so a counterattack was impossible. It made sense. Kim Pan-ho then asked, "What is your solution?" Kim Han-sung said a few vague sentences, as if quoting Marx Lenin, "If you can't attack the substance of the matter, attack the character and motives of the subject." He revealed that a story about international students using drugs would soon break. Among them, only one student's identity would not be disclosed. Coincidentally, Senator Jang Ho-in's son is also studying abroad. Kim Pan-ho pretended not to understand what he was saying, but he still listened intently. Then, Kim Han-sung just left, not forgetting to tell him to call back when he felt he was worthy of his trust, and that he would wait exactly 1 week. The next day, just as Hai-sung had said, news that the senator's eldest son was a habitual drug user was printed right on the front. Kim Pan-ho had no choice but to call him for a meeting. Hai-sung just gave a vague answer, saying the younger Go Chang-bo had told him about it. Kim Pan-ho had looked up his personal information and knew all about his family situation and the recent scandal, so he understood that he must have some kind of plan and asked him directly. Kim Han-sung did not answer right away. He turned the question back, asking if Kim Pan-ho was aiming for the presidential election. Then he began his analysis. His chances were not high. His life story was boring. Born into an elite family, attended an elite, became a professor, and was granted the title of a member of the National Assembly. The life of the top 0.01% of South Korea, and you will fail in the presidential race because you already have too much. Kim Han-sung was sure because, in his past life, he had failed for this very reason. He looked at him and declared, "I will be the one to control your appointment." A few days later at school, a rumor spread that Oh Hai-ji had dropped out and was taken to the hospital with severe injury, to the point where she could not walk. Hearing this, Hai-sung was quite pleased, assuming the great father had personally sliced his dear daughter's tendons, and now, he just needs to wait for that presidency-obsessed bastard Kim Pan-ho to accept his offer. He made the offer, and the Mungjin Construction Company will handle the funding, because money is just a small matter in the construction industry now. Another thing was that they would create a story for him, perfect story for his presidential campaign, an anecdote that would make everyone admire him. Kim Pan-ho would become the politician who took down the Golden Circle when it emerged as a social issue, and he would quickly solve the problem, becoming a star overnight, without taking on any risk. Kim Han-sung had already set the table, and if anything spilled, he would be the one to clean up the mess. All he had to do was provide help when requested. It sounded like a deal with much more to gain than to lose. However, Kim Pan-ho was still hesitant, as this was just the word of a 17-year-old high school student, not one to be outdone. Kim Han-sung emphasized that he could look into him. He was not just a 17-year-old kid, but the person that Mungjin Construction's second son, Go Chang, was desperately searching for, the one behind Go Chang Beum. Despite his confidence, he was still a bit worried while waiting for a response. If Kim Pan-ho refused, he would have to execute plan, eliminate the man who knew his identity and find a new race who knew. He might end up facing another major opponent. In the worst-case scenario, Kim Pan-ho and the Golden Circle team up. Kim Han-sung could only hope that would not happen, and while he was worrying, the answer came. Kim Pan-ho had someone bring him to his location. He seemed quite interested after learning that he was the one behind Go Chang Beum, and was curious enough to ask why he was so determined to go after the Golden Circle. At the mention of the Golden Circle, flames of hatred burning within Kim Han-sung's memory suddenly erupted. His face darkened as he asked the man if he had ever experienced the feeling of being completely helpless against senseless malice. A powerful man like him probably fight back, but from the start, the Golden Circle never targeted people like that. They target the poor, powerless who can't fight back, the ones who can't afford to give up on their education. Blah blah blah. Kim Han-sung recounted other painful humiliations, things that were no different. He swore he would break this vicious cycle of school violence. Kim Han-sung knew the Golden Circle could maintain its relationship power thanks to its absolute secrecy and undefeated record. He revealed he would bring a broker over to his side and have him submit a fake report, making it seem like the mission involving him had succeeded. Then, they would be finished for manipulating results and deceiving their client. Then, at the end of high school, when the entrance exams, he would move to Seoul to maintain his #1 national rank, and then in Gangnam, place that values grades above all else. It would be a disaster when he exposed everything. Hearing this from him, Kim Pan-ho felt that he was a lot like himself, having an intense desire to make things happen, so he decided to agree with, "Remember, if you fail even once, I will abandon you without a second thought. At that point, I won't lift a finger to help and will destroy all the evidence. If you think you can handle all this, then I will accept your offer," Kim Pan-ho said. And it was not just Kim Pan-ho. Choi Seona also proactively approached him to offer her help because she hates bullies like Yeji, which is why her brother ended up dead. Although he knew her parents were high-ranking officials who could be useful to him, there was no place for an ordinary person on the path he had chosen, so Kim Han-sung coldly refused. Not just Choi Seona, but his best friend Seol-gu as well. They could only be friends in Daesan, not in Seoul. It was enough for him to go to hell alone, but he needed to make sure his friend would be okay without him around. Many days had passed, but the news of him being #1 in the country was still a hot topic. Many academies constantly bothered, asking him to come study at their centers. Among them was a a very special girl caught his attention. She introduced herself as Lee Miso, the manager of the Daiki upper-class parents' cafe. Hearing the name for the first time, Ian Sung was curious and went to talk with her. The Daiki upper-class parents' cafe is a place where families in Daiki share information about schools each other, and this time, his story was the top discussion. Lee Miso bluntly asked him to become a tutor for the children of the member, including her own child. It was simple. Share his experience with school study once a week, 4 times a month, for 2 million won per person. He did not need money. What he needed was information. Ian Sung did not refuse but asked for more time to think. After returning, he accessed the website using someone's 10 million won paid account and looked for something interesting. That is right, and he found what he was looking for. In the past, when the Golden Circle affair blew up, it was the parents who were sensitive about their children's future who were most. Instead of being angry about the Golden Circle's criminal act, they thought their own children were at a disadvantage compared to others. And to take advantage of, he agreed to open a tutoring class right in Daisen. However, the first day of teaching did not go so smoothly. The pampered rich kids were not very cooperative. One of the guys in Kang Min-gu's group convinced the whole gang to school and go party hard. Meanwhile, Han Sung, while waiting, also received news from Deng Chansu about the preparation and was rewarded for his help. He did not forget to remind him to share important information and never back a customer into a corner. Use them but give them space to breathe. Kim Han Sung waited and waited, but his students still had not shown up, which made him extremely annoyed. Based on the situation, he knew they were probably out partying somewhere, so he immediately rushed over to teach them a lesson. Kim Han Sung confidently strode in, found the ringleader, and gave him a beating. Kim Min, still showing no respect, yelled, "Do you have any idea who my dad is? One phone, and your life is over. You are asking for it." Kim Han Sung handed him his phone and told him to call whoever he wanted. But the little bird did not know that as soon as his mom heard, he would skip a session. She started screaming and cursing up a storm. At this point, Han Sung cut in, pretending he had not done any, and mentioned the right to punish he would brought up. The mother repeated word for word that she would not interfere with any punishment, no matter what it was, and that the other kids' parents had also agreed to this. This hit the kids like a bolt of light. Faced with the threat of getting beat going to class, they had to reluctantly obey. But these kids had not given up yet. They sought revenge by looking for the guy considered the top dog in Days, not knowing they were walking into their own doom. 2 days later, the girl in the group brought the guy who was considered a big shot. But as soon as he saw Han Sung, he ran off like a scared dog, even telling the girl to get lost and not look for him again, and to just focus on her studies. Unless she wanted a beating, she should just consider him dead and listen to Han Sung. The guy considered the top dog here was terrified because he was Park Jin-gu, Han Sung's underling, who'd been beaten more times than he would had meals. And so, after that, they had one hell of a study session. So obedient they did not dare make a peep. Seeing they were quite tense, Kim Han Sung said bluntly that if they did not do well on the final exam, he would cut classes down to once a week, and if they did as he said, this entrance exam would help them get into a 4-year university in Seoul. Whether they wanted to be crammed with lessons all week or study with him just one day and self-study the rest was their choice, and the result was that half a month later, Min-gu's scores increased by 2 points in all sub, and the other kids also improved by 1 point or more. The mother, Lee Mai, was very happy and offered to pay him 10 million won per child per month. Many days passed, and finally, winter break arrived. After telling the students to study hard, the homeroom teacher called Kim Han Sung to see him privately. He stressed that if anything happened during the break, he should call him anytime. Kim Han Sung was incredibly tired of it, and just played along to get it over with. Soon enough, the teacher would get the ending he deserved. On the day his plan came to fruition, that man's life would also be full of thorns. To not waste the winter break, Kim Han Sung and Si Woo went to the gym to reevaluate their skill level. According to the coach, Si Woo's striking technique was perfect, but his weakness was his grappling skill, which were only good enough to face amateurs. In contrast, Kim Han Sung could fight professionally right away. With good judgment and gut, he could easily handle strikes or even grappling, but he could only fight against low-level fighters. Great potential, but that is all it was. He was not fully developed yet. Knowing his position, Kim Han Sung immediately asked the coach to help him, and Si Woo get stronger during the winter break. After being accepted, Kim Han Sung and Kim Si Woo began to train hard. They both woke up at 5, warmed up with a run, and then began strength training. They trained with barbell push press, sit-up, pull-up, and lunges. Not just training. Kim Han Sung and Kim Si Woo's diet was also very important. The diet consisted of lots of vegetables, eggs, and fish, and the coach demanded they finish it all, no matter what. They trained 3 times a day and ate 5 meals a day, so harshly that Kim Han Sung had to throw up in the bath after every day of relentless training. Kim Han Sung looked fine, but he was far. He wondered if he was overtraining, or if it was because he forced himself to eat. Kim Han Sung was breaking out in a cold sweat. His whole body actually fall apart at any moment. But if the coach found out, he would reduce the training intensity. Kim Han Sung was getting better and better. He could not stop now. Right now, Kim Han Sung could not even beat Choi Tae-jun, a guy who was only B class. This was just the beginning. Kim Han Sung had to persevere. Finally had a chance to crush the Golden Circle bastard. He could not lose this opportunity just because he was weak. Remember all the tragedies you have had to go through. He recalled his own dark memory. Kim Han Sung remembered when he desperately begged just one more chance. If he could get revenge, if he could take down those bastards with his own hand, he would not mind dying. Kim Han Sung had sworn to achieve his desire for revenge, no matter the cost. Truly a legendary beast. While Kim Han Sung was struggling, Kim Si Woo noticed, and immediately went to tell the coach they had to stop him before things got worse. Coach heard this, and could only say that he knew. Kim Han Sung had no intention of stopping, even if it destroyed his body. As a coach, he would never do that, but this coach's decision would remain unchanged. Kim Si Woo wondered what he meant. The coach explained that he did not know what had happened to Kim Han Sung, but he knew he would never stop. If he stopped Kim Han Sung, he would just find a replacement, which would be even more dangerous. In that case, it was better for the coach to do it himself. He would let Kim Han Sung decide for himself, because he was in no position to change him. Time flew by quickly. In the 5th week training, Kim Han Sung was still going strong, boxing with his Adidas glove, punched the heavy bag like he was punching guys about to steal his girl, then paused for a moment to ask the coach what level he thought he was at now. The coach commented that Kim Han Sung's muscles were growing fast, so they were not fully defined yet, but he thought he had now reached a level where he could spar a bit. Professional fighter. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung was pleased and said, "What if you were my opponent?" Coach, intrigued by Kim Hyun-sung's challenge, readily accept. "You little punk, bring it on. Fastest way to find out is to test it yourself." They both got in the ring, prepared for an intense and dramatic showdown. Kim Hyun-sung told the coach not to go easy on, and he immediately agreed. The match began, and Kim Hyun-sung immediately unleashed the moves he had practiced during his training. Coach noted, "Good reaction speed. You are holding your own. Your focus is sharp too, but it is still too soon. Right now." Kim Hyun-sung was too confident. He would easily overestimate himself. He launched counter-attack kicks and punches as if to wake Kim Hyun-sung up and show him his true place, to stop him from doing anything rash and dangerous. Kim Hyun-sung also returned a low blow to Coach's stomach, forcing him back. He was also thinking that no matter the situation, he had to create opportunity and not let them slip away, because no matter who he faced or what the situation was, he had to win it all, even if the opponent was too strong or there were too many. Making excuses like that, it would do no good. The coach was about to throw a straight punch right at his face. However, he was surprisingly countered by Kim Hyun-sung with a right hook. Despite being hit, the coach seemed to take it well and said, "Good, but you know," after saying that, he swiftly countered with another, more powerful hook, making Kim Hyun-sung collapse as if his soul left his body. "That is a teacher's strength for you." The coach taught him a lesson. "Kim-sung, you surely know this. You have improved, but there are still boundaries you can't cross yet." Perhaps those were the last words he heard before he started to black out and lose consciousness. When he slowly opened his eyes after getting his ass handed, first thing he saw was Kim Si-woo worriedly calling his name. "Kim-sung, are you okay? Are you okay?" Kim-sung. He was not weak. The coach was just a monster. He is a coach for a reason. He took so many of Kim Hyun-sung's hits and was still standing and victorious. However, after being sad, Kim Hyun-sung started to smile. This left Kim Si-woo completely stunned. "What the hell? Why are you laughing? Are you crazy?" he asked. "Or is it because of the hit to your head?" Kim Hyun-sung said, "Haha, hey, the first time I fought the coach, I could not even land a single punch, but today was different. I still lost like last time. This time, the coach fought serious. There is still a year left. I can get even stronger." Scene change. In a deserted place, Kim Hyun-sung met and had a conversation with Go Changbyum. Changbyum was quite shocked when he saw Kim Hyun-sung's appearance. "What happened to you?" Kim Hyun-sung explained that he had just been training a lot. Changbyum said, "Out of breath. You look scary. I do not even dare to talk to you." "Right. The house you asked me to buy is finally on the market. What do you need it for?" Changbyum analyzed. The surrounding area was sparsely populated, so building a villa or a shopping center did not seem very logical. Maybe a fact, but there are more suitable places to build a factory than this. Kim Hyun-sung thought he had to sell him out to convince Go Changbyum. He said, "Go Chang." Kim Hyun-sung got this information from Senator Kim Pan-ho. Kim Hyun-sung recounted that when he was at the senator's place, he was told, "You made the right decision. I was worried it would not sell even though I was only selling it for 500,000 won per square meter. But Director Changbyum specially doubled the price." "Haha, thank you so much," Director Changbyum said. "A large-scale industrial complex will be built between Sejong City and Daesan, and a part of this land will be cleared for a road connecting to the highway. Many people will see this as a prime location. We should consider having Myeongjin Construction build a villa complex on this land. It is only about 1,000 pyong. How much profit can you make from a few villas? Do not tell me." Kim Hyun-sung thought, "In my past life, 1,000 pyong plot of land was auctioned off 2,000% of its value, thanks to continuous favorable development. But there was a more important reason." Kim Hyun-sung asked Changbyu, "You have seen the cadastral map, right? The 1,000 pyong plot will take up part of the road surface. Its development will have a limitation. Instead, behind this plot, there will be about 20,000 pyong of landlocked land, which is currently worth. But what if the land we buy is combined with that landlocked plot? Even if the price of the land is currently around 500,000 won per square meter and increases to 2 million. Profit from the land alone, 30 billion won. Add in the profit Myeongjin Construction will make by building, and the returns will be beyond imagination. This won't just be your personal achievement, but also a chance to prove your ability as a construction company president." Changbyum smiled and said, "Just curious, does Kim Hyun-sung know who owns the land there?" "It is unknown," how Kim Hyun-sung answered, "but what we see is him walking away with the thought that continuous training will perfect his fighting ability, and with Go Changbyum's money and Kim Pan-ho's in, Kim Hyun-sung will have a solid foundation. But that is still not enough. There are some problems in the plan Kim Hyun-sung can't solve on his own. That is when he will need his own gang, like Jung Chan-soo and the gorilla monster Bai Song-ho. He will have to be perfect in his second year. There is still a lot to do, but he will prepare slowly and steadily." For the fall, spring came and the flowers bloomed. It was March now. Time to go back to school. After Kim Hyun-sung's grand thoughts about what he had to do in the future, whispers from some students smoking began to emerge. "Have you guys heard the rumor? A sophomore from our school is a total badass. Kim-sung to fight with Shin Yang-min." "Whoa, Shin Yang-min. Didn't he go to juvie?" "Yeah, crazy. Right, you idiot. Why would you believe such a bullshit rumor? Have you guys ever seen Shin Yang-min fight?" "Right, that was said by Kang Hak-jin, a cocky freshman at Cheonan High. He had not seen a real badass fight before. Kim Hyun-sung is just some loser from who knows where. It is all bullshit rumors." As he was saying this while smoking a cigarette, a guy approached and told him to put it out. Hak-jin, annoyed at being ordered around, turned and said with a provocative and challenging tone, "What? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Do you know who my dad is?" Holy shit. Before he could find out who that guy's dad was, the others rushed over and held him back. Panicked, they apologized to the senior. Hak-jin, annoyed, said, "Who the hell is this guy that you are all so scared of?" The others still tried to hold him back. "Calm down, you psycho. Look at his name tag. That is Kim Hyun-sung. He appeared like a god right after someone was talking trash behind his back. After running his mouth, he looked at the name tag. Hak-jin had to immediately drop the tough act. "I will put out my cigarette right away." So much for being tough. Kim Hyun-sung went to the rooftop to meet Bae Seong-ho, Si-woo, and some other student. He said he heard that in the past, when the hierarchy in Daesan was being decided, there was an agreement to protect our turf without bloodshed. But you know, I hate bullies like Shin Yang-min. I have cleaned up this Cheon in high like trash and I'm planning to expand our territory. Bae Seong-ho broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "Don't tell me you." Kim Hyun-sung intended to, and said that within the next 6 months, he would make all the schools in Daesan like Cheon in. "Whoa, that is wreck." The other said, "Not just one, but all of Daesan. You are digging your own grave, Kim-sung. Don't take this light. If you start a fight, Cheonan will become the target of all of Daesan. Ordinary high school students already had a sense of reason and fact, mainly because they knew about the Golden Circle's secret system, which allowed them to get help from others when needed. Kim Hyun-sung had to completely eliminate the Golden Circle from Days. If it is too hard, only money can solve everything. What can't be solved with money can be solved with a lot of money. Kim Hyun-sung held a wad of cash and said, "Of course, you do not have to follow me blind. In return, for every school you take down, I will give you 500,000 won. You can split it yourselves. Whoever does the best job taking down those schools can get an extra 100,000 won. You in, or are you scared?" It is highly likely they agreed. It is hard to resist the allure and temptation of capitalist money. Just a few days later, a bloody fight broke out in a classroom. "You son of a bitch, you have been pissing me off since yesterday." That was Hak Jin. He was beating a student to a pulp with a very satisfied look on his face. Terrifying the others, he declared loudly, "You chicken shit. From today on, I am the top dog of the freshmen." A group of students entered the classroom and issued a challenge. "Did you just hit him?" Hak Jin retorted. "What?" Among them was the main character, Kim-sung, who immediately went for it. "That is right, was him. You son of a bitch." Holy crap. Hak Jin was sent flying like a bird into the corner of a desk. "Damn, why do you keep starting?" Kim Hyun-sung asked. The guy could only rub his face and say, "What the hell was that slap for?" A teacher walked all the scene and immediately pulled a U-turn. "Alright kid. Oh shoot, I forgot the class letter in the staff, so forget. He just left. Haha." Kim Hyun-sung asked the guy, "Do you know why you got hit?" Kim Hyun-sung asked threat, "Why do you bully other students?" "I do not like getting into simple fights like you, but I can't let guys who enjoy senseless violence like you run free. So I had to come all the way here to teach you a lesson." It was all to make an example of. After saying that, punched him without missing a single shot. The nearby students were scared out of their wits again. What kind of school has fight and exchanges of martial arts all day long? After getting his ass, Hak Jin could only curl up in a corner and cry. A student who witnessed it said, "He got beaten up like that just for bullying someone. I saw it with my own eye. Plain as day." Someone else said, "I heard that senior Kim Hyun-sung strictly forbids all bullying, but I did not think it was true." Hearing that, someone approached and told, "But have you guys heard this? Apparently, Kim Hyun-sung is about to clean out all the schools in Daesan. He said that anyone who is interested should follow, and if you get the best rec, 100,000 won will be in your pocket." "Yeah, right." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Bae Seong-ho and Kim Hyun-sung were talking. Suho said, "Once you start taking over Daesan, you will have to clash with dozens of others. Half of them are small fry, not even worth your time, but the other half is the real problem. Jung Hae-min from Iktai beat Shin Yang-min in an amateur match. So how are you going to start? Are you really going to start a war? That is not a good idea. Without a valid reason, the other schools will crush you." Kim Hyun-sung also had a plan in mind. Thanks to the help of Go Chang-beom's expert, he found out that Jung Hae-min of Iktai was also a mercenary for the Golden Circle. A dark aura surrounded. He was slowly turning Daesan into Gangnam. At this rate, it would not be long before the trashy reality of Gangnam took root in Daesan. Kim Hyun-sung stated firmly, "Where trash appeared, victims will also appear, just like light and shadow. So those victims will become our excuse." Meanwhile, in the teacher's office at Jalhai in Daesan, a teacher was questioning a student. "Sung Jae, did you really steal your friend's money? Someone said they saw you rummaging through someone else's bag." The teacher immediately boned, intending to call his parent. Jae Hyun immediately panicked and said, "I will never do it again." The teacher, frustrated by that react, said, "Again, so you are admitting it. What is wrong with it? It was 500,000 won. Give the money back to your friends. I will punish you later." The student, trembling, said, "I lost," which made the teacher jump in surprise and then stand up angrily and ask, "What? First you lie about stealing 500,000 won, and now you are saying you lost it. Do you take me for a child? Disciplining you is bend over. I am going to give you a few wucks." There it is, the legendary punishment method of Asian. When he went outside, Jae Hyun was taunted by his class. "Jae Hyun, why do you go around stealing? What the hell did your parents teach you? Don't they know how? If he had not found out, you probably would have blamed someone else for losing it. Next time, just beg for help because you are so damn poor. It is because of guys like you that people see our school as a den of thugs." A group from afar gossiped, "What a joke. He is getting better and better at messing with that loser." From a distance, poor student had to endure continuous whisper from the other guy, like, "You are a thief. Damn it, you idiot." Not just with words, he also got physical, his leg and challenging. "Does it hurt? I heard the homeroom teacher went crazy when he found out. Let me see your butt." Laugh. This guy was truly shameless. The student, Jae Hyun, could only tremble and beg, "Can I not laugh? Promise I will be good." The red-haired guy did not let up, continued to attack Jae Hyun. "You have been living too well lately, have not you? On that rainy day in middle school, do you remember what you promised me while you were naked? You promised to obey everything I said. Obey me before I get angry and lose my mind." Drip. Unable to resist, he had to do as he was told. The red-haired guy and those around him felt immense pleasure in humiliating others. He is actually doing, whoa, cool, oh my. The red-haired guy continued to order Jae Hyun around. "That is not enough money. Our beloved Jae Hyun does not have enough money. Really, I must have asked the wrong person. Right, I made a mistake. If you do not have enough money, I will have to beat you to a pulp." As he beat him brutally, he did not dare anything until the guy said, "Let us go to your mom's candy store. Cause a little trouble, shall we?" He could not hold back anymore and screamed, "Stop, you bastard." What he said made them freeze for 5 seconds. Ong Jin clenched his fist tightly and turned back to ask, "Jae Hyun, did you just call us bastard?" Jae Hyun reverted to his timid mode and said, "It was a slip of the tongue, Ong Jin, but that was probably meaningless to these school bullies." He said, "If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. The world is not that forgiving." Just as he said, "Let me help," he was hit with a punch to the mouth. It was Kim Hyun-sung. He had appeared. This left the other guys completely shocked and stunned. The other two friends of the guy rushed forward and yelled, "Holy shit, what the hell is this? Who are you? You are not from our school, are you?" It seems these guys would not learn their lesson until they were at death's door. The Kim Hyun-sung slapped each of them and said, "I am Jae Hyun's friend, so damn cool." The sound of sobbing was heard. Sung Jae Hyun was crying his eyes out in his blanket, not knowing why he ended up in this situation. He really did not know why. His resentment reached, making Jae Hyun think, maybe I should just stab him to death. But Jae Hyun did not have the courage back then. Jae Hyun could not do it. He had never fought before. Feeling was terrible. Jae Hyun kept crying in his blanket when suddenly his phone buzzed with a new notification. He stopped crying and looked up to read the notification. Jae Hyun's hand also tapped the phone where the new notification. The system displayed, "Currently accepting complaints related to school violence. Email us with your personal information." Jae Hyun used a computer to go to the site from the notification. It displayed a homepage with fields for the situation, and the fully guaranteed to get revenge for Jae Hyun. It is unclear what he was doing, but instead of sob, there was now the sound of a keyboard clacking at lightning speed. The next morning, a young man asked D.Hyan if he was the one who sent the email. Getting called out so direct, D.Hyan felt it was a little surreal, but Hoen-dung told D.Hyan that this world really sucks, and it is only because D.Hyan is weak that he has to go through this nonsense. Although Hoen-dung spoke of life's harsh reality and how outsiders do not know what we are suffering through. Just saying kids do not know anything. It really moved D.Hyan, who thought he really knows how to empathize. Without D.Hyan having to say a word, the voice continued, saying that bullying is not as simple as kids having a squabble. The victim is psychologically traumatized for life, while the perpetrator lives on carefree as if nothing happened, facing no legal responsibility. The person being bullied is surrounded by nothing but laughter and ridicule. They had not pushed the victim to the brink. Things might not have turned out this way, but life is not a bed of roses. Eventually, they will just push things further. If you fight back, they will just get more violent. Sometime, while fighting back, the victim becomes a serious offender, not just a perpetrator. Clearly, no matter what Hyan did or who he wronged, once he became a victim of school violence, his life was basically over. Looking at the phone displaying his result, Paik-sung felt a bit satisfied, as victims of school violence usually can only worry alone, suffering alone to the point of exhaustion. He felt fed up with that living hell, so he created this social media page. Liam quickly got straight to the point, asking D.Hyan if he wanted to close the deal while they were still talking. The next day, at G.O High School, the tall and muscular Hong Ruyan, with his six-pack, opened the classroom door and yelled, "Which one of you is Sung D.Hyan?" Quick as a flash, Hong Jin pointed directly at D.Hyan sitting in his chair. He even turned back to threaten, asking if he thought Hong Jin would let him off easy, calling him his brother's little loser. Hong Ruyan saw the person he was looking for and called him out, but D.Hyan just sat there staring back, looking like he wanted to get boiling with rage. Hong Ruyan punched D.Hyan straight in the face just because he did not answer his question. He then violently grabbed his hair and threatened, his face as dark as soot, spewing words so vile that even a tree would not want to hear. But now, D.Hyan, as if in a different position, asked why he was being hit. As if seeing this attitude for the first time, Hong Ruyan was not pleased at all, and his grip tight, his hand trembling even more. D.Hyan actually dared to talk back. Not only that, but he was also planning to pay back everything he had received from these two brothers. D.Hyan then held his phone up in front of the guy holding his head. First, Hong Ruyan looked at him contemptuously, wanting to know what kind of freakish friend D.Hyan was talking about, but D.Hyan simply said this was his number, and that he told him to call if Hong Ruyan brothers showed up, then urged Hong Ruyan to take the call. Even though he did not understand what was happening, he answered. There was a response from the other end. Hearing it, Hong Ruyan quickly introduced himself and asked if the other person was the one who messed with his little brother. But Hyun-dung on the other end just laughed mockingly and told Hong Ruyan to get his facts straight because his brother hit D.Hyan first, so he had to hit back. Hong Ruyan could not accept that, but the person on the other end explained that Hong Jin had been bullying D.Hyan for 4 years, even extorting money from him after beating him up. He made D.Hyan run errands at the convenience store, do his homework, not to mention recently forcing D.Hyan to strip in front of a girl. Hyun-dung on the other end of the line listed every single thing and said he would only give him one chance. If he did not think carefully and apologize properly, they would all get beaten without mercy. Hong Jin, standing by, started to break out in a cold sweat. Even though Hong Ruyan knew his brother was wrong, he could not back down to another guy, so he challenged him. He even complained that listening to him talk was hurting his ear, and boasted that whatever his little brother wants, he gets. Hyun-dung, as if anticipating every move, laughed menacingly and confirmed, "So even though you know your brother is in the wrong, you are still being stubborn, right?" Hong Ruyan did not hesitate, firm, adding that he was ready to throw down with. Sang Hyun felt more and more satisfied, hoping the person on the other end would keep his word. Only then did he finally introduce himself. As the sun began to set, Sang Hyun arrived, leading a large group. Someone announced that his crew had arrived. The two sides faced each other like gangsters, then started the showdown by confirming identities. Hong Ruyan, perhaps afraid he would forget, reminded him that this fight was no longer a personal matter, but a war between two high schools, so he did not want to escalate it, and said it would be best to resolve it peacefully. He also suggested that the two involved should just apologize to each other and be done with. Sang Hyun just thought to himself, seeing how scared he looks, he must have done his research on me. But Sang Hyun did not accept, saying Hong Ruyan's little brother was the one who needed to apologize, and told Hong Ruyan to drop the pride, which made Hong Ruyan unable to control his anger. The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down an inch. Just when it seemed like a huge brawl was about to break out, Hong Ruyan just told Hong Jin, who was behind him, to go apologize. Seeing his brother refuse to go, he yelled, "Are you going or not? Stop causing trouble." Hong Jin could not argue back, and just gave a goofy laugh. Well, for the future of the guys in his crew, who were getting fiercer by the day, a small apology was no big deal. Hong Jin obeyed his brother and went to apologize. Dae-hyun pretended not to hear any. Hong Jin patiently repeated himself to Dae-hyun. Dae-hyun got what he wanted, but he still was not satisfied. Dae-hyun told Hong Jin that Hyun-dung had given him two choices. His voice echoed in the air. First choice was to end everything after Hong Jin promised to never bother Dae-hyun again, which would be the safest option for Dae-hyun's life. The next option was to pay back everything Hong Jin had done, and even more. He said that choice would make Dae-hyun feel amazing, but it would never end this miserable relationship, and Dae-hyun concluded with a question. Which one would Dae-hyun choose? He immediately punched the opponent straight in the face as an answer. Dae-hyun excitedly declared that he chose the second option, and Hyun-dung was the one carrying it out for him. Hong Jin took full force of the punch, flew back. Hong Ruyan, worried about his younger brother, rushed over to him. Honest, the situation was getting more and more chaotic and wild. The atmosphere only grew more and more chaotic. First, a direct punch. Then came a series of brawls worthy of being made into a movie. With every passing second, guys were dropping to the ground. One of the guys with Hyun-dung suddenly thought, it looks like it is 500 from each school, so this is a sweet deal. Everything grew more and more chaotic, and to make matters worse, there were people ambushing from behind. Kim Soo-woo was fast, punishing them for the cheap shot, and at this very moment, he had to prove himself with every through, no matter the cost. Kim Soo-woo hoped to prove to him that he would be useful for Hyun-dung's future plans. Excitedly looking back, Soo-woo knew he had to stay by Hyun-dung's side until the end. Fight was not over. The talk of splitting money already started, calculating 500 minus 15. Not to mention whoever took down the most guys would get an extra 100. A crowd of people rushed forward, leaving their opponents dumbfounded, jaws dropped, seeing their numbers were double their own. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out once again. Hong Ruyan, furious, punched them one by one. Hong Ruyan did did not understand why they were fighting so fierce. Seeing Haidong still standing firm on the battle, Ong Ryan realized he needed to call for more, otherwise he would just have to take down Haidong himself. Ong Ryan was about to reach the end of this game, but just as he was about to go all out, he got sucker punched. Sang Hyan sent Hong Ryan flying with as if it were nothing. On top of that, he was beaten to a pulp. After the fight ended, Haidong played back Hong Ryan's own words for him to hear, then looked at the surrounding scene, wondering what Hong Ryan was even doing. Just as he thought, Haidong threatened to send this recording to the school disciplinary act, but with this recording as additional evidence, he would be totally screwed. Haidong reminded Hong Ryan that today's incident was just a fight between students from two schools. If any outsiders found out, everything that happened would be exposed, and Hong Ryan's crew would face disciplinary action from the school. When the other guy did not answer, he lost his patience and grabbed his mouth, forcing Hong Ryan to reply, his face more belligerent than ever. Haidong thought this guy must not have gotten beaten enough. Daring not to answer, his fingers slowly moved towards the teeth in his jaw, as if threatening to pull one out. He did not answer. It made everyone standing around so scared they just wanted to go home. A piercing scream rang out. Hong Ryan was so tense that his veins popped and spit flew everywhere. Hong Ryan was seen sitting there, clutching his mouth, after forcibly pulling out a tooth. Haidong stood up, ignoring Hong Ryan's pain, putting on his most vicious. He reminded him that he had been waiting for an answer for a very long time. Dihon was on his way to class when he suddenly bumped into a young man with blue hair. The guy's face showed extreme annoyance at being bumped into. The blue-haired guy was about to turn around and teach him a lesson, but seeing Dihon's, he remembered Haidong. The guy looked like he would seen a ghost and frantically admitted he was wrong. Not only that, quickly ran off so Dihun would not remember his, which made Dihun question his own existence. Seeing one of Hong Jin's lackeys apologize to him. At that moment, Sung Dihun realized the world around him had changed. Dihun's demeanor changed. He walked arrogantly with a newfound status, thinking to himself that school should be a peaceful place like this, and now it was time for him to keep his promise. After the incident with Ryan and Hong Jin, people started talking about school violence. Evidence came out that made people it was just a Korean meme, but it turned out to be real. As a severe victim of school violence and a second-year student at Jeol High, Dihun had previously read a post on a news site from Disen offering to help solve the problem. It just displayed the question, do you want to give the people who ruined your life a taste of the same hell? One email was all it took, and just like that, his wishes would become reality. It sounded a bit hard to believe, and no one thought that website could do anything. The bullies were initially worried about getting beaten up, but they would not believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. None of them were scared, simply because it had nothing to do with Jeol High, so they did not need to be so timid. The brown-haired young man, playing the role of the bully, laughed confidently and said that if that guy showed up, he would beat him so badly his own parents would not recognize. But in the moment he thought he was shining, a person in a hat appeared from behind, called the young man's name. The young man, startled, turned around, his face pale and stunned, but he did not know who had called his name. But he only saw Hai Sung, his face covered, smiling menacing and saying he knew the young man very well, because someone had provided information. Surprised, old man. The payback came faster than he could have imagined. The young man's face tensed up, veins popped, as he heard Hai Sung list his crimes one by one, not just physical violence and ostracism, but also extortion and theft, a diverse list with nothing missing. Fingers started to curl into fists. All of the young man's lackeys charged forward, as if to punch Hai Sung to silence him. He was the main character, so he had nothing to fear. He got ready to take off his hat and reminded them they were living up to their reputation as pathetic dogs. The sounds of violence echoed through the air. Because of it all, 3 of them had to kneel down and accept punishment. Someone from Sang Hyan's side saw this and yelled at them to raise their hands properly. All of Sung Hyan's social media posts gradually became more famous. The people on Hai Sung's side had to constantly check their work like a well-oiled machine. One by one, they gradually dealt with those who bullied others, which gained more attention, leading to countless emails being sent in. Kim's, looking a bit annoyed, asked the guy if it hurt. But this is karma for those who always beat up others. They have to be able to take a punch back. Stealing money kids and burning them with cigarette. You should have expected the day you would get punched back. That is why you can understand Hai Sung. Saiwoo punched him so hard that some of the guy's blood got on his hand, but his face was furious as he yelled at the bullies that scum like them did not deserve to live a normal life, and Hai Sung's group would make sure of that. Meanwhile, at Dazal Information and Communications High School, in a corner of a class, a student was covering his head to protect himself, but no one cared how much pain that student was in. They were only focused on what the guy named Hyan Min was going to do about Hai Sung from Tron in high school. One of Hyan Min's allies was counting money, but asked with a worried look, based on what Hai Sung's been doing, they are probably going to come after us. Hyan Min sat with his arms crossed, confident, and thought, Shin Yang Min is a tough one, but I do not get why he is causing trouble all over Dasa instead of staying put at Tron in. But whatever, screw it. Hyan Min confidently told the guy next to him who was counting money to call Hong Ryan and tell him to get over here now. After all, the two of them were considered friends, so he could not just stand by and watch his friend get beaten to a pulp like that. They all gathered at the stadium. Hyan Min, leading the meeting, had received some information that the social media page takes requests online and gains the moral high ground by acting on behalf. Hyan Min found it a bit interesting. Thinking back, at least he did not mess with the weak one. So Hong Real must have really gone through some crap. But he just saw Hong Real standing there, shivering like it was the dead of winter. Hyan Min gently asked if Hai Sung had messed. No matter what, Hong Real would never forget that name, even in death. Besides, Hai Sung does not spare anyone when choosing a victim, with his motto of let none of them escape. Seeing this, Hyan Min, acting like a true senior, said that if that is they have to strike first or the other side attack. Hyan Min needed Hong Real's help with some, but Hong Real was confused and did not understand Hyan Min's plan at all. It was to reveal the bullying to a teacher, read the story of how Hong Real was beaten far and wide, and then Hyan Min's side would bring the law into it. What would happen to Hai Sung then? Hong Real interrupted and said he could not, because there are some things only those who have been through it can understand, and Hyan Min was still green. But Hyan Min had not felt that feeling before. He just saw that Hong Real had been beat and still had not learned his lesson, so he squeezed Hong Real's jaw shut. Hyan Min raised his fist, ready to deliver a beating without fail. Seeing that Hong Real was scared of others, not if that was the case, then Hyan Min would help him out. Hong Real was shocked, and yet he got hit again. He just heard Hyan Min say he would take care of it. In the council room, Jang Wonji presented a report, feeling it was completely absurd. The atmosphere was so tense a fly would not dare buzz through. Wonji Won-ji was certain of one thing. Hae-sung would be punished, and so would Hong Ryul. No matter how much Hong-jin bullied Dae-hyun, it was unacceptable for a student from another school to brutally attack a student from their school. Won-ji continued to verbally attack Dae-hyun, saying those scenes were no different from a crime movie happening at Dae-hyun's high school. Won-ji needed an explanation from Sung Dae-hyun. After some time to think about the current situation, Dae-hyun just apologized but said Hae-sung had nothing to do with, which shocked Won-ji since Dae-hyun himself wrote the post. Dae-hyun did not see himself as wrong, so what if he was the one who reported it? After all, he would have been severely bullied for 4 years, so when someone offered help, of course Dae-hyun would take the chance to get revenge for once. This drove Won-ji crazy. That Dae-hyun thought what he was doing was right. Dae-hyun just smirked and retorted that he did not write it like that. He was simply speaking hypothetically, but in any case, Hae-sung was not involved in this incident, which left Won-ji with no argument, and that was the only truth a teacher like Won-ji knew. Him inside started to make a move. Him arranged to meet a group of who did not know why they were summoned. It might be about Kim Hae-sung from Jonin. If so, they wanted him to get to the point. Him updated them on the situation. Hae-sung was building a very clear system in each school, and that system was to ensure that anyone who had ever engaged in school violence would receive fierce retribution. Crew from Jonin gritted their teeth as Hemin updated them that he had tried to scout out Ji High, got no reaction, and he did not know how the Jonin side saw the current situation. Kim Hae-sung is using these school violence as a pretext to take over Daesan, like he is psychologically manipulating them. The more Hemin thought about it, the more pissed he got. As long as he was here, he could not stand the thought of Hae-sung trying to take over Daesan. Furthermore, he could not lose his comfortable lifestyle because of Hae-sung. Jonin thought that made sense and Hemin had prepared anything. As someone not too fond of Hae-sung, Hemin had already prepared a plan, and it was a plan that would send Hae-sung to the bottom of society. Now, inside a warehouse, a voice echoed, asking someone named Ho-jun why he felt it was unfair. Jonin grabbed the young man's collar, his face red with anger, no matter how much the other guy tried to apologize. But Jonin felt this was too serious to be solved with just an apology. Jonin was furious that the young man dared to go far away and just blab about everything. Because of that stupid post, Jonin had become trash without even realizing it. Jonin recalled every detail, saying that back in freshman year, he was just messing around with someone else. But it was this young man in front of him who hit him, and what the young man was going through now was just karma for the trouble he caused back then. And seeing that crying face just pissed him off. Jonin could not control the beast inside him. He raised his fist, wanting the young man to take responsibility for the pressure he had put on him. The young man closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. Preparing to get the decisive moment, a voice rang out, "Ask, are you Ho-jun?" Looking at present in the warehouse, the newcomer identified each person one by one. Ho-jun, who was being bullied to the point of tears, turned his head to look at the person who had just arrived. Ho-jun just softly said he was sorry, but Hae-dung did not accept it. Ho-jun felt he had no other choice. The other guys said that if he did not follow the plan, they would kill his younger brother, Jong-in. Seeing that Ho-jun could not keep his mouth shut, punched him to silence to admit this method is effective. Surprise, surprise. The doors started to open. Groups of came down the stairs, creating a powerful sound. The footsteps grew louder and more numerous. Haemin stood in the center and excitedly said, "Surprise, my friend, I am Jong Haemin." Haemin started talking about Hae-dung's plans and threatened him. "You think it is that easy? You think doing that would get you a warm welcome? All of this was a trap set just for you, Hae-dung." But he was not very scared. He just calculated there were about 100 of. "Looks like this piece of trash is asked for it." The other guys found it funny, as he looked like he was begging for a beating. Good only for talking big. Having faced this kind of thing for a long time, Hae-dung asked Haemin if he wanted to hear an interesting story, which made Haemin hesitate a bit, and that person was none other than Jejin, as the administrator. Jejin was the one behind the posts and comments. In order to please Hae-dung, Jejin had proactively cooperated with this plan, and Hae-dung has a very close relationship with the owner of that social media. As it turns out, he also knows the true faces of those hiding behind the curtain of anonymity. This, Haemin, feeling guilty, started to sweat. Hae-dung's crew started entering the warehouse, and the people who wrote comments to help Ho-jun were no different from trash. Seeing Sang Hyun's crew enter made the opposing side panic and become confused. The drama hit its way. Surprisingly, some of the guys Haemin knew were also on that side. Hae-dung saw called Ho-jun's name and manipulated, asking if he regretted getting involved with Jong Hyun to help a friend, and how from that day on, Ho-jun became a toy for others. Hae-dung confidently warmed up, showing off his personality, saying Ho-jun did not need to apologize because he knew everything and still came. The one who fell into the trap obviously was not him, but Haemin's crew. He said to him, "And Hongre, you know Shin Yang Min and the brats in Chonin, right? Well, do you know who put them in juvie?" He lowered his voice and threatened, "I do not know what I should do with and Hongre, since your nature is no different from theirs." Faced with a hoarse voice so close to him, Kim Hyun-sung's fire, angry face, and Hong Ryan did not even dare to breathe loud. He repeatedly apologized, saying he knew he was wrong. Then and Hong Ryan yelled out, begging Kim Hyun-sung to just let him graduate. He did not care about anything else, but the protagonist would not let him off so easily. Kim Hyun-sung was determined to make him pay, but since he still had some use, so he took the opportunity and ordered Hong Ryan to put on his headphones and listen, because starting tomorrow, and Hong Ryan had to start gathering the people he knew at Ju and be ready, so that when he called, they had to show up immediate. Time flew, and everyone had shown up to be sure. Protagonist brought along Bia, winner Go, nicknamed the monster gorilla, Kim Shing. Dung Haemin also arrived leading a large group. Seeing there were only 20 people in total, the Daesan crew was pleased at first, thinking it would be an easy fight, but more importantly, standing before his underling, Dung Haemin realized those 20 had been taken down by the protagonist himself, single-handed. He coldly cursed that bunch for being so used. Then, Dung Haemin frowned, shifted his target to Hong Ryan, and roared a threat, calling Hong Ryan a turncoat. Was he crazy? Did he not care about the consequences for Daesan if it fell into Kim Hyun-sung's hand? But Hong Ryan did not back down and yelled back, because no matter what, he did not know what to do anyway, so if they lost Daesan, whoever died first would find out. Dung Haemin did not understand what the hell this guy was barking about and cursed at Hong Ryan, asking if he would been beaten senseless. And Hong Ryan immediately retorted that Dung Haemin was the one who'd lost his mind. He was not some top dog of Daesan, so what right did he have to talk down to him? This, Dung Haemin's eyes showed restrained agitation. He lowered his voice and threatened Hong Ryan, "You dare handle this?" And Hong Ryan immediately pointed his index finger straight at his face, declared, "Handle my ass. Only the strongest gets dazed, but I am not sure you can beat Kim Hyun-sung." And Hong Ryan continued to provoke Dung Haemin, saying that if he was so worried about dazing, then he should try fighting Kim Hyun-sung one-on-one, right here, right now, if he will. And Hong Ryan would agree to handle things his way. Across from him, Dung Haemin said nothing, but his eyes radiated rage and horror as he stared at Hong Ryan. His teeth clenched so hard they could shatter. Kim Hyun-sung stood on the sideline, cracking his knuckles and observing, feeling very satisfied. On one hand, he was openly challenging Dung Haemin, while on the other, he was quietly speculating. Because Hong Ryan's provocation had been planned beforehand, Dung Haemin took the bait. Kim Hyun-sung would immediately send him to meet his maker in front of everyone. Converse, Dung Haemin refused. Kim Hyun-sung had another plan ready. Opposite him, Dung Haemin's expressionless face became as rigid as a stone statue upon seeing this, because he knew that to be able to defeat Shin Yang-min, Kim Hyun-sung must be no push-up, but with such a small number, he felt he should not worry too much. As for Kim Hyun-sung, seeing Dung Haemin for too long, could not wait and spoke up, breaking his train of thought. "Bake up. If you are so busy, go right ahead." Without another word, Kim Hyun-sung immediately rushed forward, an underling behind him straight in the chin, making Dung Haemin's eyes widen in shock before he could even see it happen. Then Kim Hyun-sung muttered to himself, "While I am waiting, I will just go ahead and take care of this whole crowd first." In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyun-sung had already knocked out two guys. This made Dung Haemin's eyes widen and his teeth grind in silent fury, as he had not thought Kim Hyun-sung would dare to strike. Then he turned to look at Kim Hyun-sung's crew, who had not made a move yet. He was instantly horrified as he realized his earlier suspicion was true. Kim Hyun-sung intended to take on his entire crew by himself. Dung Haemin, grinding his teeth, could not take it anymore and furiously ordered all his underlings to attack Kim Hyun-sung at once, calling a conversation between Kim Hyun-sung and Kim Sung-woo. Although he had admitted he could not beat 100 guys by himself, if he did not fight them himself, the others would not respond. Immediately, Kim Hyun-sung took a fighting stance similar to Dung Duchi and punched a guy straight in the face. He had to make them submit to him with his own hand. It made the guy's nose bleed. The atmosphere became more and more chaotic. First, a direct, followed by brawls worthy of being in an action movie. Kim Hyun-sung was determined to show them that Gwangnam, completely different from Days, place with gangs stronger than even Choi Tae-jun. At the same time, he landed a devastating punch that broke a guy's face. Suddenly, a guy rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. Immediately, Kim Hyun-sung's eyes widened. He grabbed the guy's hair and slammed his head down onto his knee. Therefore, that was every reason why he had to take control of, so that when he gave an order, they would obey him without question. Only then could Kim Hyun-sung destroy his enemy, and only then would his revenge succeed. Now, Kim Hyun-sung's face and his bloodshot eyes sent a chill down the spine of everyone in the hall. He brutally gripped the head of a guy who was already beaten to a pulp, a bloodthirsty smile on his face as if he were no longer himself. On the other side, Kim Sung-gu stood quietly observed. He was quite perceptive. Although his face was expressionless, he was actually extremely worried. Energu next to him also asked if he was okay. "Should we both jump?" Kim Sung-gu just said. "The Kim Hyun-sung told us to wait, so we should trust." Back in the fight, a guy, furious as a hornet, screamed at Kim Hyun-sung, "You damn bastard. You think you can take all of us on? Everyone, get him all at once. Kill that bastard Kim Hyun-sung, no matter what." Immediately, they roared and swarmed towards the protagonist in the center. First, Kim Hyun-sung was only on the defensive, but in a flash, a guy was immediately. Kim Hyun-sung's face darkened as he furiously and punched the next guy in the face. By now, Sung Haemin's face was pale like a dying man. His eyes were wide with tears, and through clenched teeth, he stammered, "He is really crazy." Even though Kim Hyun-sung's jaw was knocked sideways, he still stared at Dung Haemin. That is right. This was what he was waiting for. A guy suddenly appeared and desperately Kim Hyun-sung in a chokehold from behind, making him struggle a bit at first, but his expression still seemed to say, "Dung Haemin, come on and kill me." Then Kim Hyun-sung opened his mouth and bit down hard on the guy's arm, drawing blood and making him scream in pain. Then threw out two blows at the same time, knocking down both guys clinging. "It is not that easy for idiot you to take me down." Dung Haemin's complexion grew paler and paler, his face drenched in sweat, as he could not believe the scene before his eyes. Now, Dung Haemin officially looked Kim Hyun-sung, as if he were looking at a complete madman. Then, he immediately turned his head, intending to cut his losses and run, because he was certain he could not beat Kim Hyun-sung. If he stayed here, he would suffer the same fate as Shin Young-min. At the same time, a guy suddenly yelled out when he could not see Kim Hyun-sung anymore. Just as the Dazen guys were deluding themselves, the protagonist had run away. Frantically looking around, Kim Hyun-sung appeared behind them like a ghost and said, "Where are you guys? Look, I am right here." Instantly, he threw a punch at the face of a white-haired guy, sending him flying back. Long Yilong said, "If you guys started this, you should also finish it." Seeing the situation getting worse, anger and determination immediately showed in Yu Jung Hyun's eye. He angrily yelled, "All of you, get out of the way." Then he clenched his fist and charged straight at Kim Hyun-sung with all his might, thinking he would personally send our main character to his grave by unleashing his full power. "Bake up. Do not you underestimate me like that." As soon as Yu Jung Hyun threw a punch at Kim Hyun-sung, he easily dodged the initial blow, seeing that Yu Jung Hyun had just revealed an opening. Then, in the very next second, Kim Hyun-sung immediately ducked, grabbed him tightly around the stomach, and slammed him down, causing his head to hit the floor hard. Kim Hyun-sung did not hesitate to raise his fist, asking him if he was Yu Jung Hyun. Before he could even answer, he started relentlessly punching Yu Jung Hyun in the face, deforming his features. Seeing this, the remaining cronies panicked and ran over, yelling and trying to Kim Hyun-sung off Yu Jung Hyun. But seeing the sight of Kim Hyun-sung frantically punching away, they hesitated and backed off a bit until the air was filled with the smell of blood. Only then did Yu Jung Hyun struggle and groan, begging Kim Hyun-sung to stop. Kim Sung, his face covered in blood and sweat, glared at the person lying beneath him. Yu Jung, on the verge of death, officially declared his surrender. The expressions on Bae Soo Nanjako's and Kim Singa's faces clearly celebratory as they stepped in to surround the fight. At the same time, Kim Hyun-sung also slowly stood up and declared, "From this moment on, Dazen High will follow the orders of Junal High. If I tell you guys to come, come immediately. If I say you go, do you all understand?" 2 weeks quickly passed at City High. Jung Hyun-min was still bitter about the last fight. The whispers would not stop. "Did you hear? He ran away during the fight with the Janel guy." Jung Hyun, of course, heard it. He gritted his teeth, blaming himself and wondering why he did. However, a second later, his thoughts changed. Whatever. Even if I fought that guy, Kim Hyun-sung would have found a way to to get revenge. It is best not to mess with a psych. Hearing the whispers continue, Jung Hyun-min could not take it anymore, jumping up and slamming the desk, yelling at them to shut up. Before Jung Hyun-min could finish his threat, a charming voice suddenly spoke up. So this is where you were hiding. Jung Hyun-min instinctively looked toward the void and saw a pair of eyes from the doorway staring straight at, calling his name. When his name was called, Jung Hyun-min immediately froze. He unconsciously trembled all over and stammered, asking Kim Hyun-sung, "Why are you here?" Kim Hyun-sung simply explained, "Because you ran off. I did not get a chance to ask you so." By now, Kim Hyun-sung had appeared with a different demeanor. His voice was colder than ever as he asked Jung Hyun-min, "You know Moonbang Shine, right? That guy sent me a video." When Jung Hyun-min heard the familiar name, his eyes widened in recognition, because that was the target Wong Kim had hired him to take care of. How does Kim Hyun-sung know him? I have to shut Kim Hyun-sung up immediately. Jung Hyun-min clenched his fist and charged forward with all his might, yelling angrily at Kim Hyun-sung, "So what are you gonna do? Who do you think you are threatening?" He thought this time he would personally send our main character to his grave by unleashing his full power. The next second, before he could even gloat, Jung Hyun-min was immediately hit with a short time passed, and Jung Hyun-min slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He then heard the voice of the principal of Daisenicht High. "You are awake?" This surprised him, and he called out, "Principal." Jung Hyun-min immediately started tattling. Kim Hyun-sung did this. How dare he cause a disturbance at another school? We can't let him get away with it. Has the school punished him yet? However, before Jung Hyun-min could finish his report, principal cut him off, exposing him. "Weren't you the one who threw the first?" Kim Hyun-sung. Then he crossed his arms and sternly explained, "Kim Hyun-sung just wanted to talk to you. That is called self." Hearing that, Jung Hyun-min immediately shot up and yelled in disbelief, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" The principal just lane. All the witnesses testified Jung Hyun-min was the one at fault first, and since Jung Hyun-min was a well-known troublemaker at school, he was sure it was the truth. Hearing this, Jung Hyun-min gritted his teeth, pressing his anger. He immediately pointed to the bruises on his face and yelled, "Can't you see my face? I am going to sue." But before Jung Hyun-min finished his thought, principal's voice lowered slightly. He leaned in close to Jung Hyun-min and asked, "He knew someone named Moonbang Seong," which made him freeze up instantly. He had anticipated everything. Kim Hyun-sung had obviously intervened while Jung Hyun-min was unconscious. Even Oda Hon had covered Kim Hyun-sung, and there was a secret agreement between Kim Hyun-sung and Nam Seon-sik that Hwang Kim Group did not know of. From this, it was clear that Kim Hyun-sung had begun to build his foundation. And just in case Jung Hyun-min's incident affected his principal's expression turned cold as he ordered Jung Hyun-min, if he did not want his life ruined, he should shut his mouth and get lost. He also did not forget to call Jung Hyun-min scum. Only then would he focus his determination on dragging Kim Hyun-sung down to hell. Or, even though Jung Hyun-min was furious, he had no choice but to accept it. As evening fell, Jung Hyun-min walked along, fuming. He could not stop cursing in his mind. "Damn it, I got expelled all because of Kim Hyun-sung." Even Jung Hyun-min's father, who was at a construction site, angrily yelled at him, blaming him for losing his manual labor job. The reason for all this was that Jung Hyun-min could not have imagined that, as always, Kim Hyun-sung was the cause of everything. Suddenly, his phone rang. As soon as he answered and was about to say hello, a man's voice came from the other side. It was Moonbang Seong. He called to ask Jung Hyun-min how he was doing, since they had not seen each other in a while. Then he said that since he would heard everything, he told Jung Hyun-min not to worry, and also revealed that Ju Jong-jun's family got a beating too. On this end of the line, Jung Hyun-min had not even had time to process the situation. Then Moonbang Seong revealed that the man from Ju Jun's family was the bastard who dared to hire Hwang Kim Group to deal with, and he let it slip to Jung Hyun-min that Kim Hyun-sung said he would definitely make sure Jung Hyun-min and his client finished. Then Moonbang Seong mockingly asked Jung Hyun-min's dream was to become a fitness trainer. Before Jung Hyun-min could ask, a voice from behind suddenly called his name. As soon as he turned around, he saw Beast winner Gu and Kim Sung-gu walking toward him. Gia did not forget to ask, "Long time no see." At the same time, a person on the other end of the line declared, "Your dream will never come true, because from today on, Jung Hyun-min won't be able to use his hands anymore." The scene then shifts to Days in Science High, where two young men were gossiping about Jung Hyun-min after the recent fight. Suddenly, the two of them bumped into someone's shoulder. That person apologized. Those two would not let it go. However, just as the blonde guy was about to turn and yell, "Are you blind? You bumped into me and did not even apologize." The other person replied, "I already said I was sorry." Immediately, the other two started mocking him. Sorry, you call that an apology?" Then he started playing the victim. "My shoulder is dislocated because of you." And yet, the other person still insisted on explaining that since they were the ones who bumped into him, they had no right to blame him. It turns out that person was Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother, first-year high school student Hyun-jin. But the blonde guy just said, "Is that so? You are not going to apologize properly, are you, Hyun-jin?" In the blink of an eye, he slapped Kim Hyun-jin across the face and angrily yelled, "Do you want to die?" Flashing back to last winter, the two were eating together when Kim Hyun-sung suddenly asked Hyun-jin which high school he wanted to go to. Hyun-jin immediately said without hesitation that he wanted to go to Jeonil High with Kim Hyun-sung and then to college with him as well. But hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung just tightened his grip on his chop. He remained silent for a while with a somber expression because unlike his past life, he now had enough power to protect Hyun-jin even if he went to Jeonil, but he was sure it would be better if Hyun-jin took a different path. Then, Kim Hyun-sung's mood immediately brightened as he said, "Hyun-jin, you promised you would study hard. What do you think about Days in Science High?" As he suggested this, he did not forget to pick up a piece of meat and place it on Hyun-jin's spoon of rice. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-jin did not hesitate and immediately broke into a naive smile, saying, "As long as it is with you, Kim-sung, I will go anywhere." Back in the present, the group was now in the office. Hyun-jin, with a bruise on his cheek, was honestly telling the homeroom teacher the truth, that he bumped into Ba-young-soo in the hallway while quietly walking, adding that Ba-young-soo tried to start a fight and punched him even though he had already apologized. Immediately, Ba-young-soo angrily turned and hit Hyun-jin on the shoulder, yelling, "I did not do it," before being warned by the homeroom teacher, "Lee Bell, Ba-young, how dare you hit him when you were the one at fault? Stand up straight for me." Then, Ba-young-soo immediately changed his tune, claiming that Kim Hyun-jin bumped his shoulder and started it first, and that he did not hit Kim Hyun-jin, but inside, he was cursed. "Damn it, this bastard is not scared. If it were not for my reputation." As for the homeroom teacher, Lee Bell, he pretty much understood what was going on, but did not know how to handle it. Then, he immediately stepped into media, saying to Kim Hyun-jin and Han Byung-soo, "That is enough, both of you, for fighting in school. Bring your guardians to see me tomorrow." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-jin felt it was unfair and tried to explain what happened again, but Lee Hak-bell immediately cut him off and said, "If I tell you to do it, you do it." Although Kim Hyun-jin did not want to, he had to purse his lips and endure it. Hak-bell caught his expression and replied with gleeful satisfaction, "I will bring my guardian." As soon as the door closed, Hak-bell's demeanor changed, flipped the bird at the teacher's office, and did not forget to mock Kim Hyun-jin. "You are so right, you have caused trouble again." But he just kept walking silent. But when Byung-soo mentioned Kim Hyun-jin's grandmother, he immediately turned around and told Byung-soo not to talk, but he just mimicked him and paid no attention to what Kim Hyun-jin said. Then Byung-soo unexpectedly revealed why the homeroom teacher wanted to see both their guardians over such a trivial matter. Because his father owns a construction company, even though the old man is just arrogant. And then Han Byung-soo suddenly leaned in close to Kim Hyun-jin's ear and whispered a threat. "My older brother is the future top dog of Daesan High. Your school life ends today. Why are you trying so hard, you damn orphan?" This made Kim Hyun-jin's expression turn fearful. His face contorted with suppressed pain and anger, but he could not do anything. The next day, homeroom teacher Lee Hak-bell was walking over to talk to Han Byung-soo's guardian. However, who knows what Byung-soo told him yesterday, because the man immediately got to the point and ordered teacher Lee to explain everything. At the same time, he was furious that his son was made a joke of and injured by Kim Hyun-jin. Following behind Ma and Chun-ho was Byung-soo's older brother. They kept intimidating the teacher and twisting the fact by blurring the line between violence. The other teacher, facing pressure from the Han family's power, immediately stepped into media, saying, "Byung-soo's father is not entirely wrong, so let us just end it here." They also said Hyun-jin was the one who started it, so only he should be punished. Seeing this, the Byung-soo family put on a triumph fresh, though deep down they wanted Hyun-jin to suffer all the consequences. But on the outside, they said they would let it go if Kim Hyun-jin's guardian apologized. However, before and could finish, teacher Lee, with a stern expression, cut him off and said, "That is enough. As a teacher at the school, it was his duty to guide the students in the right direction." This was the only reason Lee wanted to call Byung-soo's parents. He then walked past the Han family and asked them to meet in the counseling room, also informing them that Hyun-jin's guardian was already there. Seeing teacher Lee's determined resistance, and Chun-ho could only click his tongue in annoyance and follow. On the way to the counseling room with teacher Lee, and Chun-ho could not help but turn to Han Byung-soo and say, "That teacher is as stubborn as you said, but it won't change any. Don't worry about something like this. Just trust your dad." His older brother also chimed in, "Right, if you had told me from the beginning, this would not have happened." Seeing that he had powerful back, and Byung-soo smugly and silently declared, "Tiamjun, you are dead meat." However, before they could celebrate too soon, the moment they opened the door, all three of them froze on the spot. Before them, to their surprise, was Kim Hyun-sung, sitting there waiting. At the same time, teacher Lee announced that since Kim Hyun-jin's grandmother was not well, his older brother had come instead. The atmosphere immediately turned gloomy. The arrogant men of the Han family, who were so high and mighty just moments ago, now had their heads bowed, not daring to utter a single word. Only Han By, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered, "Is Kim Hyun-sung brain dead or something?" Showing his face. Then, teacher Lee Hak-byeom, not wanting to waste time, quickly began to recount the incident. According to witness, Han Byung-soo instigated the issue with Kim Hyun-jin, and a physical altercation, but surprisingly, before teacher Lee could finish, Han Byung-soo's father, and Chun-ho, immediately bowed deeply and apologized loudly. He then hesitantly took all the blame for not raising Han Byung-soo properly, which left Han Byung-soo standing next to him, frozen. Then, Chun-ho turned and loudly told Han Byung-soo to hurry up and bow to apologize to Kim Hyun-sung for lying, but Han Byung-soo stubbornly retorted, yelling that he did not do it. Before he could turn and blame Kim Hyun-sung, the next second, Chun-ho grabbed his son's head tight, growled through his teeth, ordering Han Byung-soo to bow and apologize to Kim Hyun-sung immediately. Finally, teacher Lee officially announced, "The school will take formal disciplinary action against Han Byung-soo for this incident. Do you both agree?" Both of Byung-soo's guardians, still trembling, immediately agreed. Seeing that everything was settled, just as Kim Hyun-sung was about to stand up and leave, teacher Lee suddenly asked, "Could spare a few minutes?" Hyun-sung immediately agreed. Teacher Lee began to share, "The whole school calls me a by-the-book moralist, even though I am more flexible than that. But it is all because I want my students to learn in a good environment." Teacher Lee also confessed that he knew the rumors about Kim Hyun-sung having powerful backing in Daesan, and he honestly did not like this kind of approach. But if it helps a good kid like Hyun-jin attend school without trouble, then he is willing to call Kim Hyun-sung a protector in this school anytime. After hearing this, Hyun-sung, who already knew this about, thought to himself that Lee Hak-byeom was the biggest reason he dared to entrust his younger brother to this school. As he remembered, in his past life, he was fired just protecting a target of the Wong Kim group, but all he ever cared about were his students, which is why Kim Hyun-sung recognized Lee Hak-byeom as a true educator. He smiled with satisfaction, because he believed he would not bow to power and money, or at least he would make fair judgments for his student. Though Kim Hyun-sung did not expect him to use his power to do so. Satisfied, Kim Hyun-sung placed a hand on the table, stood up, and declared that he would make sure something like this never happened again. And he also told teacher Lee that if his little brother did anything wrong, he should punish him as he usually would. Then, Kim Hyun-sung showed his utmost respect by bowing deep and thanking teacher Lee Hak-byeom very much. For a true educator like him, he was willing to bow again and again. Han Byung-soo saw, complaining that his dad said he would handle everything but changed his attitude as soon as he saw Hyun-sung and did not take his side. What if he got punished by the school council? His older brother immediately cut him off, yelling that he did not understand their dad's current situation. And Chun-ho was also displeased with his son's attitude. This time, he had really messed with the wrong person, someone backed by the Mangjin construction group. Han Byung-soo still did not get it. He did not understand who was backed by the Mangjin group. His older brother, exasperated, held his head and growled, "Kid he messed yesterday has an older brother who has recently become famous in Daesan, beating the crap out of other gangs." Han Byung-soo's face immediately turned pale with panic as he realized the person who just walked in was Kim Hyun-sung from Jeonnal High. Just then, someone came out of the room and called his name. Han Byung-soo turned his head, saw him, and broke into a cold sweat. Kim Hyun-sung coldly said he wanted a word with him. Han Byung-soo had no choice but to obediently follow. But when he turned back, he saw his father and brother still standing there frozen. He angrily shot them a deadly glare, telling them to follow. 3 of them followed him under a bridge. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Bang-soo hastily knelt down, clasped his hands in fear, and repeatedly apologized, promising not to touch Hyun-jin again. And Chunho was, of course, even more terrified. He bowed his head low, blaming himself for not raising his son well, and said he would discipline so he would not do wrong again. His older brother also stumbled over his words to defend him, quickly apologizing and promising to teach him a lesson. Kim Hyun-sung angrily emphasized every word. Just one call and the chairman of a construction company will go bankrupt for not raising his son. The bastard who can't discipline his younger brother will be crippled for the rest of his life. 3 of them trembled as they listened, knowing full well that his words were not just for show. Kim Hyun-sung's face became even more menacing as he looked down at them and threatened, from now on, the lives of anyone in Daesan who dared to oppose him would be over, because dealing with them was as easy as flipping his hand. Hearing this, the other 2 turned pale. They hurriedly knelt down to apologize, and Han Chun-ho even kowtowed, begging him to let it go. He still clearly remembered what his little brother looked like when he came home injured. This very incident caused Hyun-sung's psychological trauma to return. He grabbed Han Bang-soo by the collar, his face furious as he questioned how a piece of trash like him dared to touch his little brother. Hyun-sung choked him and spat out his words, saying he really wanted to tear him to pieces right now, but even that would be too light a punishment. But he had to restrain himself for his little brother's sake. Bloodlust filled Hyun-sung's eye. He gave him a death glare and warned that if he wanted him to let this go, he had to go to Hyun-jin himself and beg for his forgiveness. The Han father and son were scared out of their wits. The very next day, Han Bang-soo rushed to Hyun-jin's class and knelt before him. He kept apologizing for starting a fight with him and promised never to do it again, saying he would turn over a new leaf and stop bullying. Hyun-jin and all his surrounding friends were stunned. The bully who was acting all high and mighty yesterday was now kneeling and apologizing to someone else, a rare sight indeed. Hyun-jin bowed his head slightly and told him to get up. Han Bang-soo was startled and looked up doubtfully. Really? Tianjin, unlike his brother, slowly stood up and approached him. He knew it was difficult for Han Byung-soo to do this in front of everyone, so he accepted his apology. Hyun-jin then even smiled and extended a hand to him. It was this innocence and carefree nature that made Hyun-sung decide to protect him at all costs. That was also the real reason Kim Hyun-sung sent his younger brother to Daesan Science High. But from that day on, Kim Hyun-jin's world changed. The male students in his class started flocking, stunned to learn powerful force behind the kid was none other than Kim Hyun-sung. Even during break, upperclassmen would see him, trying to suck up to him and offer him things. Hyun-jin could only accept awkward. He knew his brother's reputation was huge, but he never expected it to be this huge. That was also when Daesan truly fell into the palm of Kim Hyun-sung's hand. Other students all talked about the name Kim Hyun-sung, countless rumors about how he would do anything with the power in his hands. But as time quietly passed, Kim Hyun-sung showed no signs of making a move. It was June, and the weather started to warm up. In the CEO's office, while everyone was in a meeting, a man burst in shouting, "We did it." The man pushed up his glass and announced that the Sejong Street redevelopment had been officially announced by the government. This was the moment for Kim Hyun-sung and Go Chang-byum. This day had finally come. 2 months ago, a meeting was held in the Myeongjin Construction Group's conference room. Someone said that they did not even know what would happen with the industrial complex or the highway, and buying 66,115 square meters in the middle of nowhere was ridiculous. Their prediction was wrong. The loss would be enormous. Business is not a game of chance. Someone else said he was only looking at it from one side. Project manager Go Chang-seok said buying such a prime piece of land, this price was a steal. Go Mung-jin remained silent. Then Go Chang-byum spoke up, saying the villa complex at that location was the prize, and if he was not mistaken, the Daesan City Road project had already begun construction. The others heard this and agreed. There was nothing to lose. It was completely worth the investment. This alone was enough to show the land was worth the money. Go Chang-byum deliberately asked Go Chang-seok if he still thought it was risky. Go Chang-seok stuck to his guns, arguing that they were in a volatile real estate market and needed to focus on project make money now. Go Chang-seok thought that with thousands of people lining up to buy houses built by Myeongjin Construction, Go Chang-byum was planning to divert manpower to a cheap villa project. He angrily slammed his hand on the table, veins popped, and argued that this was the least efficient project, and Go Chang-byum did not even realize it. But the other person was not swayed by his emotions at all. Instead, he was very calm and smiled, saying, "The land is not going to grow legs and run away. We just need to wait for the right time. That is why I bought the land first. Everything is clear. You are the only one who does not get it." Go Chang, still not satisfied, added a taunt. "If you want to become the CEO, you should talk less." Go Chang-seok angrily slammed his hand on the table, about to argue back, but a voice cut through the tense atmosphere between them. Gamajin, with a stern face, told them that once a project has their name on it, their only job is to deliver results. Whether it succeeds or fails, they have to bear the consequences themselves. He asked if Go Chang-byum could handle the consequences. Go Chang-byum stood up decisively, pounded his chest with a very determined expression, and said, "I will not disappoint the chairman." Returning to the present, the second meeting was underway. An employee began to summarize the situation, stating that in terms of profit, the land alone had already reached at least 30 billion, but that was just the initial value. If the industrial complex was built and the villas completed, profit generated would be even higher than the current level. Go Mung-jin's eyes flicked. He propped himself up and stood, praising Go Chang-byum for successfully developing a new business branch. Even though he had always been a rebellious child, Go Mung-jin slowly walked towards his son. He had said before that whether this project succeeded or failed was all on him. Now, there is no need to think too much anymore. Hearing this, Chang-byum froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He came up behind him and announced loudly that the next chairman of Mung-jin Construction Group in his place would be CEO Go Chang-byum. The words had barely been spoken when someone disagreed. Go Chang-seok forcefully slammed the table and shot up, saying an internal change was very risky and this success was nothing. Seeing his son's arrogant attitude, he could not hold back anymore and sternly said, "This is not just your brother's result. Look at what you did a few months ago when Chang Biam proposed this plan. In front of all the shareholders and directors of the Chang Seok was called out as a failure from the beginning. He only cared about whether Chang Biam would succeed and not about the company's profit. Only someone who cares about the company's growth deserves chairman." After his word, he scanned the crowd for their opinion. No one else dared to object. He nodded in agreement. From this point on, Chang Seok was officially kicked out of the Mang Jin group. His father said the company only needed talented and he should go find his own life. Chang Seok ran out into the hallway, furious, not understanding how he could just come out like that. Filled with suppressed hatred, he reached into his jacket and took out a phone. He was the rightful heir to the group. Chang Seok picked phone, called a reporter, and asked to meet. In another development, Chang, after becoming the successor chairman, he arranged to meet Hyun Sung at a coffee shop. He even asked, "Do you remember this place?" Of course Hyun Sung still remembered. This was the place where he had been given a chance. "Actually, back then, when I first heard you talk, I thought you were crazy," Chang Biam said. Then he asked, "Do you know why I still believed a madman like you back?" Hyun Sung held his coffee cup, guessing it was because he trusted his plan. Chang Biam recalled the look in his eyes back then. "I believed you because you did not hide your ambition. Chang Biam knew you would do anything to help me become chairman." Chang Biam laughed loud, thanking him and also promising to help him pursue his goals to the very end. Seeing his dedication, Hyun Sung could not let him down. "As long as you keep your word, I will also put your interest." Hearing that, Chang Biam was even more delighted and laughed loud. Just then, Chang Biam received a call from director Kim Jong-il. As soon as he heard what the person on the other end said, he shot up in alarm. It turned out the news was buzzing with stories about the heir to the Myung Jin group being an illegitimate child. Various headlines from different articles were trending. Chairman added his illegitimate child with his mistress of several decades to the family registry. He has announced he will pass on the chairmanship to that son. Chang Seok looked at the online comment, amused and tapping his foot. He has only himself to blame for not knowing his place. "But I guess I am a lucky guy." One time, he accidentally discovered a strange flow of money from the chairman's account. Found out Chairman Go Myung Jin had a mistress. He immediately told his mother about it, warning her not to let Chang Biam know, because he had discovered that the mistress had given birth to a son several decades ago. Chang Biam angrily told the person on the phone, "I do not care if you have to bury them alive or bribe, but you have to take care of all those reporters." Then Chang Biam decisively chugged the coffee in his hand and slammed the cup down on the table. He apologized to him and excused himself, saying, "That bastard Chang Seok has gone too far and burned his own bridges. Even though I know he is doing this to take the chairman's seat, there are some lines he should not have crossed. This time, I absolutely will not forgive him." Suddenly, Haidung spoke, asking what he planned to do. Finding and punching him would not change anything. Calmly took a sip of coffee, saying that such an action would just make all their effort go to waste. Chang Biam clenched his fist in anger, thinking about how much his mother must be suffering after reading those articles. Haidung remained calm and spoke with weight and such, saying the other party should be more honest. The illegitimate child was not Chang Biam, but his younger brother, Chang Seok. In his past life, Chang Biam had beaten Chang Seok to a pulp, and Chairman Mang Jin, deeply disappointed in his two sons, had hired a professional operations manager. That was the beginning of the illegitimate child scandal. At the time, Hyun Sung did not pay much attention to Chang Seok's violent behavior, focusing instead on the Myung Jin family's baffling move. Even though the succession race was in his favor, Chang Seok chose to reveal the truth based on his own fervent belief. Everyone knew Chang Seok was more suitable for the chairman's position. Myung Jin favored Chang Biam. The Mang Jin construction group chosen to remain silent about this illegitimate child scandal. Furthermore, the mother even cleaned up the messes for Chang Biam, who frequently caused trouble. But Chang Biam went to study abroad and was never visited by his mother, who treated her philandering husband's illegitimate son like her own. After digging deeper into that mystery, Kim Hyun Sung concluded that Chang Seok was the illegitimate child, not Chang Biam. After hearing the story, Hyun Sung suggested that he use the fact that Chang Seok had been a bastard all along, which would be enough to destroy him. Chang Biam was stunned for a long moment, then plopped down, not even caring how he knew about this. Chang Biam pensively recalled that in the past, Myung Jin had not been a good father, just getting drunk and beating his wife from morning to night. One time, they got into a huge fight, and a young Chang Biam hugged his mother. Perhaps moved by this, she revealed a deeply buried secret. Chang Seok was not his real brother, and she did not even know who his mother was. Hugging her son, Chang Biam's mother cried, saying he was his father's child, so she had no choice but to raise him. But every time she looked at her heart felt like it was being torn apart, because she only saw his father's face and not her own. Hearing this, a young Chang Biam, his eyes full of anger, grabbed his mother's shoulders and told her to divorce, saying she would get a huge alimony payment. Could live. Chang Biam paused. At that time, she had wiped away her tears and said, "Even so, we are still a family, right?" Chang Biam looked outside. "Fighting. Competition is competition. Family is still family. I do not care about the chairman's seat anymore, but I can't let this hurt my mother." Now, Chang Biam was filled with nothing but hate, wishing he could just tear his brother to pieces. That moment, Haidung interjected again, posing with a confident look, "Actually, I have a way to resolve this without anyone getting hurt." The next day, at the Mang Jin construction press conference, Chang Biam stepped podium, watched by countless reporters and industry insiders. Chang Biam began by introducing himself as the CEO of Mang Jin Construction Group. He first apologized for the family scandal and promised to answer all their questions. Chang Biam explained that while his father did have a mistress in the past who became pregnant as child, it did not mean that he was that child. He then took a DNA test result from his jacket, presenting it to the public, proving that the blood of both his parents ran through his veins and that he was their true son. Suddenly, a reporter raised their hand and asked, there was another illegitimate child. With a straight Chang Biam slowly stated that the child had unfortunately died in a miscarriage. Claimed his father felt guilty about it and had been sending money as a form of support. Chang Seok, hearing the interview, was suddenly shocked and stunned. The reporters started clamoring, wanting to ask questions. Chang Biam grabbed the mic, threatened that if anyone ever dared to insult his family again, he would, in the name of the succeeding chairman of Myung Jin Construction Group, and as the eldest son of the family, he swore he would make them wish they were dead. Meanwhile, watching the press conference, Chang Seok angrily punched his computer screen, clutched his head, tears mixing with sweat, thinking it was all lies, just as Hyun Sung had predicted. After the press conference ended, Myung Jin was extremely pleased with his son, calming public opinion, and thanked him for always considering the bigger bigger picture. He proudly patted his shoulder, saying he had already prepared all the paperwork for the chairman position. He hoped his son could live with his head held high as the chairman of Myeongjin, something he himself could not do. Then he told Chang Bem to leave, as he wanted to talk to Chang Si. He said that he knew everything he had done to get the chairman's seat, but he would not blame him. There were times he thought he deserved the chairman's seat more, so he had treated him like his own flesh and blood. And yet, after all that, he dug his own grave. Chang Suk knelt down and apologized. Suddenly, a harsh look crossed his face. This thing called bloodline is terrifying. He is just as cruel and ruthless as his mother. She wore me down for all those years over a child. She could not even raise herself, but he is my son too, so it was worth it. But the company won't tolerate you anymore. I will give you enough money, so you won't have to worry, and I won't hold you responsible. Chang Seok grabbed his leg, begging. He shouted angrily, why do you think your brother kept this a secret instead of using it against you? Because you are his family. Go Chang Seok was stunned, his eyes vacant. His brother did that because their family considered him one of their own. If he were being objective, he could have easily handed over the chairman position to his eldest and legitimate son, Go Chang, but he did not. He gave his illegitimate son a chance to compete with his brother. It was not just Go Myung-jin, but also his mother and Go Chang Bem. They all saw Chang Seok as a member of the family. He seemed to have realized, to have finally understood that immense family love. His eyes became empty and filled with tears as he stammered an apology. Turns out he was the one who was cherished here. Go Chang, standing outside the door, heard the entire story with mixed emotion. At Incheon International Airport, Go Chang Bem came to see his brother off. Go Chang Bem said that they only married for convenience without real feeling, that he also had a lover, so how could they possibly live together? Then he gave Chang Bem a ooze dry, saying it contained documents for running the company. With that, Chang Seok turned and waved to his brother, teasing that he had already told someone to assist the future chairman. Then he suddenly turned back and asked, so who was it that helped you? Go Chang Bem did not pay attention to the question. What he noticed was that his brother had actually called him Hyung. After some guessing, the name that popped into his head was Kim Hyun Sung, a high school kid. Hearing this, Go Chang Bem looked displeased. Seeing his reaction, Chang Seok panicked and lunged forward to question, wait, did Kim Hyun Sung really help? Go Chang Bem was angry at himself for his slip-up, while Go Chang Seok felt like he would just been led by the nose by a high kid. Go Chang Bem crossed his arm and warned him not to touch Kim Hyun Sung, or he would not go easy on, even if he was his brother. Chang Seok admitted his brother was better at using people than he was, which was one reason he made it to chairman, because he would never have trusted a high school kid. After saying goodbye to his brother, Go Chang Seok stood on the escalator and answered a call. The person on the other end said, you know who this is? Chang Seok asked who was calling, and the person on the other end replied, they just wanted to give him a warning. It was Kim Hyun Sung. He reminded him that he would not solve problems peacefully like his brother. You might still get to live a life of luxury, but you won't have any power, so do not try to cause any trouble. Go Chang Seok wondered two of them had planned this beforehand. His brother had warned him not to touch Kim Hyun Sung, and now Kim Hyun Sung was warning him for his brother's sake. He was truly jealous of those two. He said that he acknowledged his brother's ability and thanked. On the other end of the line, Kim Hyun Sung felt relieved to hear those words. He looked at the sky as a plane flew by. Finally, he had dealt with one piece of the puzzle. In just a few more months, the day to take down the golden circle would come. Just then, he received a call. On the other end, Jung Min-ho was hiding under a table, trembling and crying into the phone, his face and body covered in wounds. Kim Hyun Sung's phone screen showed an incoming call from Jung Min-ho. As soon as it ended, the screen showed 44 missed calls. As he moved on to the next part of his plan, cleaning up the remaining trash, Principal cautiously welcomed Go Chang Bem. Greeting the acting chairman at his work, he wondered what brought Go Chang Bem here. But Go Chang Bem just replied blandly that it was nothing major. Chang Bem sat down exuding the powerful aura of an overbearing CEO, and informed the staff that Hyun Sung planned to transfer to Seoul next year. The silver-haired principal, hearing this, had an existential crisis. He secretly calculated that Kim Hyun Sung was his ace in the hole to make Cheonan High a prestigious school. But the principal knew very well what would happen to the Mungjin Construction Group's endowment fund. Blindly refused. Go Chang, amused by the principal's varied expression, gently suggested that Hyun Sung would graduate and leave the school eventually anyway. So instead of worrying about him, would not it be better to focus on building a long-term cooperative relationship? Not to mention, Chang Bem also wanted to help Cheonan High become a prestigious school. Go Chang Bem also added his deep concern for the future of all students. Speaking as an educator, principal saw this was a good deal. It was a risky one, but he could not show his true feeling and could only reluctantly say, of course, someone of Hyun Sung's caliber needs to swim in the big ocean. He can't just stay around in days and forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a text message was sent, urging Hyun Sung to answer his phone. But it seemed he did not get any response, so he sent another message a dozen minutes later, saying he deeply regretted his past act. He wanted to apologize and make up for his mistakes with Hyun Sung. Still, there was no reply. The person patiently sent another message, telling Hyun Sung he would accept any punishment and that he would do anything Hyun Sung wanted, not to beg for forgiveness, but just to make him feel better. Turned out it was not that Hyun Sung did not get the message. He had read them all but just found them ridiculous. What a clown. A voice suddenly called out, grabbing Hyun Sung's attention as he sat in the cafe with his phone. He smiled. You are finally here. You had been waiting since the afternoon. Jung Min-ho appeared before Hyun Sung looking completely disheveled, trembling as he begged for a moment of his time, recalling the past. After escaping Daesan, Jung Min-ho had dreamed of a new start in a strange city and a new school. Looking up at the place he would soon belong, Jung Min-ho thought, my family gathered all their money to erase my past. From now on, I will definitely live a new life. At his new school, Jung Min-ho played the part of congeniality, telling his new friends to pick whatever they wanted to. His friends were surprised that someone was buying them food and said they would definitely something delicious. Another agreed, saying he would get a bowl of ramyeon. Jung Min-ho realized that if he bought food for other class, not to mention the time he told his classmates to go on ahead, he would join them right after locking the class so they could go to the internet. His friends happily agreed, even calling him a living saint. Jung Min-ho unhesitatingly told them it was nothing and figured that by helping out whenever they needed, could live like a normal high school. But life is not a dream. One time, as Jung Min-ho was heading to the internet cave, he had already locked the door and returned the key to the teacher's office. Probably did not forget any. Now he he could head to the internet. Suddenly, someone called out to Jung Minho using the nickname Living Saint. Park Min-gu appeared punchable, asking Jung Minho to take something to his house, saying it was just nearby. Without waiting for an answer, Min-gu tossed his bag down. Jung Minho knew that with that classic bully face, if he was not careful, he would become an errand boy. Minho decided that even if he got beaten to a pulp, he had to show his displeasure and refuse. But regardless, Min-gu landed a mighty right in his stomach. In pain, Jung Minho thought that if he gave up after just one hit, he would definitely be bullied, so he could not show any weakness. Jung Minho moved forward to fight back, wanting to stop him from just hitting people whenever he pleased. But what kind of guy was Park Min-gu? He blocked the punch with one hand and even taunted Jung Minho for being weak. Park Min-gu immediately retaliated with a painful blow. Min-gu also gave Minho a threatening glare. Seeing Jung Minho sprawled on the ground, unable to fight back, Park Min-gu called his lackeys over to greet his new toy. After that fateful day, Jung Minho's school life took a dramatic turn. The bullying just kept getting worse. The bullies even cheered him on, teasing Minho to holding that bag and hurry up and buy him a steamed bun. Minho thought everything was still normal, but when he greeted the people he used to help and tried to invite them somewhere, they all avoided him. They even said, "What bad luck to run into this first thing in the morning," clearly showing they did not want to talk to him anymore. Jung Minho was officially trapped in this situation, completely isolated. Reality was far crueler than his dreams. On his way home, he saw some guys gathered around, smoke. They were joking about how they only managed to steal 1,001, even though they always saw Jung Minho treating his friends. Park Min-gu touched Jung Minho's cheek and wondered why the Living Saint was so angry. But since Jung Minho had no strength left, he would probably just go tattle to his parents or get so mad he would try to stab Park Min-gu. If he could, he should give it a shot. Park Min-gu then pointed to the group behind and asked Jung Minho if he knew who they were. It turned out Park Min-gu had a back who was the son of a famously rich family, and if his parents said just one word, even the principal would have to bow down. Min-gu provoked Minho, asking if he dared to tell his parents or report him. No matter what, Min-gu had a quality friend who would hire a lawyer capable of ruining Minho's life, and he would be done for. Seeing this, Jung Minho could only cry out to the heaven, asking why he was being treated this way when he had done nothing wrong. Just then, Park Min-gu revealed someone had told him to do it, and that Minho should have lived his life properly. Seeing this image, a terrified Minho thought of one person. Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for Jung Minho on the stairs, hoping to start over, and in that scene, a young man stood on the rooftop, thinking about how the other guy had changed his number and abandoned parents. You really want to live that pathetic, how cute, and the reality of this life is, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Hyun-sung spoke into the phone, asking about the favor he would request. The person he asked was none other than Park Min-gu from Jung Minho's school. Min-gu had been famous since middle school, had decent skill, and was internally ranked as a B. The person on the other end thought Min-gu was a good and moved on to the hiring and job detail. Hyun-sung told Jeong Chan-soo he would pay 1,000 upfront, 5,000 upon completion. He could do whatever he wanted, as long as he made Jung Minho drop out. He had to make Jung Minho realize that no matter how hard he tried to start over, there was no hope. Jeong Chan-soo felt that Hyun-sung was crazy, but to him, it was like a compliment. So, Kim Hyun-sung hired Park Min-gu for the job. Back to the present. It started with a game of rock or scissors. Park Min-gu won and called Jeong Minho over to flick his forehead. Park Min-gu still would not let him go. Minho felt he had to run, but what good would running do? They even made Jung Minho act as a horse for them to sit on. Park Min-gu enthusiastically reviewed the experience, making his friends think the seat must be comfortable and want to turn. But Park Min-gu set the price at 1,001 for a 10-minute ride, which was a bit steep. No matter what he did, Jung Minho could not escape Kim Hyun-sung's grasp. Minho thought he just had to endure it, because that is what life was like. He would keep enduring, and one day, he would be left alone. Back in the present, Min-gu called Minho over, bragging that he had left a carton of milk outside for 3 days, and you could tell how fermented it was just by shaking it. Afraid his friend was hungry, Min-gu caringly offered the fermented milk to Minho, promising that if he drank it, could hold it in until the next class ended. He would stop bothering. Minho saw a ray of hope and asked if he was serious. Min-gu compromised to build trust, wondering if Minho had lost all faith in humanity. Min-gu smirked sinisterly as he watched Minho chug the milk without hesitation. And just like that, not long after class started, Jung Minho's stomach began to churn. The cramps came in waves, and Jung Minho knew it was coming. But if he could just hold on for one more hour, he would be free. The minutes ticked by, haunting his thoughts. Jung Minho kept pleading with himself, knowing he really could not hold it anymore. For the freedom ahead, Jung Minho did not dare give up, forcing himself to hold on just a little longer. Then, his stomach let out a loud gurgle, and Jung Minho knew he was done for, and so, clutched his stomach and ran out of the classroom, amidst the roaring laughter of his bullies. The other classmates joked, wondering if Minho had actually done it in the class. What an outstanding move. Sitting in the bathroom stall, Minho felt he truly could not take it anymore, and did not want to go through this again. Then he remembered his gym uniform was the evidence, and no matter what, showing this to someone would surely help him. But life had other plans. Min-gu was now slinging an arm around Minho like a best friend, telling the teacher that they were just joking around too much, and it would not happen again. Although the teacher was a bit suspicious and asked if Min-gu was bullying his classmate, Min-gu boldly denied it while shooting a threatening look at Minho. Min-gu insisted he was not bullying anyone, and that the teacher could ask other students, because they were best friends. He then turned to Minho for confirmation, and after that came another beating from Min-gu. He also told Minho that civil servant teachers just want to work quietly until they are fired, even if a few teachers do their jobs well. The system is what it is, which is why disciplinary committees are needed. So Min-gu reminded Minho that he needed to be more careful about who he trusted, and for good measure, he gave Jung Minho another punch, not miss. They would be the witnesses testifying that all the wrongdoing at this time came from Jeong Minho. Min-gu confidently went on with what was happening, and said he hoped Minho would show him something interesting. After being bullied, Minho returned, feeling foolish for trusting a teacher. Maybe he would been hit too many times and his brain was addled. Before he could finish the thought, someone in class called out. They came up to Jung Minho and asked if it was true, but Minho had no idea what they were talking about. It turned out they heard that Jung Minho had been expelled from his school in Daesun for bullying, and this was his karma. The whispers started again. It turns out Jung Minho was just pretending to be an angel, and it all became clear. What a disgusting person. Now, with all all hope gone. Jung Minho decided to drop out again. A few days later at Jung Minho's, someone kept ringing the doorbell, forcing an annoyed Minho to go and open the door. The moment the lock turned, Mingu kicked the door open without waiting, saying it had been a while. Seeing the face that had haunted him for so long, a terrified Minho asked how he knew where he lived, thinking it was all over. This confused Mingu, who asked, "You knew about this too?" Mingu knew full well that Minho understood, because occasionally, some clients have strange and that person told Mingu to beat Minho within an inch of his life for a month, to carve it into his very bones that this hell was not over yet. And now, here, Minho was kneeling at Hyun Sung's, begging forgiveness, saying he would do anything he was told. Minho truly wanted to make up for the mistake he had made. Hyun Sung found this a bit interesting and asked Minho how he felt about the price for his sin, since he had experienced firsthand. Did Minho enjoy the malice of the wicked? But whatever, Hyun Sung would give Minho one last chance, and all his find An Sung. All he had to do was take down Park Mingu, since he was the one who had wronged Minho. But Minho felt that this was impossible. Minho cried, clutching Hyun Sung's leg, wanting to know how to take down Mingu when he had no power or money. But Hyun Sung told Minho that he still had his life, and that alone was not enough to overturn the situation. All Minho had to do was cause a commotion big enough for the police to get involved. And Hyun Sung knew how to hit his weak spot, saying, "If you want to be free, then prove yourself." Back in the classroom, Mingu was bored because there was nothing to do. Mingu thought to himself that the Golden Circle were truly crazy. All he had to do was bully Minho, and he would get 6,000 won, with an extra bonus per month. He wondered if he should take a vacation with that money. Suddenly, the door burst open. A strange man held up his badge, asked for Mingu's identity, and demanded an answer while he was still being nice, making Mingu wonder why a cop was suddenly here. Police officer then asked if Mingu knew Minho, and that Minho had jumped off a building to kill himself yesterday. The officer told Mingu the details. Minho jumped from the 4th floor. Although he is alive, he still has not woken up. Mingu began to tremble, wondering what this had to do with, and was immediately scolded for being shameless. It turned out that the suicide note had specifically named Mingu. In it, Minho said he no longer wanted to live because of Mingu, and that was not all. The interrogator also told Mingu that there were many witnesses confirmed seeing Mingu bully Minho, along with camera footage of Mingu breaking into Minho's house. Mingu tried to explain, but the officer cut him off, saying he wanted to see how Mingu would explain what happened. The officer knew everything just by looking at, not to mention all the evidence pointing at Mingu, making him realize he was screwed and did not know what to do. The officer challenged, "What is there to think about? With this much evidence, you are going to juvenile detention for sure." On top of that, Jung Minho's family was planning to file a lawsuit against Mingu, which he felt was completely unfair since he never intended to do that, and those people just wanted Mingu to take all the blame. But there was no way he was going to do that. Mingu reminded the officer of something called the Golden Circle, which made the officer panic, thinking Mingu had gone crazy and telling him to shut up. Suddenly, the interrogator pressed the button on his mitt and turned the recording camera away, making a panicked Mingu wonder what he was planning to do. The officer asked Mingu, "You really do not know why you are getting paid so much?" Mingu had simply thought the money was payment for a completed job, and he had also heard that the Golden Circle controlled everything in Korea. Could it be true? The officer, who was suddenly standing behind Mingu, laughed crazily. The money was not just leading the job, but also for taking the fall if anything went wrong, and Mingu was totally free to talking about the Golden Circle. But who would believe him? People in this police station, or the people at the courthouse? The officer reminded Mingu that if he wanted to see how this would end, he should go ahead and show his true colors. The officer gave a slight smile, since he already knew the truth. It was best to resolve things quiet. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Mingu to remember what happened today if he wanted to live. Now at a central hospital, Gyeonggi Province, everyone was intently watching the news about a student involved in school violence who had jumped from a building after dropping out, and luckily, the student's life was saved. The news report added, the ringleader of the incident confessed to everything and would be dealt according to the law. A couple could not help comment on what a disgrace the ringleader's family must be. What a misfortune to have a son who deserved to be cursed and rot in jail. Just then, a pair of feet appeared. He was calculating that Mingu had taken full responsibility. Hyun Sung calculated carefully. If he was hasty, he would surely be the one to go down. To destroy the Golden Circle, he needed to seize more opportunity. Felt he should also take some time to enjoy his little toy. Standing in front of the hospital room, he politely knocked and waited for an invitation to enter. Seeing Hyun Sung, Kim Sunjae's blood began to boil. "You finally came." Sunjae pointed straight at Hyun Sung's face and yelled, but he was used to it. "You probably want me to call a nurse." Kim Sunjae just wanted him out of there, but he came with good intention, just wanting to talk a little and nothing else. Sunjae was suspicious to the very end, not knowing why Hyun Sung was here, but he was not crazy enough to cause a scene in a public place, a hospital. He had also promised Minho he would not bully him anymore. But if Sunjae continued her hostile behavior, Hyun Sung was not sure what he would do. As a mother worried about her child, Sunjae did not care about the past, only the future. Panic. She wondered what Hyun Sung was planning and threatened to fight him. He touched a single hair on Minho's head. Before leaving, Jim, still worried, threatened to barge in at any moment if she heard any strange noises. Hyun Sung just wanted Sunjae to stop talking and get out of the room so he could talk. After everything quieted down, Hyun Sung took Minho's hand and told him that on his way here, he had prayed desperately. He just hoped that God would help Minho wake up soon. What seemed touching was actually chilling, as Hyun Sung laughed grotesquely and repeatedly told Minho to remember not to miss a single detail up to this moment, whether in eternal sleep or any other. He must remember it all. To him, it was best for Minho to give up and accept his fate, because seeing Minho struggle to live like a lowly insect brought him so much joy, and Hyun Sung had never intended any promises to Minho. So if he wanted to live, it was best to stay in this vegetative state, because if he woke up, Minho would have to face the harsh reality once more. After visiting the patient, Hyun Sung went to the supermarket up some groceries. He thought to himself that he did not choose this path for justice, but simply for revenge. But he could not let himself sink deep into hate, because to him, everyone wants all around them happy. When the clerk suggested a piece of fish, he thought it looked delicious and agreed to put it in his cart. He thought to himself that besides these items, he also needed to prepare some fried eggs for Haiji. But the girl who was shopping panicked the moment she saw Hai Dung, her eyes widening, even as the Gan asked if she wanted to collect points and told her the total. Haiji. She immediately changed her tune and ran off panic, to the astonishment of the cashier Ann, who did not know if Haiji still wanted to buy her things or not. Haidung immediately recognized the terrified face as Haiji. Back home, he was preparing food when he called a friend who had used the money to investigate, and just as he thought, Haiji's family had bribed the doc, and there was no fake leg amputation here at all. If you look at what Haiji's parents did for her, it was truly tear-jerkingly touching. After updating the situation, the other person asked if Haidung had any special request, but he ignored them and just let them continue living. Haidung then told Sayu on the other end of the line that Haiji's father was a rich man. There is no way he would abandon his daughter so easily, since he once hired someone from the Golden Circle, which made Sayu wonder why Haidung would let them off so easily. Haidung then told Sayu about the matter concerning Haiji, went to a convenience store, and only bought some fast food that she could take anywhere. Even all of this was just so she could go out and get some fresh air, but it seemed this was not the first, and the matter of Haiji going out occasionally did not really affect much when Haiji is always scared Haidung will find him out. Haidung is confident since Hai has 2 legs but can't walk in front of others, can't open a door, and can't go outside, because both Haija and Minho had to endure pain during that bitter period, a time of extreme suffering. Haidung looks at the pot of eggs and smiles cruelly, because all he is doing is paying back what he has suffered. Looking back, time passed, and during that bitter period, Haidung had to go through a lot. Haidung and Siyu face off in the ring. Haidung dodges a move. He immediately throws a punch at Siyu. The old man blocks it. One throws a punch. The other, they just charging at each other head on as time runs out. Siyu Hai kneels, but Haidung ruins the mood by saying they have to train for 5-5-minute rounds, teasing that Siyu Hai already wants to quit. This is not hard for Haidung, but suddenly, a voice calling for the students echoes in the room. It turns out the coach has finally arrived. He is considerate, and seeing them training so hard, he wants to give them more space to practice just when they are having fun. The coach suddenly brings up the past when Haidung wanted to be the strongest, to reach his peak or winter of his sophomore year. Dung Dokian announces that the training is over for now, and tells Haidung not to go anywhere yet, because there is one final test. Haidung does not know where they are going, so Dokian tells him they are all going to seal together. A few days later, in Dohak's gym, Dokian's appearance surprises everyone, who do not know why he is there. Someone immediately says that Dokian is their coach's friend. Inside, Dohak asks Dokian how he has been. Dokian enthusiastically asks the same, and Dohak is sure his friend knows he is busy. It is because one of Dohak's students just got into the so the number of advanced class sign-ups has surged, and Dohak has had to turn some people away. Dokian thinks that is great, because Dohak started out as his junior. Before the doping rumor, Dohak treated Dokian like a god, but because of those rumors, Kian's career collapsed and everything went downhill fast. After Dokian, Dohak became the next one to join the OFL, and became even more famous than his senior. But no one knew that Dohak also used drugs, a dirty, easily hidden truth. Dokian's doping had not been exposed back then. All of Dohak's current glory would be his, but Dokian can't think that way, and just blames himself for being pathetic. Dokian then asks Dohak if his students could have a friendly match. Kian student. Dohak knows the quality gap between Sil gyms and suburban ones. He arrogantly says it would be difficult, and that he wants to be honest with Dokian since they have a history. Dohak brings up how Dokian can never reclaim his past glory because all his dirty secrets been exposed to the public, and Dohak is also quite concerned about who his students would be fighting. Dohak is even more condescending, seeing Dokian trying so hard to coach his student when he should just be helping with their diet and physique. Hearing this, Dokian is bitter, but he thanks God that Dohak has not changed a bit. It is a relief that Dohak is still a piece of trash with a past just like his. Dokian turns and laughs, denying any intention of reclaiming his reputation, promoting. He is not even on the same wavelength as Dohak. This makes Dohak see a good opportunity to humiliate Dokian, promote his gym, so he agrees to Dokian's proposal. And if that is the case, then let us set up the match. Sivia, who came along, is amazed by how different Seal is, making Dokian a bit embarrassed. He tells him not to act like such a country bum. Conversation takes place between Lee Dohak and his two students. One of them asks contemptuous, they really have to fight high school student. Wait, coach, you have got to be kidding. This is not just a sparring match. Think about our reputation. The one who just spoke is Hwang Daman, with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. He is about to fight in the final. The other is Indong Ja, 4 wins and 1 loss, pro from the National Martial Arts Association. Lee Dohak says they are high schoolers trained by Dokian. You two can handle, and it will attract attention. You two know it. These days, fighters have to follow the trend. I will set it up for you. This is a good opportunity. One of them agrees. Alright. The other looks aggressive and says he will teach those high schoolers a lesson. Seeing their desire to eat their opponents alive, Lee Dohak feels incredibly proud and praises them. You are my good dog. Then laughs loud. Ha ha ha. People remember Lee Dohak as a awful legend, but his memories of that time are far pleasant. Awful stat. 2 wins, 5 losses. Even with drugs, Lee Dohak was still far inferior to Dung Dokian until his retirement. Seeing Dung Dokian again after so long gives him a strange pleasure, but Dung Dokian's hopeful gaze at his students irritates. Lee Dohak seems to be plotting revenge. He is determined to defeat Dung Dokian as a coach, assuring himself that this time he will show him he is a much better teacher than Manhwa. Coach Dung Dokian and his student. Our protagonists Kim Hyun Sung and Kim Soo-woo have arrived at the venue. As he walks and observes, thinks to himself, there are so many famous faces. There are even people from the Martial Arts Association. That bastard Dohak is trying to cause trouble for me again. He turns to his two come here as he helps them with their glove. He thinks, these kids are not even nervous. Coach Dung Dokian asks, do you know why they called in pro people from the Martial Arts Association? Just a small match. Like, does that mean this match will be tough? Not all. On the contrary, once you beat them, no high schooler will be able to stand against you too. For the first time, Dung Dokian realizes his students can fire him up. Their faces show sheer determination and burning desire. Being a teacher is not so bad after all. After Coach Dung Dokian's inspiring talk, first match is about to begin. The referee calls out, fighters to your position. The opponents are in Dong Job and Kim Sayu. Dong Job clearly looks down on his opponent, thinking, Coach Lee Dohak really set up a death match. I do not want to punch a high schooler, but what can you do? It is your fault picking the wrong teacher. Dong Job looks at Kim Sayu, annoyed. This little brat, what is with? He is such a punchable. The bell rings. Starting the match, Dong Job charges at Kim Sayu like a raging bull, as if he wants to knock him into the next life. life. He thinks, I have to punch that face first. Before his fist even connects, Sayu hits him with a lightning-fast leg sweep. The other guy is completely surprised and thinks he knows that move. Did he learn kickboxing or taekwondo? Before he can recover, Kim Sayu prepares a new move. Dong Job thinks he has read him and feels confident. It looks like he is aiming for my face. Another feint. I will block his low kick and then counter. Immediate. Kim Sayu hits him with another low blow. Dong Job is in total shock. He thinks a calf kick is a technique targeting the opponent's calf with a low attack point. It uses calf damage to immobilize the opponent. Dong Job is still helpless against Kim Sayu's storm of thinking to himself, damn it. Does Kim Sayu have this kind of cheap fighting style? Is he planning to use kicks to take me down just because I am a boxer? Damn it. I won't let him land another low. Meanwhile, Kim Sayu has already planned his next move against his opponent. I have landed a few hits, but this ball guy is fixated on my leg. He has figured out my plan, but that is fine. I have a way. Dong Job charges at my lower body like a hungry tiger. Kim Sayu immediately counters. He throws a kick right at his impossible to block. I just need to be half a second faster. A lightning fast kick lands squarely on Dong Job's jaw, knocking him unconscious. He collapsed, suffering a bitter defeat. The referee shouts, stop, ending the match. After he gave his opponent a thorough beating, Kim Sayu, Hyun Sung was going to use me being useless as an excuse to go to Seal. So I will show our protagonist my skills do not just end here in the ring. Kim Hyun Sung also steps into the ring, and Kim Sayu issues a challenge. Coach, you said Seal was the big league, but this pro fighter could not even last one round. This is their skill level. Hyun Sung does not need to get in the ring. I will handle the other guy. Who? Kim Sayu's last comment infuriated Coach Lee Do-hak, who was about to charge in and settle the score with the young man, cursing, you disrespectful brat. Didn't they teach you any manners at your gym? His student had to hold him back. Coach, calm down. Lee Do-hak yells at Coach Dachian. Kim Sayu's mouth is out of line. Get him in check. He won by a fluke, and this brat is just bragging. Aren't you going to discipline your student not to be outdone? Coach Dokian retorted. He is not wrong. Lucky or not, your student did not last a single round. If you are going to issue a challenge, you should be prepared. Isn't that how pros do it? What else do you want? I guess Sayu is already warmed up. Lee Do-hak is furious but can't do anything. If I back down now, that Dung Dokian will get a break. Not to mention the rumors that will spread. Brett, fine, go ahead. But if your student ends up, do not come crying. Dong Job, having just woken up, called for the coach, only to be cursed out. You idiot. Shut up and go train. He then turned to his other student, Hwang Dae-min. You can do this, right? He replied confident. Come on, coach. You know that is my special. Coach puts his hand on Hwang Dae-min's shoulder and says he trusts him. Meanwhile, Coach Dung Dochian is giving his own student some necessary advice. The bell rings for the next match. Kim Sayu stays in to fight. Observing the match, Lee Do-hak's other students are chattering. Dae-min is fighting so passively. That is not like him. Their coach smiles smugly with his arms crossed, acting like he knows it all. Dae-mi-young is just feeling him out, gauging his opponent's range. A lightning fast kick lands. This Hwang Dae-mi-young is very good at controlling distance. Coach Dochian is quietly analyzing how the fight is unfolding. What are you going to do? Kim, this is not as easy as the last fight. Kim Sayu is really being overwhelmed by this opponent. He is struggling to block the incredibly powerful punches. Thinks to himself, he is really strong, but if I give up, all my efforts will be for nothing. He dodges a powerful punch that rattles the cage. Still lost in thought, he has to remember why he trained so hard. Remember how they beat him since. It was like that every day. While blocking a blow, Kim Sayu spots an opening. His jaw's open. This is my chance. But life is not a fairy tale. He has fallen into Hwang's trap. The punch misses his jaw. Instead, he takes a fist straight to the face and bounces off the fence. Kim Sayu thinks to himself, per clean hit to the. He is finished. But after taking a punch like that, Kim Sayu is completely unfazed and charges forward again, surprising Hwang, who thinks this brat. He can still attack after a beating like that. Is he going for a cross punch? Blocks Kim Sayu's blow. They are trading moves. The fight is more intense than ever, and he is lost in the rhythm of the battle. Kim Sayu is also lost in his thoughts about Hyun Sung. He used to be so cheerful. What happened to him? Why did you turn out like this? But I know, even if Hyun Sung has become cruel, he is still the same person inside. Can't just turn away while he is facing this danger alone. It would probably take me lifetimes to understand Hyun Sung's thoughts and feelings. Hwang shoves Kim Sayu to the floor. He can't stop thinking about Hyun Sung, just as Hyun Sung pulled him from his darkest day. This time, he won't let go of Kim Hyun Sung, no matter what. Maybe this is what he needs to fuel his will to win this tough fight. Taking advantage of his position on the ground, Kim Sayu quickly locks his legs around Hwang's neck, trapping one of his arms. Unable to resist, Hwang finally has to tap out. The referee calls a stop to the match. The next victory goes to Kim Sayu. Coach Dokian's students leave the entire audience completely stunned. Right after, Kim Sayu gets up and tells Hyun Sung, I beat 2 pro fighters even though I am weaker than you. Can definitely be useful for your plan. I will be your pawn. Hyun Sung, let me go with you. If you refuse, then I will just do things my own way. Maybe I can be the variable you never saw coming. Our protagonist asks why he has to go this far. Kim Sayu replies, what about you? Why are you doing this? You are acting like your life is about to end. Protagonist is completely baffled. The hell do I want? While they are still talking, the coach plays his final card, shouting, that is enough nonsense. Get ready for the next fight. There is only one left. Shin Chang-hun. After 2 disastrous losses to the students of Coach Jung Do-chi and his sworn enemy, Coach Lee Do-hak imagines the worst gossip. That is pathetic. How humiliating. So many people are watching. Pro losing to a high school kid. What is Coach Lee Do-hak doing? He breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking that if it ends, his reputation will be ruined. People will start saying Jung Do-kyun is the better. Chang-hun. Just one more fight. Chang-hun tells his coach, but I have not even had my debut match yet. Shin Chang-hun is Lee Do-hak's secret weapon. He is the most talented athlete he trained. Lee Do-hak has to flatter his ace to save his honor from the brink of collapse, saying it is just one small match. You could get noticed by the audience and save my honor. Chang-hun says with a click of his tongue. Damn. He is thinking about making a grand debut to become a martial arts star. His massive ego. Chang-hun says dismissive. Oh, you owe me one for this. Lee Do-hak says to Coach Dokian, you said you wanted to see your students limit. Right. Then let the other one fight Chang-hun. The coach asks the protagonist, Hyun Sung, what do you want to do? It is your call. Hyun Sung remembers that in his past life, 2 people were the future of the national martial arts, Kim Mayan and Shin Chang-hun. Shin Chang-hun had a spectacular debut and earned the nickname Demolition because of his explosive fights. He was immediately noticed nationally and called up to the UFL just 2 years after his debut. Remembering this, Hyun Sung decides to get in the ring and fight. Right now, now. Shin Chang-hun is not at that level yet, but he is still very talented. This is the perfect opportunity for me to prove myself. Hyun Sung tells Suwoo they will talk later. The match starts as soon as the bell rings. Hyun Sung immediately rushes his opponent, which makes Chang-hun very intrigued. He is walking right into his own demise. Fine, if you want to end it this, he throws a lightning fast at his opponent, but Hyun Sung lands an even faster punch on Chang-hun. He has to back away, letting out a creepy laugh at Hyun Sung's fighting style, which has no hesitation or probing. Damn. Hyun Sung keeps throwing a variety of consecutive blows at Chang-hun. How dare he face me head on? Surprised by Hyun Sung's strange recklessness, Coach Dokian also finds it strange. This is not Hyun Sung's usual style. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung thinks calculations are point here. I am not sure how strong this guy is, but simply put, Seal is uncharted territory and the enemy's bait. I need to save my strength for surprise, so I have to take this guy down. I will relax and trust my instinct, because I can't always be in perfect shape and Seal. Hyun Sung's chain of attacks are like stray bullets, giving his opponent no time to react, not even to think, what is with this guy all of a sudden? I have cornered him. Chang-hun barely realizes he has been backed into a corner. Coach Dokian also reflects his natural physique, his ability to assess the situation, his talent, and his determination as a martial artist. Hyun Sung is perfect. There is no one else like, but the craziest thing about him is his disregard for his own safety and his desire to beat his opponent at any cost. After getting hit with a barrage of punches, Chang-hun finally collapses to the floor. To everyone's astonishment, especially Coach Lee Do-ha, he never expected Shin Chang-hun, his strongest card, to be knocked out. This is insane. After giving his opponent a thorough beating, Hyun Sung says to his coach, I know what I asked of you was unreasonable. I know it was not easy. Thanks to you, coach, I have reached the strength I need. Hyun Sung bows his head, extremely grateful that the coach promised. Coach Dokian also says gently to his student, please take care. Hyun Sung, Dung Dochian's student, completely defeated Lee Do-hak's students in the match, sending shockwaves through the national martial arts community. Those who heard Kim Hyun Sung's farewell and of his pre-debut training all anticipated the rise of a new prodigy. And after seeing the talent of Dung Do, messages started pouring in. December 10th, messages asking Dokian where he found those kids, or what he thought about bringing his students to their gyms, most out chasing. December 11th, someone wanted to organize a title match with his student, acting like they had not ignored him before. They started contacting him again, but to Dung Dokian, none of it meant any. Dung Dokian sits dejectedly in a corner surrounded by liquor bottles, thinking sad, thought I would feel free when Hyun Sung and Siwoo left after our deal was done, but it looks like I have lost my motivation. First, he did it for the money, but at some point, the coach realized that for someone who coaches for a living, he actually really loves coaching. On one hand, he felt inferior to Lee Do-ha, but while training those two, those feelings disappeared. I could have kept them and made more money, but could I really do that? While he was lost in thought, someone walked up to Coach Dochian and asked, you are Coach Dung Dochian, right? Are you the coach? That match left a strong impression on this young man. I do not care what other people say. I believe you have got the talent. Train me. I want to be a champ. The sight of this young man coincidentally reminds Dung Dochian of Hyun Sung. This piques the interest of the slightly tipsy man, who asks himself. He asks for the young man's name. The young man replies that his name is Kim Mayan. A few days later, Hyun Sung and Siwoo meet in a park. Sung says, but I can't take you to Saiwon with me. Look, you know what I am doing is dangerous. Siwoo, then why have you been training me all this time? Hyun Sung explained, I said I would not take you to Saiwon with, but I never said I did not need you. I will contact you. Come to Saiwon then, because I will need you then. I will accept your request at that time. Siwoo, so until then, can I leave this place in your hand? The next day at school, Siwoo went to Bae Seong-ho and said, I have a question for you. Who do you think takes over when Hyun Sung leaves? Bae Seong-ho does not understand why, but Siwoo presses him for an answer. Bae Seong-ho says defiant, obviously, you might be Hyun Sung's friend, but you are not capable of anything. Are you? Hearing this, Siwoo responds negative. Is that, well, looks like we have a problem. Clearly, when Hyun Sung leaves and Bae Seong-ho graduates, this spot will be empty again if I do not take it now. When Bae Seong-ho leaves, the other guys will think I am beneath and won't cooperate, and with that, he issues a challenge. Seeing that, Bae Seong-ho gets ready too. He thinks Bae Seong-ho is drunk on power. It is too early for you to take over. Siwoo does not back down. What do you mean? I learned a lot from being with Hyun Sung. Neither gives in, and they end up in a fiery battle, a legendary fight for power. After that fight, a rumor spread among the students. I heard Siwoo fought Bae Seong-ho and beat him. Is Kim Siwoo really that good? Not just that, I heard he is taking down anyone who dares to challenge him. Siwoo is like a god of war. He leaves a trail of bodies wherever he goes. Even when a large group called him an arrogant dog, he was not fazed. He beat them all without missing a. After the fight with Bae Seong-ho, Kim Siwoo started establishing his position. Starting with the third year, then the second and first year, anyone who dared to challenge him lost. Kim Siwoo succeeded in his campaign to dominate the school. A student asked Park Jin-gu, aren't you going to do any? Jin-gu replied, am I the top dog? Why should I do any? If there is a number one, there has to be a number two, right? I am fine with being number two. The other student said, but Kim Hyun Sung is number one. Jin-gu shyly says, well then, number three is not bad either. It sounds absurd, but it is convincing. Everyone knows why. The hierarchy has been set. Kim Siwoo became the top dog of Jeonin. Time passed, and the final exam signaled the end of the year. The students cheered happily. It is winter break. Freedom. Here we come. In Hyun Sung's classroom, he is aiming for a perfect score, all 100. That is why he did all this. His grades and his very existence. In Gangnam, where college entrance scores are everything, both of these things will cause a stir. Hyun Sung is sure Hwang Jumwon won't let it slide. When someone hires them, while he is thinking, a student approaches. It is Lee Jung-min. He says to our protagonist, I have something to tell you. Lee Jung-min confesses that when Park Min-chun's group was beating and stomping on him, only Kim Hyun Sung helped, but afterward, he ignored Hyun Sung. He is very ashamed of, even if Hyun Sung criticizes him. Jung-min has nothing to say for himself. Lee Jung-min tells Hyun Sung that after that incident, everyone at school saw him as selfish, and he was isolated once again. But this time, being isolated made Lee Jung-min incredibly happy, because it was the only way to avoid being harassed by Park Min-chun's group. A few days later, Lee Jung-min was able to feel the true value of life, breathing, living, finally understood what that was like. Remembering the painful things he would been through, being abandoned and having no friend, Lee Jung-min can't hold back his tears. Even though Jung-min was alone for a long time, he would rather have it that way and then become a target Park Min-chun's crew. Now, Lee Jung-min has many understanding friends. Most of them are also victims of bullying. Just like him, sometimes Lee Jung-min wondered if he could go back to the time of the school violence violence hearing. Would he have made a different choice? He puts on his glasses, hiding his swollen eye. Tears of self-blame still cling to his lash because even if he could go back, Lee Jung-min would make the same choice. He knows he is a coward, too terrified of the threats from Park Min-chun's gang. He is certain he would always run from them. When he heard that Kim Hyun-sung was transferring, Lee Jung-min could not do anything. It was an unforgettable day, and he vows to burn it into his memory. Finally, Lee Jung-min looks straight at Kim Hyun-sung and resolutely offers a sincere thank you from the bottom of his heart. Because of you, students who were seen as weak, like me and many others, can now live normal lives. Lee Jung-min's action was a catalyst. Gradually, other students came up to Kim Hyun-sung, all thanking him with bright smiles. But deep down, Hyun-sung knows he did not get rid of those bastards to help anyone. He did it simply because he found them disgusting. That is why when he receives their thanks and offers of repayment, he always feels he does not deserve. He always thinks his actions are immoral. A malicious act driven by personal feelings can't be considered a good deed. It was just his own selfish act. Hyun-sung leaves the school with a heavy heart. He has to forget all their gratitude. If he is tempted by those words, as time goes on, everything will blur and feelings will fade. Then he will forget his purpose. However, the thanks do not stop at school. When he steps outside, he runs into Kim Si-woo. He recognizes Hyun-sung. Kim Si-woo thanks, saying that if it were not Kim Hyun-sung, he would not be who he is today. Hearing this, Hyun-sung just looks annoyed and says it has nothing to do with. He coldly walks away. Kim Hyun-sung denies what he did, seeing it as just a way to prove his own strength. He only wanted to crush those bastards, so thanks are unnecessary. Despite his indifferent attitude, Kim Si-woo calls out to Kim Hyun-sung as he walks past. I do not care what this was in punishing those bastards, but thanks to what you did, I was able to escape a living hell. He shows Kim Hyun-sung his phone, proving there are many other students at Nissan just like him. Kim Si-woo opens and sends. It is a forum where can freely exchange information and talk to each other. After Kim Hyun-sung defeated the Nissan gang, they had lively discussion and information was constantly up. Kim Hyun-sung scrolls through endless comments thanking. Some even want to go to the same school as him. He can't help but be shocked. For every single person, going to school was like living in hell. But thanks to you, a whole new world opened up for them. On behalf of all those students, more and more people recognize him on the street, and they all smile at. This reminds him of the terrified look in Kim Min-jun's gang's eyes when he beat those frightened. Panicked eyes are etched into his memory. Evil destroying evil, because they were already seen as demons. He thought hatred would only breed more hatred, so he had to be ruthless and unsparing, and the only result he got was the suffering of the bully. He started to feel lost, like he was becoming just like. It does not matter how the truth is distorted or how twisted justice becomes. Kim Hyun-sung thought he had stepped into a pit of evil, but he never expected that the more he punished that trash, the happier people became. Kim Hyun-sung realizes what he is doing is like holding the scales of justice. The world needs someone to do this. He decides he is ready to take on that responsibility. That is why he returned to the path. Winter break arrived. As of today, Kim Hyun-sung and Jeonin were truly finished. Kim Hyun-sung finished his conversation with Oh Tae-hwan about the transfer. He also said his goodbyes to Kim Yang-cheon, but they do not know that the person in Kim Hyun-sung's photo will never be able to live in. Kim Hyun-sung has no intention of letting those bastards off just because they helped. If it was not him, they would have just helped other scum. Anything rotten should be eliminated. While he is thinking, he hears Choi Seona's voice calling. She wants to talk to him, but Kim Hyun-sung tries to refuse. Choi Seona says her father wants to see him, which surprises him a bit. In the tea room, Seona's father warmly welcomes Kim Hyun-sung. He is very polite. He even invited him to dinner. He wanted to be comfortable with, and he also wanted the man to be with him. The man in front of him was Choi Seona, former high-ranking official, who was giving a warm smile. He searched his memory for information about him, only remembering that he was a man who had lost his son and was now the chairman of the school violence prevention committee. He wanted to meet him because Seona had told him a very impressive story about him. Choi Seona had tried very hard to stop school violence, but nothing had worked. Surprisingly, a high school student was able to do it. He himself knew how difficult that was, so he was very curious about Kim Hyun-sung. When he heard that the violence here had significantly decreased, he was very happy but also felt regret. Kim Hyun-sung sat and listened intently as he shared his thoughts. He said that if his son had had a friend like him back then, someone who dared to speak up, perhaps his son would still be alive. Putting the teacup down, grieving and regretful man admitted he was a terrible father. He had not noticed the signs from his son, even though his son's grade dropping drastically. Instead of asking why, forced his son to stay up late studying. When he heard his son wanted to transfer school, he thought he was running away from his study, so he angrily refused, even putting more pressure on his late son. Those painful memories are still deeply ingrained in his mind. He just wanted a happy family, but his past actions only tore his family apart. He does not know what kind of happiness he was pursuing back then. After that terrible incident, he moved his family to days compared to his own method. He acknowledged that his way of eliminating school violence was very effective, created to punish evil. He knew the leader of that group was Kim Hyun-sung, and that his move to Seoul was to bring the goal he wanted to achieve from Daesan to Seoul. Because of this noble mission of his, Choi Sung-pin wanted to say a few things. He looked at him with a serious gaze and declared that from now on, no matter what he did in Seoul, he would stand by his side. As long as a group was led by, no one would dare obstruct his path. He stood up and extended his hand toward, affirming that he would always be behind and that people like him still exist. Kim Hyun-sung pulled back his chair and stood up. He seriously replied to Choi Sung, and the two shook hands, forming a pact. He recounted everything to Choi Seona. She stood on a swing, knowing her father would kill all those who had harmed her brother. The reason she could not do it, because she was not confident enough in her own action. Kim Hyun-sung comforted Seona, saying she knew those bastards were wrong. Thanks to him, she now had a new dream. Choi Seona turned to look at him and smiled. She did not care what he did with the power in his hand. Seeing it firsthand, she could not believe it to the point of getting goose. She understood one thing. Only power can eliminate evil. That must be the reason he held power in his hands. Inspired by his action, she decided to become a prosecutor, because then she would also have power and be able to live the way she wanted. She hoped he would become her hope, because when she thought of, she would not give up and would keep moving forward. He smiled at her and said he would sincerely support her. Kim Hyun-sung was on winter break, so now he was focusing on his family. He was grilling meat for everyone, and both his grandmother and younger brother were eagerly awaiting this, since it was their first time eating steak. Both of them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. His younger brother brother was even drooling. After grilling the meat, politely invited her to eat, and they enjoyed a very delicious meal together. They watched the snow fall together, enjoying the beautiful scenery. They happily went to an amusement park together, took pictures. Pictures showed his grandmother looking very happy. Kim Hyun-sung could not forget her youthful appearance moment. It was snowing outside, but the basement room was surprisingly warm. His grandmother rested her head on Hyun-sung's lap, complimented his soft hands, and she talked about his future bride, even though he was only 19. After everything he had been through, he realized family was still the most wonderful thing. Stroking her gray hair, he asked if she wanted to dye it, saying he would help. His grandmother said no. Aging is a natural blessing. No need to hide it. She wanted him to use his money to buy something he liked. She sensed something strange about Kim Hyun-sung treasured this precious and happy time. The best thing about returning to the past was not revenge, but that the pain of loss and the suffering his family had endured had disappeared. A text message arrived. It seemed everything was settled. It was time for him to leave Daesan for the prosperous city of Seoul. The DIT Group is the third wealthiest conglomerate in South Korea, comprising supply chains like DIT Electronics, DIT Motor, and DIT Insurance, along with many other subsidiaries. Right now, in front of the DIT Group, a blonde man is getting out of a luxury car. The man was tall. He walked into the company. It should also be mentioned that this is a corporation many graduates dream of work. Yul Hyun-min slowly walked inside, surrounded by gossip and admiration, not just for his handsome look, but also because he was the heir to the renowned DIT Group. Yul Hyun-min ran a hand through his hair. People were whispering that he was not just handsome, but also had a great personality. Amidst the admiring whisper, the man reached up and gently smoothed his silk blonde hair, tossing his blonde hair back to reveal his handsome face. He smiled brightly and greeted everyone in the company. After Yul Hyun-min got into the elevator, the women in the company still followed him with longing eyes, all sharing the same unspoken wish for Yul Hyun-min to date. Among those girls, some were more clear-headed, reminding others of a harsh truth. Yul Hyun-min was not just some rich kid. He had also risen through his own ability. He was completely out of their league. Arriving at his office, Yul Hyun-min plopped down in his chair. Contrary to the angelic face from moments ago, Yul Hyun-min revealed a devilish expression, grinned, glared, and loosened his tie, asking what had happened. The scene changes to Principal Aneksu's office. Daesungmire High School. Parents are surrounding the principal. They wanted to have it out with. Although Aneksu tried to calm everyone down, it did not seem easy. Parents of the 12th graders seemed upset about some issue that directly affected their children. The reason the parents were so angry was because Aneksu had informed them the school would be welcoming a new student, one who had ranked first in the nation on the recent mock exam. Parents demanded an explanation. Aneksu tried to explain that the matter had been decided and could not be changed. But suddenly a woman walked in, catching the principal's attention. The woman threatened the principal to change his decision. She would not allow that top-ranked student to enroll. She was Jo Haiju. As the head of the PTA at Daesungmire High School, Jo Haiju argued that she had helped the school solve many troublesome issues. She had even helped with Aneksu's personal problems, so she wanted to pressure him into stopping this enrollment. Aneksu was in a dilemma. He knew how much she had invested in the school, but he had no other choice. It happened a month ago, when all the information and evidence of Aneksu's past dirty deeds was sent to him. This evidence alone was enough to have him criminally prosecuted. After Aneksu read through each of his crimes, including messing around with minors, the person threatened to release it all to the making Aneksu tremble with fear. Aneksu had to give in. Trembling, he asked what the other person wanted. The man in the cap, his face hidden, stated his condition. He wanted something very simple from Mer. He wanted to get a very talented student into the school, and he did not care how outraged the parents would be. That would be Aneksu's problem to solve. Although terrified, he was even more afraid of the power of the Gangnam parent. Even as principal, he was not sure he could stand against the PTA's opposition. The man in the cap told him not to worry about that. He said he would send someone to help him face the parent. Just as he said that, the person he asked texted to confirm they had arrived. Back in the present, Aneksu was very anxious, constantly looking at his watch, waiting for help to arrive. He needed to stall for time. Aneksu tried to explain to the parents that he had tried to stop the transfer, not. The student had already transferred, and his record was perfectly clean. If he refused, it would cause even more problems for them. After hearing this, parents continued to shout in protest, ignoring his reason, because his decision would affect their children's chances of getting into college. The more he talked, the more agitated they became. Jo Haiju could not hold back any longer. Her face dark, she took off her glass, her expression murderous. She had misjudged Aneksu. She thought he was a reasonable man who would quietly obey after taking a bribe. Jo Haiju decided to use stronger measures. She threatened to make everything public, glaring and pointing her finger straight at Aneksu's face. She would make him witness the consequences of his action, and he could deal with the mess himself. Without waiting for Aneksu to beg, Jo Haiju slapped him hard across, stunning him. She no longer maintained the facade of a gentlewoman, resorting to thuggish behavior. If her kids faced any obstacle, it would be because of an incompetent principal like him. Aneksu was overcome with extreme fear. Everything was out of his control. At this critical moment, a woman walked in. The beautiful woman seemed surprised by the situation. Jo Haiju turned and seemed to recognize the newcomer. She remembered the woman's background. It was Lee Mi-soo, the mother of a student named Min Woo. Recalling the past, when Lee Mi-soo was sitting with her mother-in-law, lovingly hand-fed her an apple slice. Lee Mi-soo's life did a 180 after she met Kim Hyun-sung. Her in-laws even favored her more when Kang Min Woo's grades improved, and her reputation in Gangnam's private education sector skyrocketed. At that time, Kim Hyun-sung had called Mi-soo for a favor. Lee Mi-soo posted the tips he requested and shared them online. The number of users on Daechidong Sky Mom Cafe increased 30-fold in just a few weeks. As a result, Lee Mi-soo gained absolute power in the private education sector. As the moderator of the largest college prep forum in Gangnam, Lee Mi-soo began to gently attack Jo. Lee Mi-soo smirked that meant Jo Haiju had gone too far, threatening Principal Aneksu just because of a transfer student. Speaking as a parent, Jo Haiju said she could not accept. Jo Haiju asked Lee Mi-soo not to meddle in their school's affairs, but Lee Mi-soo was confident, reminding Jo Haiju that she was the one holding the information. Hearing this, Jo Haiju broke into a cold sweat. She did not understand why Lee Mi-soo was getting involved. After all, her son Min Woo did not even go to this school. Why was Lee Mi-soo interfering? Lee Mi-soo smiled and told everyone that the transfer student was Kim Hyun-sung, a very close friend of her Min Woo. As a mother, she could not watch her son's friend be treated poorly. After giving her reason, she also issued a warning. warning. They went against her wishes. She would take it as a declaration of hostility. Jo Haiju could only force a smile. She could not argue back. The other parent, understanding the implication in Lee Mai-su's word, agreed to stop their opposition. Lee made excuses to leave, leaving Lee Mai-su speechless. Jo Haiju reluctantly agreed through gritted. Although she accepted it on the surface, she was clearly unhappy inside, smiling while veins popped on her. With everything settled smooth, Lee Mai-su nodded and said, Lee Mai-su called Kim Hyun-sung to let him know everything was resolved. He just nodded, thanked, and said he would not forget this favor. Standing in his high-rise apartment, Kim Hyun-sung took in the entire school with his eye, thinking to himself that this was only the beginning. The reason he chose Daesung High School was because it was where the Golden Circle was most active. Kim Hyun-sung knew that if a student with the highest academic rank like him transferred in, they certainly would not allow it. At a school where deceitful behavior was rampant, being targeted was not a big deal. His reputation, which held sway in Daesun, would not be of much help here. But honestly, Kim Hyun-sung felt more excited than scared. He had anticipated this moment many times. He had finally reached Gangnam, place of his dream. Time passed just as planned. A request came from the Golden Circle to eliminate him. The world is still just as corrupt. Yul Hyun-min listened to his assistant's report while shaking his. Kim Hyun-sung had been targeted from the start. The first broke failed. Next, it was passed to a VIP marked person. And after that, they received a report that the job was complete. The assistant reported the investigation's find. In reality, the job was a complete failure. Everyone involved, from the commissioner to the related party, had been punished. Yul Hyun-min did not understand why he had not known what happened. The assistant continued his report. They had discovered that the broke and the mercenary had made a deal with Kim Hyun-sung. They went after Jung Chan-seo as soon as they realized, but he had already fled with his belongings, as if he knew beforehand. Considering this, the reason Jung Chan-seo was in the Golden Circle was to leak internal information. The assistant bowed his head, as if apologizing for his oversight in management. Yul Hyun-min glared impatiently, waiting for the other man's conclusion. The assistant knelt and kowtowed before Lee Hyun-min. He walked over and stepped on the assistant's head as he bowed, pressed down, grinding his foot on the man's head, while complaining about his long-winded explanation. Yul Hyun-min thought to himself that if this information spread, the members of the Golden Circle would panic, possibly causing chaos that he could not handle. He could not just let it go because of some idiot. The Golden Circle needed to continue for a long time. Reading Kim Hyun-sung's file, he found it very interesting. He figured Hyun-sung could not find a way to graduate quietly in days, so he came crawling to seal. Yul Hyun-min knew Kim Hyun-sung was targeting the Golden Circle, and he also knew he was being targeted. But Yul Hyun-min was not fake, because everyone from the police, the justice system, politicians all knelt before him. Yul Hyun-min gave an order. 1 month after school start, take care of Kim Hyun-sung at all costs. Yul Hyun-min smiled sinisterly. He just sat and thought, but he was excited for what was coming. A man holding a remote activated a screen and said he would begin the briefing on the sub. Kim Sung, the man presiding over the meeting, suggests considering how Kim Hyun-sung handled the Golden Circle, he likely has some understanding of their system. Kim Hyun-sung also unified all the schools in Daesun. Daesun does not have the same level of competition as Seoul. His power is estimated to be around a +2 rank. Below, the brokers debated heatedly about why Kim Hyun-sung would be so wrecked, or if he was really just a high school student. Presiding man continued. Kim Hyun-sung was able to cause so much trouble because the principal of Jeonil High and his homeroom teacher Kim Yang-chian both supported him. Furthermore, he is sponsored by the CEO of Myeongjin Construction, Jo Chang. Additionally, parent committee tried to stop him, failed due to the intervention of Lee Mai-su, the wife of Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chian. Lee Mai-su, who currently runs the Daechidong Sky Mom case, believed to have some sort of relationship with Kim Hyun-sung. Sure, Kim Hyun-sung came to Gangnam with a clear objective. Any question? This is the Golden Circle. A meeting of SEALs broke. One broker asked about Kim Hyun-sung's relationship with Deputy Chief Prosecutor Kang Dong-chian. The host replied that he did not think the man would do anything to help Kim Hyun-sung. Another asked if this was related to politics, and the answer was, not at this time. Kim Sung, this guy is pretty impressive. The Golden Circle had to hold a meeting because of him. This was the thought of the Golden Circle's executive board. Park Hyung-joon thought they could not just leave Kim Hyun-sung alone. He dared target them so openly. Failure is something that has never existed in the history of Golden Circle. Park Hyung-joon asked how many useful kids there were at Daesung Mirai High. The host replied that the school is currently under special management, so there are only 2 rank students, one of whom, Choi Mong-hoon, is. Park Hyung-joon then asked, so there should not be any internal problems. What about the teachers? The host gave a sinister smile after that question and replied that most of Daesung's teachers work only in a who caused this mess will be removed from his position and replaced by someone more obedient. Hearing that, Park Hyung-joon clasped his hand, looking pleased, and said decisively, this time, I will handle the matter personally. This must be the top priority. He and his associates will request support when needed. Then he flashed a supremely confident smile, indicating that the higher-ups wanted this finished within a month, but he and his men would end it in a week. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-sung was on his way to school, chilling with the thought that it felt like he would just arrived in Seoul yesterday. Time flies. Can't believe the semester has already started. The weather is beautiful. Blue sky, white cloud, golden sun. There are skyscrapers everywhere, and luxury cars are all around. Bustling crowd. It is like being in another world. Near the subway station and with a perfect exterior. Daesung Mirai High proved that it was at the center of power, rich enough to live in Gangnam, so they have corresponding power. They will lead the future of South Korea. Kim Hyun-sung was looking toward the school. He harbored the thought that passing through that gate would mark first step in his revenge. A teacher introduced Kim Hyun-sung with his impressive achievements to the students, saying, attention, I will introduce the new student before we begin. First place on the national mock exam. You must have heard of him. He did not ask me to introduce myself. It looks one way, but it is not. This is the most hostile reception for a new student I have ever seen. Unlike the nervousness of a normal new student, Kim Hyun-sung thought homeroom teacher seemed to have a problem with these students, who I will call a bunch of ass, are meeting me for the first time. Their attitude is already hostile. It seems they are carrying out some kind of plan together. Interesting. I wonder if it is because of my grade, or if someone told them to do this, but I do not care, because I like this chaos. You could say our main character is ready to throw down without giving a damn about anyone. Kim Hyun-sung then introduced himself. I am Hyun. The homeroom teacher, Jang Won, was preparing a test for everyone. The March assessment test will be the SAT. Get ready, and today, we will focus on the final SAT question. Kim Hyun-sung understood understood that maybe because this was a school in Gangnam. The studies were extremely intense right from the start. The teacher came to his desk to hand out the paper. He smiled and asked, "You must be Kim Hyun-sung, right? First in the national mock exam. Handsome. 2. Let us see what the nation's top scorer can do. How will you handle this problem?" Kim Hyun-sung remained wary. He did not care if he was being watched or not. The problem is every teacher in the class, starting with this one. He remembered teachers who always had a strange attitude towards, like, "You can handle this. The national top scorer is really different. Or is there anything left for us to teach you?" He understood it was an extremely guarded attitude behind their praise. It was like they were saying, "I am going to lower this student's grade," stunning him with their blatant intention. It did not take long to face the unpleasant reality. The arrogant students were talking trash openly in front of, like, "Damn it, fuck, we know. So what? What the hell can they do now? Top student transferred here. Probably make a big fuss. It is not fair at all that we are stuck with this piece of shit. The school's not at fault. The fault lies with this transfer." Referring to Kim Hyun-sung, "Why did you have to transfer to a school that values grades so much? Calls all this inconvenient. He is no different from a selfish psych." Another student added fuel to the fire, making a mountain out of a molehill. "You saw it too, right?" Kim Hyun-sung gets so damn excited whenever the teacher calls on to solve a problem. His confidence is through the roof, despite the terrible verbal attacks from the others. Our protagonist, Kim-sung, remained calm and continued writing. He paid them no mind, thinking, "Idiot, such a childish provocation. This is not Jeonil High. They can't just do whatever they want." After running their mouths until karma was due, one of them decided to get physical. Slamming his hand down on the notebook Kim Hyun-sung was writing in and challenged him. "Holy shit, are you deaf? Did a dog bite off your ears or something? Why are not you react? Answer me, you son of a bitch. What the hell were you think transferring here?" Kim Hyun-sung remained very calm and replied politely, "I have no obligation to answer you." Seeing this, the others and their buddies continued to mock. "Damn, this bastard is so annoying. Can't you see how many people are annoyed by you? You gonna play it like that? Fine, you deserve what is coming to you." As soon as he finished, the guy decided to self-destruct by punching himself in the face to frame Korean comic version of Chifio. Kim Hyun-sung found it strange and asked what he was doing. He challenged back, "What am I doing? Making trouble for you." With that, his performance began, collapsed to the ground, and yelled that the new student had hit him, causing shock among the onlookers. He just kept screaming, "Help me, somebody, help." Faced with this idiotic and somewhat brainless act, Kim Hyun-sung could only look at him with contempt. But after that stunt, both he and that guy had to go to the principal's office. The teacher enthusiastically criticized, "Did you hit your classmate just to stop him from talking? You could study. Hitting him during class. Who do you think you are?" Kim Hyun-sung could only try to defend himself, saying, "I did not do anything." The teacher continued to target, saying, "Then what about his face? How are you going to explain that?" Kim Hyun-sung remained calm and relaxed, explaining, "I am telling you, I did not do anything." This time, the teacher asked the other student, "You were witness. Speak up. Did Kim Hyun-sung hit Go Ryong-soo or not?" "Yes." "What a bunch of absolute bastards." "Holy crap." One student went along with. He answered that Kim Hyun-sung started it and beat the other guy brutally. Another one chimed in that Ryong-soo did nothing wrong. They wanted to stop Kim Hyun-sung, but they were scared. The one who got hit this time was like adding fuel to the fire. He also provoked, saying he would heard a lot about Kim Hyun-sung, that he was a mad dog at his old school, finding his life rather amusing. Kim Hyun-sung wondered, were these bastards ordered by the Golden Circle, or do they simply want to eliminate a rival like me? Whatever the reason, I have fallen into a trap on the very first day of school. I have not even done anything yet. This proves the Golden Circle has discovered my existence, the truth I have hidden, and my intentions for moving to Seoul. I won't know the Golden Circle's internal movements since Jung Chen-seo is not here now. From now on, I will have to fight back on my own and do everything for my revenge. This is an all-out war." Kim Hyun-sung then made another suggestion. "They are his friend. Therefore, I do not think they can be considered witness. If I am at fault, I will accept any punishment. So please, find other witness." Hearing that, the teacher just berated, "You are shameless. Witness. Rang-soo's face is enough evidence. You punk. How dare you lie to me? I do not care what your national rank is. What are you doing?" Seeing this bunch was a lost cause who would not learn their lesson the easy way, Kim Hyun-sung immediately took out his phone and called the police. "Hello, officer," he explained. "I am calling from Daesung Murray High School. There has been an incident of school violence here. It is quite serious. Please come." As soon as Kim Hyun-sung hung up, he was met with the teacher's panicked reaction. "Such swift and decisive action." He asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Kim Hyun-sung calmly explained, "We need to get the facts straight to resolve this issue properly. And sir, this is the proof you were looking for. Everything has been recorded." As he pulled out a recording pen, making the teacher and the students' faces fall. Then he finished with, "I am a very cautious person. Very convenient. Is not leaving the group speech. Mess with Kim Hyun-sung and you will burn." Police officer arrived and received the evidence, commented on the incident. A high school student threatening to harm himself. "This world is a scary. What the hell were you thinking? The you here was the student who faked being a victim." Failed. Rang-soo tried to explain, "My grades have been a bit low late, so I have been struggling, and I was a little upset when I heard the top student in the nation was transferring to our school." The police officer turned to the complicit teacher and said, "This is a crime. You understand that, right? And you were also wrong. As a teacher, you should listen to all your students." The teacher, who was so aggressive before, was now as meek as a pup, admitting, "It is my fault." When I saw his pained expression, I lost my reason for a moment. The police officer became very angry and scolded, "This is a serious problem. I am sure Kim Hyun-sung feels terrified by all of it, and it happened on his first day of school. He must be extremely worried about his future here." A woman said, "Grades are not a big deal. Detective, Gangnam is a place where everything is decided by grades. I am sure he had no ill intentions toward the kids or Mer." Jang-won, this powerful woman, was the principal of Daesung Murray High. Kim Ji-young, principal, said that seniors act entirely on emotion, so teachers tend to favor the students they know better. It is truly unfortunate that misunderstanding led to this situation, but since a report has been filed, I am obligated to handle it. I understand. What needs to be done now is punish the student, prevent similar incidents, but the school has too much going on right now. We rarely accept transfer students. Principal and Iksu was to insist, so we are busy with an audit. It must be very difficult. Please understand. We have too much on our plate. Please do not be too harsh on the kids. As you police say, youth is the future." The police officer said that a strict disciplinary measure would be enough to deter future violation. Given the principal's plausible excuse and seemingly credible promise, the officer smiled and turned to Kim Hyun-sung. Asked, "Since she has promised, student Kim Hyun-sung, what do you think about accepting a sincere apology and letting this go?" Kim Hyun-sung thought to himself, "This is like a well-choreographed play to get the ending they want. The way they force a mutually satisfactory outcome. This terrible feeling is just like what happened before. The despair of a victim, as expected from the students to the teacher and even the police. This Gangnam interest group is different from Daisy. This confirms that this is the main base of the Golden Circle. After a moment's thought, Kim Hyo-sung said it was strange. Strange how? You ask. I never said I would forgive anyone. Police are just speaking for me. From my perspective, and the principal is just negotiating with the police. It is like everyone is telling me to my that if I do not agree to, I will be the stubborn fool who ruins everything they have worked so hard to protect. Isn't that a little cruel? After he said this, everyone, especially the principal and the police, was stunned. The principal had to say she only made the proposal because she did not want him to be mistreated anymore. Police just chimed in. Just listen to the principal. Don't you still have a whole school year ahead of you? Faced with this unpleasant, Kim Hyo-sung said as he walked, thanks for your concern, but you know, I am just a kid. I am not supposed to argue with adults. Kim Hyo-sung walked to the door and opened it. A man's voice said, hello, everyone. A large man appeared, saying he was Kim Hyo-sung's lawyer. Jong-soo never could have anticipated the moves in Kim Hyo-sung's plan. He realized that Lim Ye-soo, who was not part of his plan, had a major strength. Her husband was the deputy chief prosecutor of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. The plan would be much more solid. He had the deputy chief prosecutor on his side. But after looking into him, he learned the man was not the to get involved in a secret in the prosecution, earning him the nickname the cattle prod. He was the type of person who would readily sacrifice himself for greater good and social justice. He has exceptional skills and a special family background, and he never makes mistakes simply because he does not let anyone interfere with his work. Surprisingly, he is completely different from Lim Ye-soo, who throws mountains of money at those kids. Kim Hyo-sung approaches someone like this the wrong way. He will be destroyed. It is not Wong Kim-won, but I have a good feeling. Anyway, I need someone by my side with legal expertise. Finding a lawyer who can't be bought by money and fame. He recalls the time he called Lim Ye-soo. She answered the phone. Teacher, I am listening. Kim Hyo-sung got the gist of the situation. Back to the moment the lawyer had Jong-soo come in. He declared this situation was big enough to press charges against those involved. This threat could lead to a case of concealing a crime. This is so ridiculous. He can't understand it. The stuttering teacher, Junju, says it is just a misunderstanding. They are considering it from Hyo-sung's perspective. The lawyer glares and asks, are you talking to him? It would be better if the school responded appropriately, like giving the offender a light punishment out of concern for the student. He has no choice but to hold the school responsible. The principal is shaking now. She says she is fine, but she is clearly falling apart. She says, don't you think this is a bit hard? The students are still young. The lawyer just glares back, what an expression, and says he is not the one to judge. The judge will decide. In the end, the student with the fake act had to get on his knees and beg. It will never happen again. It was my fault. Please forgive me this one time. I won't do it again. The lawyer firmly stated. A mistake is when something does not go as planned, but a malicious act is a crime in court. So what will you do now? Madam Principal. Both the police officer and the teacher look at each other, trembling. They probably almost peed their. In the end, principal had to agree to handle it the way the lawyer and Kim Hyo-sung wanted. The score is 1-0. In Kim Hyo-sung's favor, a very smart move. Although a bit costly in hindsight, he thinks it was an utterly ridiculous offer. He would be Kim Hyo-sung's lawyer for the next year and be paid $10,000 per appearance. $10,000 for a few hours of work to resolve a situation instead of taking it to court. If it went to court, the compensation would be a story. This only applies if the client is the so he would not have to betray the justice he seeks. Jong-soo gave up being a prosecutor for the sake of justice, but as a defense attorney, he has witnessed all kinds of dirty crime. He understands this world is never fair. But this Kim Hyo-sung case is truly fascinating. But this is a strange situation. He asked him to be on standby on his very first day, and Kim Hyo-sung became a victim in just half a day. After wondering for a while, the lawyer decides to ask Kim Hyo-sung, who are you? Kim Hyo-sung replies that he is not sure, but what he can be sure of that he is not welcome here. That is all he can explain. Meanwhile, principal and her cronies are furious. Can't do anything. She tells the teacher, Jane, I have been asked to handle this. I want to make sure it is handled smooth. Do you understand? Sorry, just let it go. Who would have thought Kim Hyo-sung would bring a recorder? Be careful with the next step. The teacher nods obediently like a loyal dog and says, thank you. I won't let you down again. Principal says they are rarely given such a tight deadline by their superior. If they fail, they will pay the price. So they need to act carefully now. Keep things as they were. Do it the old way. She ordered. Back to Kim Hyo-sung, who hired a lawyer. While the school suspended Go Dong-soo and his friend, Kim Hyo-sung kept attending. He still heard badmouth, but it was much quieter. Why can they come to school and threat? Don't look him in the eye. You will get in trouble. He will call his lawyer again. Kim Hyo-sung went from someone students were wary of to someone everyone avoids. Students still whisper. He studies during break. No wonder he is #1 in the country. As Wong Kim-won intended, Kim Hyo-sung would be isolated. The jerks still provoke. Like, what the hell is going on? Are you eating trash? Leave him alone. Even scum needs to live. Kim Hyo-sung thinks to himself, I never thought living in Seoul would be easy. Actually, this is better. This reaction just means he has shaken up the whole school. While he is thinking, a guy with green hair approaches him in the cafeteria and said, haha, coming to the cafeteria during break. Are we? This guy is so diligent. No wonder he is #1 in the country. Is the food good? He is clenching a piece of meat tightly in his hand, as if trying to restrain himself from the other guy's provocation. Puts an arm around his shoulder and asks for a bite. Kim Hyo-sung realizes something. He is finally here. Choi Mung-hun, Hwang Kim-won's plus assassin. This guy says, our school's food sucks. Right. Did you get that on tape? I do not care. You have been warned. I will just say it straight. They won't treat you like a human here. Maybe I am a problem student. Just like your other issue. If you fight back, the teachers will only tear you apart. Proud. Fancy background won't help you then. Why is he telling me all this? Because some interesting things are about to happen. Come in. I will take you down without mercy. Welcome to Daesung Myrae High School. The friendliest welcome in history. In the middle of the hallway, Choi Mong-hun and Lee Woo-jae-on-ho are talking as they walk, to the fear and anxiety of everyone around them. Lee Woo-jae-on-ho wonders if it is okay that Choi Mong-hun just warned Kim Hyo-sung and let him go without beating him half to death. Because even if Choi Mong-hun did beat him up, the teachers would just cover for him anyway. Choi Mong-hun turns and explains to Lee Woo-jae-on-ho that after receiving information from Hwang Kim-chan, he realized Kim Hyo-sung is no ordinary person. Lee Woo-jae-on-ho is confused. How tough can he be? In response, Choi Mong-hun lists Kim Hyo-sung did back in days. He single-handedly took on the entire school, caught everyone, destroyed everything, and left chaos in his wake. Hearing this makes makes Lee Woo-jae-on-ho turn pale with fear. Kim Hyun-sung sent all the bullies to juvenile detention, or turned them into veg. The funny thing is, the one who became a vegetable was from Hwang Kim-tae. Kim Hyun-sung hid his identity, and asked to join Hwang Kim-tae. Choi Mong-hun smirked, remarking that Kim Hyun-sung is a real psycho. Deep down, Choi Mong-hun is secretly thrilled, because Kim Hyun-sung is so strong. Hwang Kim-tae promised to pay him 100 million. Completes the job perfect. Hwang Kim-tae might even give him a hefty bonus. Just thinking about it makes him grin from ear to ear, squeezing Woo-jae-on-ho's shoulder hard. Choi Mong-hun reminds him that he can't Kim Hyun-sung like the others. Kim Hyun-sung is not the type to give up in a fight, even with a broken arm or leg, pulling Woo-jae-on-ho closer. Choi Mong-hun gives off a menacing aura that terrifies him, telling him their goal is to make Kim Hyun-sung realize that, unlike Daisy, Seoul is hell on earth. Choi Mong-hun checked Woo-jae-on-ho to see if he understands what he said. In the exam room, Kim Hyun-sung thinks to himself, deadline set by Hwang Kim-tae is probably the first midterm exam. If his grades are affected, the committee members will be all over. Hwang Kim-tae won't sit still even if he has a recorder. Suddenly, something hits the back of his neck. It is a piece of an eraser. Glances back, just as he predicted, it was thrown by Woo-jae-on-ho. Kim Hyun-sung did not think they would resort to such childish acts. Catching Kim Hyun-sung's glance, Woo-jae-on-ho glares back insolently and asks, "What are you looking at?" After being looked at, he continuously throws eraser bits at him. This might be a test to see how much he can endure, to create a situation for Hwang Kim-tae where he can't control himself and explodes. Kim Hyun-sung smirked, laughing inwardly. They know how crazy he is, yet they still choose this method. He even prepared for this special kind of lifestyle. The bell rings. Ending class. Kim Hyun-sung quietly considers that even if he gets rid of Myung-hun, someone else will just take his. So that is not the solution. What he needs to do now is make an example, so this school system can't touch him. He needs to become a thorn in their side. He walks over to where Yui Sunho is sitting. Kim Hyun-sung asks, "You seem to be having fun." Though visibly scared, Yui Sunho tries to act tough, pretending not to know what he is talking about. Kim Hyun-sung growls and says it again. Then Kim Hyun-sung reaches into his shirt, pulls out a pen, and clicks it. He has turned off the recording device. Then he lunges forward and punches Yui Sunho hard in the chest, giving him no time to react. Yui Sunho is knocked floor, struggling to breathe. This was not what he expected. He confusedly asks Kim Hyun-sung, "Why did you hit me?" Without answering, he rushes at him again. Yui Sunho screams a warning. "This is school violence. You hit me first." Kim Hyun-sung replies that he knows what he is doing. Unlike with that bastard Go Dong-soo, he was completely provoked by this guy. These two situations are different. He grabs Yui Sunho by the hair and drags him. He is just doing what is necessary to continue with his plan. He tells everyone to look, making all who hear him feel uneasy. Kim Hyun-sung wants everyone to be a witness. Continues to beat Yui Sunho brutally. Kim Hyun-sung laughs with satisfaction like a true demon. After that fight, both are called to the teacher's office to explain. Yui Sunho's face is swollen and bruised, bandaged up. He is sitting quiet. The teachers ask him to explain what happened. Waiting for this moment, Yui Sunho acts wrong. He says he was very upset after what happened to Dong-soo because of Kim Hyun-sung. "I threw an eraser and right after class ended, he beat me up." Yui Sunho is angry, pointing at his own face and screaming that even though he provoked him first, getting beaten to a pulp like this is too much. His shrill screams even annoy the teacher. The teacher concludes from Yui Sunho's explanation that he was unilaterally attacked by Kim Hyun-sung. Jinki Hong he confirms his actions towards Go Dong-soo were justified. She is glad Yui Sunho admitted his wrongdoing. However, turning to Kim Hyun-sung, Jinki Hong he reminds him that using violence against a classmate over a prank makes him just like Go Dong-soo. The teachers at the table now look like demons, staring at, waiting to tear him apart. Jinki Hong he continued, "If you think you are innocent, then why do not you show us that wonderful recording of yours?" But they did not expect Kim Hyun-sung to admit what he did. He defiantly confesses. He asks them to open a committee meeting. Kim Hyun-sung does not think this is an issue that can be resolved this way. He says he will be punished if necessary. So he hopes Jinki Hong he will decide based on justice and fairness. The teachers did not expect him to request this directly. They whisper to each other that it is strange he is so willingly accepting a suspension. He is cautious enough to pair a recording device. So why is Kim Hyun-sung digging his own grave like this? Jinki Hong he taps the table thoughtfully. She tells everyone she is sure Kim Hyun-sung has a plan to manipulate the committee because he is still a minor. He might be able to do that, but she thinks his plan is impossible. He is too arrogant. This is Gangnam, not Daesun. Besides Hwang Kim-tae, this place can't be influenced by force and support. Kim Hyun-sung's methods from Daesun won't work here in Gangnam. While the teachers are thinking about, Kim Hyun-sung just smiles confident, casually crossing his legs. Jinki Hong he reassures everyone. She smirks condescendingly, thinking Kim Hyun-sung is just improvised. "Don't worry, everyone. Kim Hyun-sung won't be studying at this school anymore." To Lee Mi-so's house. She has cut apples and arranged them on a plate. She walks to her son's room, gently humming a tune. She opens the door and gently calls for her son. Lee Mi-so enters her son's room and asks about his study, but realizes her son is looking at her in panic, holding his phone. He tremblingly tells her the news he just received. His tutor, Hee-sung, just texted that he can't tutor him anymore. Hearing this, Lee Mi-so is so shocked she dropped a plate of apples. 7 days before the disciplinary committee meeting, Lee Mi-so is meeting with other parents. She informs them that a committee meeting is coming up. The person being disciplined is my son's tutor. He is the top student in the country. I wonder if it is because he moved to Gangnam, but it seems he is in trouble. Problem is, the teachers are accusing him of attacking another student unprovoked. After hearing Lee Mi-so explain, parents sigh worried, not knowing what to do. Lee Mi-so calls for everyone to unite and support Kim Hee-sung by ensuring he is not treated unfairly due to outside influence. Lee Mi-so hopes everyone will show Kim Hee-sung their sincerity so he can continue tutoring their children. All the parents nod seriously in agreement. After the meeting with the mother, Lee Mi-so returns home. She helps her husband with his coat and tells him she has spoken with the other members. She cries, hoping he can help, feels for his wife, who struggles to care for Mingu. But he is a prosecutor. He reluctantly tells his wife to understand. "I do not take taxpayers' money and wield power for personal gain." Lee Mi-so listens sadly to her husband's words. He comforts her, saying if Mingu does not get into Korea University, it is not her fault. He gently wipes away his wife's tears, understanding she has been too isolated until now. He hugs his wife and promises to teach their son separately. He can't help her as prosecutor Kang Dong Dong-chin, but he will help as Kang Dong-chin, her husband. 5 days before the committee meeting, at lawyer Park Jung-soo's office, the lawyer questions Kim Hyun-sung. This request is different from what you did before. Park Jung-soo loses his composure. He does not know what Kim Hyun-sung takes him for. He can't represent him at the upcoming hearing. It is clearly school violence. Park Jung-soo yells at a calm Kim Hyun-sung, who is sipping tea. If you want to buy me with money, then cancel the contract right now and find another lawyer. There are plenty of scumbags who would drool over those terms and sign with you. Kim Hyun-sung silently sips his tea. After yelling at him, lawyer Park Jung-soo also falls silent, rubbing his forehead. Park Jung-soo sits down opposite him and speaks honestly. He could not sleep a wink that night. He does not know what the hell is going on or who is backing, and he does not understand why innocent students and teachers are all against, or why even the police only see the bad in. He silently apologizes for disappointing, but he just wants to know how he really feels, gently putting down his teacup. Kim Hyun-sung tells him the terms won't change. If he wants, he can cancel the contract without any penalty fees. But before that, he hopes he will listen to what he has to say. The die has been cast. It is a matter of whether he or his opponent will fall. Jung-soo looks straight at him, waiting for what he has to say. Kim Hyun-sung has no intention of stopping here. The day of the committee meeting has arrived. The atmosphere in the room is tense. The teachers are staring at Kim Hyun-sung. The Parents Association is also tense about today's meeting. Everyone has arrived. Jin Ki-hong-hee announces the committee will begin its discussion. The purpose of today's meeting is regarding the school violence committed by student Hyun-sung. A few days before the school committee hearing, Kim Hyun-sung's recorder replayed the conversation between him and a teacher. Threat to tear him to pieces rang out clearly. After the recording finished, Kim Hyun-sung pointed out how strange it was for a teacher to threaten him, which proves he is a weakness for Hwang Kim-chine. His explanation made lawyer Park Jong-soo realize he is indeed a weak point. Hwang Kim-chine, a sore spot they want to get rid of. Kim Hyun-sung had asked lawyer Park using violence against Hwang Kim-chine was completely wrong. He could not answer that question. Recalling past cases, all the victims Park Jong-soo had taken on were related to Hwang Kim-chine. Everyone who came to him was bruised and battered. Every client was filled with fear. But before getting anywhere, the victims would always want to drop, and every case was forced to close midway. Now, facing another victim of Hwang Kim-chine and being asked those questions gave him a bit of a headache. He gave up being a prosecutor to live a clean, fair life in law. But after everything, he wonders if he made the wrong choice. Park Jong-soo had opposed the corruption of high-ranking prosecutor, and because of that, he was seen as a snitch. His wife even divorced him for it. Remembering the past, he does not know what he could have done to be considered a good father and husband. But if he had abandoned his belief just to make a living, would not his work be meaningless? It was for that greater good that he chose justice over his family. Thinking this, Park Jong-soo admits Kim Hyun-sung did nothing wrong. He is just trying to survive. He wants to know how he can help. Contrary to what Park Jong-soo explained, he asked him not to attend the upcoming committee meeting. In the meeting, a teacher from the disciplinary committee is summarizing the incident. It started with Yui Seon-ho's rash act. Dissatisfied with the school's decision regarding Go Dong-soo, provoked Kim Hyun-sung by throwing an eraser first. As a result, Kim Hyun-sung responded with violence. His violent act was confirmed by student witnesses in the class. Kim Hyun-sung became more aggressive as he fought. He went too far. The teacher concludes that student Yui Seon-ho has suffered permanent injury. After hearing this, parent asks, "What do you mean, permanent injury?" Another parent is sweating profusely, while another groans in despair. The committee's representative presents the doctor's diagnosis for everyone to see. Due to the assault, Yui Seon-ho lost 3 teeth. Not only was he physically injured, but he is also receiving psychological treatment. Along with the doctor's note, the teacher presents another document, petition from the parents of Dae-sung Mi-rae School. Everyone agrees on a heavy punishment. Kim Hyun-sung, Principal Jin Kyung-hae, sitting to the side, reveals a triumphant smile. He continues to listen in silence to the conclusion from the disciplinary committee. The teacher argues school violence starts a trend that can become more serious, so they demand that Kim Hyun-sung face strict disciplinary action. After the report, Lee Mi-so feels completely lost. She does not know what to do, and it seems there is nothing she can do to help. Principal Jin Ki-hong-hae sees Kim Hyun-sung's calm demeanor, can't help but worry. Even though everything seems to be going her way, his indifferent attitude makes her uneasy. She notes that lawyer Park is not attending this meeting, and it is also very strange that Kim Hyun-sung is just listening without saying a word. But after considering the whole situation, everything has been arranged anyway. After this, Kim Hyun-sung won't be able to hold his head up, so she does not care much anymore. She just asks him to rebut the committee's argument. Kim Hyun-sung frankly admits his fault, but he does not believe the school's medical report. He thinks it is impossible for Yui Seon-ho to have a permanent injury. The teacher is annoyed, not expecting him to dare question the doctor's diagnosis, but before the teacher can finish, he holds up 2 fingers, stating there are 2 very suspicious. Kim Hyun-sung looks straight at Yui Seon-ho, making him sweat bullets. The first suspicious thing is, were Yui Seon-ho's teeth really broken by his punch? He showed no signs of broken teeth or any symptoms right after the incident. Questioning Yui Seon-ho, he looks directly at Vice Principal Jin Ki-hong-hee about the second suspicious point. Previous incident with Go Dong-soo. When I first transferred, I was falsely accused despite saying I did nothing. This proves I was not well and was unfairly punished on my very first day. Based on these arguments, Kim Hyun-sung confidently declares that the school is just abusing the disciplinary system without a proper investigation. Therefore, he has grounds to disbelieve the result, and who knows if Yui Seon-ho himself falsified the report. After hearing Kim Hyun-sung's argument, Yui Seon-ho's face turns deathly pale. He is speechless, seeing the school's disciplinary system publicly humiliated. The teacher stand up angrily to criticize Kim Hyun-sung, claim his wild accusations are just speculation, and that his words prove he has no remorse for his actions. Vice Principal Jin Ki-hong-hee just rests her chin on her hand, smiling smugly to herself. She thinks he is just a kid. No matter how much he prepared, it is useless, especially since he admitted to hitting Yui Seon-ho. It is all over. With that, she stands up and concludes Kim Hyun-sung's rebuttal is meaningless, so there is no reason to investigate further, as there were many witnesses. His violent act has been clearly verified. Combined with his unrepentant attitude, the school has reviewed incidents that occurred at his old school before he transferred. After saying this, Vice Principal Jin Ki-hong-hee looks visibly pleased. Unable to hide hide a wide grin. She announces he is to be expelled immediately. After hearing this, he just sits there with his arms crossed, saying nothing. He just thanks the vice principal. Park Hyun-sung's office. He is on the phone with Jin Kai-hong-hee. He knows expelling Kim Hyun-sung is risk for now. Client is very satisfied, promises to send a special bonus for this outcome. Hearing this, Jin Ki-hong-hee can't stop smiling. She even casually tosses her vice principal nameplate into the trash can. After hanging up, she joyfully curses Principal An-soo because everything is going so smoothly. Thinking about a future as a principal, the backing of Hwang Kim-tae, she happily stretches. What a beautiful life. He who laughs laughs best. The next morning, Jin Ki-hong-hee is furious. She storms into Kim Hyun-sung's class, yelling and asking where he is. She throws away all her dignity as a vice principal, cursing him out, calling him a bastard for ignoring her. She points a finger in his face, asking why he is still here when he has been expelled. Kim Hyun-sung calmly replies that he has no reason to follow that ruling. Jin Ki-hong-hee gets so angry she knocks the book off his desk. The decision was made after a thorough investigation. A student like can't just brazenly refuse to listen. Jin Ki-hong-hee is stunned when he hands her a piece of paper. He tells her to give his back because class is about to start, and if she has questions, she can talk to his lawyer. After reading the paper, she is so shocked she stumbles back, even cursing. What the hell is this? Jin Ki-hong-hee listens to lawyer Park Jong-soo, biting her nails anxiously, because yesterday's committee ruling has too many questionable points. Kim Hyun-sung's side has requested a suspension of the ruling. Jin Ki-hong-hee holds the paper, unable to believe her eyes, while lawyer Park Jong-soo continues to explain the disciplinary suspension document. He even gloats that if the suspension is accepted, all forms of punishment will be put on hold, including expulsion or transfer. Whatever the school does, Kim Hyun-sung has no obligation to comply. After explaining, Park Jong-soo affirms he will use every available measure to drag out the case as long as possible. After all, his client, Kim Hyun-sung, must graduate safely. Park Jong-soo does not forget that Hwang Kim-tae will be in chaos if the suspension actually happens. Right. Jin Ki-hong-hee can't believe he is actually fighting against Hwang Kim-tae. Cornered dog will do anything. She crumples the paper, challenging what Park Jong-soo said. She does not think things will go his way. Only a fool would pull it off. She even throws the crumpled paper right in Park Jong-soo's face. She thinks he should pray Hwang Kim-tae does not find out about this plan, because as long as you live in Korea, you can't escape therein. Park Jong-soo straightens the crumpled paper. He states that no matter how much money you throw at the court, you can't create a verdict. That is why precedent is so important. He takes a stack of papers from his briefcase and calmly explains that if there is a precedent for an unreasonable ruling, the defendant can appeal, and the original trial will be overhauled from the judge to the prosecutor. At worst, the judge could be fired for incompetence. He slams the stack of papers on the table. This is proof of how often Hwang Kim-tae operates. They have used this disciplinary suspension method countless times to evade punishment, just like Kim Hyun-sung is doing now. Jong-soo points to the papers and asks Jin Ki-hong-hee if she understands what he just said. Her face turns pale. Jong-soo triumphantly points at her. If she wants to nullify Kim Hyun-sung's suspension, she would also be indirectly digging up all their past cases for reinvestigation. Remembering his past life, while he was comatose, the news reported a shocking incident where a Korea University student was framed, causing another student's failed suicide. The attacker was actually defending himself, but because of a disciplinary suspension request, all punishment was postponed during the suspension period. Only when a verdict is reached is the suspension lifted, and that is also a way to bend the law. And he knew about this strategy, one that Hwang Kim-tae often used. Back to when he spoke with lawyer Park Jong-soo the other day, he had foreseen that he would be constantly summoned to the disciplinary committee. Continued studying at Daesung Mi-rae, and he decided to use Hwang Kim-tae's own dirty method to fight back against their corruption. He wants to make sure that in the near future, Hwang Kim-tae can't touch him. Ending the flashback, Park Jong-soo mentions names like Lee Ju-gun, Jin Min-hee, Kwon Ji-hun. Their common trait is that they are all clients of Hwang Kim-tae. People just mentioned all caused trouble and requested a suspension, after which they graduated normally without any issues. They are even enjoying happy lives every day. The more Jin Ki-hong-hee listens, the more she trembles. Park Jong-soo looks at the vice principal with sharp eyes, asserting that these past precedents are a good basis for him to defend Kim Hyun-sung. And Hwang Kim-tae continues to cause trouble for him. He won't let it slide anymore. Jin Ki-hong-hee is furious. She feels sacrificing a judge is no big deal. Priority is to get rid of Kim Hyun-sung at all costs. Embarrassment turns to anger. She yells that lawyer Park and Kim Hyun-sung are nothing. If they are going to do it, they should give it their all, because they will also do everything to protect their client. The word client reminds him of something. He glances towards the window and adds that her clients hate having their identities revealed. Jin Ki-hong-hee looks out the window, following Park Jong-soo's gaze. He adds that if she wants to blow this up, she should look out the window before deciding, because he did not come empty-handed. He brought a gift. Outside, a man with a megaphone is introducing himself as Choi Seo-hong-bin, chairman of the Committee Against School Violence. Around him were many people handing out flyers, and there was even a banner that said "No More School Violence." He continued to spread the message anyone could be a victim of school violence. Signs of sadness or unusual behavior, like suddenly wanting to transfer school, are also signs of psychological abuse from school violence. Don't ignore the small details and save the lives of these children in time. People gathered to read the flyer, and everyone looked worried. The loudspeaker continued to blare as he urged adults to act as soon as possible. Choi Seo-hong-bin was determined to eradicate school violence, not wanting anyone else to suffer the loss of a child like he did. Jin Ki-hong was extremely bewildered. Park Jong-soo's voice continued to drone on as he expressed that he also craved money and power. He smiled slyly behind the vice principal's back and posed a question to her. Are money and power enough to sway the golden line? After hearing the story, Park Hee-hong-jun just laughed contemptuously. He never expected Kim Hee-hong-sung would dare threaten the golden line, saying that if they touched him, he would expose all of their dark secrets. So that means the golden line can't do anything to him in this school. Jin Ki-hong speculated that he did it on purpose to bring everything hidden to light, and Park Hee-hong-jun nodded in agreement. Holding her phone, the vice principal asked what to do next. Park Hee-hong-jun decided they had to eliminate Kim Hee-hong-sung as quickly as possible, and that the teacher should be notified immediately. The old man phoned, and with a murderous look on his face, he ordered the person on the the other end not to do anything tomorrow. At Daesung Meyer High School, Kim Hee-hong-sung was not the Golden Line's only victim. Another student was being brutally beaten in the bath. Choi Mi-hong-hun punched and yelled at the other student, calling him a moron who acts smart but is actually an idiot. Choi Mi-hung grabbed Kang Ji-guk's head. He was furious about being seen as an idiot. He had told Ji-guk to drop out or transfer many times if he wanted to live. The boy cried and apologized, his face swollen. Choi Mi-hong-hun did not accept Ji-guk's apology, feeling insulted that he was still hanging around the school. Ji-guk thought that since it was his last year, he just had to endure it a little longer, and everything would be over. Choi Mi-hong-hun saw right through him, comparing him to a timid mouse that clings to this school all day. It had been a long time since he would met someone like Kang Ji-guk. Grabbed Kang Ji-guk's index, squeezing it while warning that he was in a very bad mood. So if he wanted to live, he should get out of this school quick. With a snap, Kang Ji-guk's index finger was broke. He was in so much pain his pupils contracted. The bully rolling in his ear that he should transfer instead of trying to stick it out until graduation. The gut-wrenching pain made Kang Ji-guk scream. Choi Mi-hong-hun laughed gleefully and mocked Kang Ji-guk's weak. Thought it was pathetic for a man to cry and said that people do not die from just a broken finger. Remembering the past, going back to the beginning of it all, when Kang Ji-guk ranked first in the midterms of his first semester, Choi Mi-hong-hun came looking for him a few days later, and that was the beginning of hell on earth. Kang Ji-guk. Ending the flashback, Kang Ji-guk sat silently at his desk, broken finger. His parents had placed high hopes on their son, which is why they decided to move to Gangnam. Ji-guk just wanted to endure the bullying for one more year, but now things had gone beyond his breaking point. Kang Ji-guk looked out the window, wondering whether he should jump or not. Everything had become too painful for a person like him to bear. According to recent school rumors, Choi Mi-hong-hun had bullied another upperclassman named Kim Hyun-sung, and the method of bullying was exactly the same as with Kang Ji-guk. Knowing this made Ji-guk more desperate than ever. Then, he heard that Kim Hyun-sung had fought back. The result was that Kim Hyun-sung had to face the school's disciplinary committee. In the end, no one could escape Choi Mi-hong-hun's grasp. That was just what Kang Ji-guk thought. A few days later, his friends started gossip. Kim Hyun-sung was still attending school, even though the school had decided to expel him immediately. This was crazy. The chatter about Kim Hyun-sung continued around Kang Ji-guk. They found out Kim Hyun-sung had appealed the school's expulsion decision, and the court had suspended the disciplinary action against Kim Hyun-sung. That is why he could attend school normally, and by the time the court reached a verdict, he might have already graduated. They could not believe such a law existed. Hearing this, Kang Ji-guk realized Kim Hyun-sung was different. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ji-guk's heart. Kim Hyun-sung could stop Choi Mi-hong-hun, and if Hyun-sung succeeded, he might have a chance too. After making up his mind, Kang Ji-guk went to find Kim Hyun-sung. He had something he wanted to tell him. Kang Ji-guk recounted how he was also being bullied, and that Choi Mi-hong-hun come to provoke Kim Hyun-sung in the future. He did not understand why Kang Ji-guk was telling him these things. Kang Ji-guk expressed that he wanted him to win this fight, but as he was speaking, something fell from above and Kim Hyun-sung right on the head, splashing water everywhere. Kang Ji-guk asked if he was okay. He just said he was fine and slowly looked up. As expected, Choi Mi-hong-hun was standing on the floor above, waving down at Kim Hyun-sung. Agreed that both he and Kang Ji-guk were being bullied. Kim Hyun-sung smoothed his hair and advised Ji-guk not to do anything because what he was doing had nothing to do with Kang Ji-guk, so he should not get involved in his mess. The accomplice next to Choi Mi-hong-hun announced Kim Hyun-sung was coming up to their spot, holding a cigarette. Choi Mi-hong-hun scorned Kim Hyun-sung for being foolish enough to underestimate the group. Behind Choi Mi-hong-hun, a large group had gathered, all of them waiting for Kim Hyun-sung. Choi Mi-hong-hun ordered them all to carry out the plan. Kim Hyun-sung's footsteps echoed slowly, one by one, as he made his way up. From above, many other footsteps echoed back. The group of bullies was coming down, and so, the bullies and Kim Hyun-sung met on the top floor. One of them looked down from above and asked. He was the upperclassman Kim Hyun-sung. Another one said it was a pleasure to meet, but before he could finish, he got a fist right in the mouth. Kim Hyun-sung cursed, "Classman, my ass, you bunch of idiots." The bullies ganged up on it. They all rushed forward, yelling, "Don't be scared." Beat the crap out of Kim Hyun-sung. He stood there calmly, waiting for them. Kim Hyun-sung kicked one of them straight in the stomach, sending him sprawling. He knew about Kang Ji-guk thanks to information provided by Dung Chan. One guy lunged forward to punch him hard, but he skillfully dodged it. He did not need to use much strength, just his leg to trip them up. They all fell down the stairs, each one of them crying out in pain. As he fought, he thought about Kang Ji-guk's situation, a diligent student, trying to get ahead. While he was thinking, another guy charged down from above, yelling for him to die. He grabbed the guy's face with one hand. Remembering Kang Ji-guk asking for help, he was reminded of how he himself used to study hard back in the day, and the fact that Kang Ji-guk came to him for help proved how desperate he was. He smashed the head of the guy who told him to die against the railing. He remembered how he had died before, also by falling from a rooftop, and he swore to himself that he would get out of this place safe. Walking down these steps, lost in thought, a white-haired guy flew down from the floor above, aiming a kick right at him. Quickly dodged it, causing the white-haired guy to lose his balance and stumble with a grunt. Then he himself fell from the upper floor, screaming in terror. It seemed the Grim Reaper was waving hello to him. Watching the white-haired guy fall, he wondered if he and Kang Ji-guk find peace after this incident. Purple-haired bully, who had been acting tough up above, could only grit his teeth, the railing, and curse damn it for witnessing Kim Hyun-sung's strength. The ones he defeated were groaning in pain, some even crying for help. Blood splattered on the ground. Kim Hyun-sung held one guy by the head. The guy angrily asked why his buddies were just standing there watching. As Kim Hyun-sung dragged the guy up the stairs, he threatened that this was only the beginning. To the school hallway, Kang Ji-guk was pacing nervously, wondering if Kim Hyun-sung was okay. He was sure Kim Hyun-sung had gone to the rooftop, find Choi Mi-hong-hun. Lost in thought, a student ran past in the opposite direction, yelling that there was a big fight on the stairs of the next building. Two other students were laughing gleefully, saying Kim Hyun-sung was done for, because all the students' fight had been gathered to take him down. After hearing that, Kang Ji-guk was certain that Kim Hyun-sung was being ganged up on, not having a one-on-one fight with Choi Mi-hong-hun. Kang Ji-guk grew worried, realizing it was all a trap set by Choi Mi-hong-hun. He did not know what to do, but if Kim Hyun-sung was taken out, would not his hope be extinguished too? He had to do something. Putting thought into action, Kang Ji-guk ran to find a teacher. He opened the door and anxiously told the teacher something bad was happening. He reported that in the next building, Kim Hyun-sung was being ganged up on, but the teacher cut him off and told him to get out. Kang Ji-guk tried to explain that it was serious and someone killed, but the teacher just told him to leave. The teacher gave him a menacing look and even threatened, saying an important faculty meeting was about art, so he would better scram. He knew what was good for him. After being kicked out, Kang Ji-guk could not understand why the teacher acted that way. Thought of the police. With that, he immediately picked up his phone, called them. When the other end up, Kang Ji-guk frantically reported a huge fight happening at Daesungmairi High School and asked the police to come immediately. Contrary to what Kang Ji-guk expected, police just asked to confirm if the fight was happening at Daesungmairi High School. After he confirmed it was that school, police immediately found an excuse to refuse. They said they would love to come, but there was a car accident near the station caused by a drunk driver, so they had to handle that first before sending officers to the school. Kang Ji-guk could not believe his ears. He stood frozen, phone in hand, piecing everything together. The teachers suddenly had a meeting. Police were suddenly busy. These were too many coincidences. Kang Ji-guk could not understand what was going on. Flashing back to last night, Park Hyung-jun was talking on the phone with someone. He told the person on the other end that there would be no law at Daesungmairi High School tomorrow, and the mission to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung would turn the school into a place of purification. Person on the other end of the line was Choi Myung-hun. He smoked and smirked, pleased to hear that no one would interfere with the purification. There would not even be any witnesses or evidence. Choi Myung-hun happily replied that he understood and was looking forward to tomorrow. Just how far was the golden line willing to go to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung? Back in the present, Kang Ji-guk was conflicted about whether to run away or ignore this. Even though he knew Kim Hyun-sung was his lifeline, this did not directly involve him. Remembering the earlier warning, Kang Ji-guk knew Kim Hyun-sung was genuinely worried about and was the first person to stand up. Kang Ji-guk decided he could not just stand by and watch like a loser. He grabbed a mop, broke, and used the handle as a weapon. Kang Ji-guk knew this was not just someone else's problem. It was his problem too. Heading up to the rooftop, screams gradually grew louder. Kang Ji-guk did not know what was happening up there. Kang Ji-guk kicked the door open and yelled, asking if he was okay. But what he saw before him was Choi Myung-hun shoving something into Kim Hyun-sung's stomach. On the ground was a pool of fresh red blood. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes showed extreme pain. Looking close, there was a blood-soaked knife in Kim Hyun-sung's stomach. Kang Ji-guk screamed Kim Hyun-sung's name. Flashing back to January of this year, before Kim Hyun-sung came to Seoul, he met with Go Chang-bam at the gym. Kim Hyun-sung was using all his strength to punch the heavy bag. The intensity of his training made him sweat, with sweat dripping onto the floor. His eyes narrowed, his facial muscles tense. It seemed he was contemplating something. The timer hit 0 and the bell rang, signaling the end of the round. He mustered all his strength for one final, powerful punch. Go Chang-bam walked over to him and advised him to adjust his training intensity, saying he could die if this up. His goal of conquering Daesan was a success. Go Chang-bam affirmed that he had already proven his worth. Kim Hyun-sung wiped the sweat from his forehead, expressing his inner turmoil. He did not know what evil deeds the Golden Line would commit. He had to prepare himself, prepare for all the worst-case scenarios that could happen. Returning to the present, he was putting all his power into his punch. He landed a hard punch straight to his opponent's face. The worst-case scenarios he had anticipated had all come true, proving he was right. The ones who had not joined the fight yet watched from above, breaking out in a cold sweat. They could not believe their eyes. He had single-handedly taken down all the attackers, and they did not know what to do next. Kim Hyun-sung smoothed his hair. He guessed that everyone involved in this had gotten their information from Choi Myung-hun, and they surely all knew that no one, from the teachers to the police, would interfere. They wanted to do something they should do it quickly to save everyone's time. He could not believe something like this could happen in this day and age. Everything was so chaotic. He laughed maniacally. He knew this situation also benefited him, because no matter what happened, the school and the police would have to pretend they knew nothing. Choi Myung-hun's final group was waiting behind the door on the rooftop. With a bang, Kim Hyun-sung kicked the door open, still holding some guy by the collar. Seeing him, Choi Myung-hun clapped his hands mockingly. He was quite surprised that he could make it all the way up here alone. Choi Myung-hun admitted Kim Hyun-sung was a certified psycho, so to deal with a psycho like him, he had prepared a very fitting scenario. Choi Myung-hun did not hesitate to reveal his plan. Pointed down from the rooftop. Plan was that Kim Hyun-sung got agitated and started a fight with his friend, then accidentally tripped. Then the police would investigate. With the chaotic mess he himself had just caused, police would surely conclude Kim Hyun-sung was the one who started the fight, and his fall from the rooftop was an accident caused by school violence. Choi Myung-hun shook out his right arm. While warming up, he continued to ramble on about the future. He painted a picture where Kim Hyun-sung would become a headline, criticized as both an attacker and a victim of school violence. Then everything would end ambiguous. How wonderful. Kim Hyun-sung agreed with Choi Myung-hun on one point. Someone was definitely going to die. As soon as the words were out, he charged at him, and he charged back. They both rushed at each other, each throwing a thunderous punch. Cut to the vice principal's office. Jang Won-ji was sitting there, very worried and wondering if it was really okay to let things unfold like this. Jin Ki-hong cut Jang Won-ji off. She said the arrow has already been shot, can't be taken back. All they could do was watch in silence. After all, they had both shaken hands with the Golden Line. Jin Ki-hong stubbed out her cigarette. She wanted to bolster Jang Won-ji's confidence, so she listed the big shots in the Golden Line, including police, prosecutor, and even politicians. That alone was enough reason to trust that the Golden Line could handle any trouble that might arise. So all they needed to do was sit back and watch. Jang Won-ji was still full of Jin Ki-hong's word. He was afraid of how they would handle it. They were unlucky. Failed. Hearing this, Jin Ki-hong got annoyed and called him a coward. Choi Myung-hun was not the only srank at Daesungmilla, so there was no way Kim Hee-hong could leave that place unscathed. She told him to think about how to clean up the aftermath, not keep dwelling on failure. Meanwhile, Kim Hee-hong took a devastating punch. He glared angrily at Choi Myung-hun, annoyed that he getting hit. He could have easily dodged that last hit, but because he would taken quite a few blows downstairs, body's reaction time had slowed. He was not afraid at all. In fact, flashed a savage smile. Just because he was exhausted did not mean anything had changed. From the very beginning, this was an unfair fight. He did not win. The only thing waiting for him was death. Looking at the battle-hungry Choi Myung-hun across, he admitted the guy was not bad, but even if he was in his rank, he was nothing compared to the leader of the Golden Line. Another punch flew straight at his, but this time, he met it with his head. His iron head technique made Choi Myung-hun's hand go go numb with pain. He yelled, "Son of a b-ass." The pain made him oblivious to the next attack that was already coming, and so, he took a punch that sent him flying backward. Gaining momentum, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Choi Mong-hun could only raise his arms to defend himself. He threw a straight, but Choi Mong-hun anticipated the move and immediately dodged. He ducked down, broke through his defense, punched Kim Hyun-sung straight in the sending blood flying from his mouth. Choi Mong-hun taunted, saying that even his all-out attacks were nothing compared to. He laughed smug. He knew he had reached his limit and could not do anything more. Choi Mong-hun planted his feet to gain momentum, deciding to deliver the finishing blow and end the fight here. But contrary to his expectation, he remained standing tall, refusing to fall before anyone. His resilience made him turn pale with fear. The underlings watching the fight also could not believe their eyes. Kim Hyun-sung was panting heavily. He was exhausted. He said that although he knew it would be difficult, he could still endure this. His eyes were bloodshot. He became like a bloodthirsty demon, an unbeatable monster. He laughed and challenged Choi Mong-hun to keep attacking to see who was tough. His insanity made Choi Mong-hun's face drain of all color. He had thrown vicious punches, and surely no one could have remained standing after those attacks. Kim Hyun-sung was still standing tall, even counter-attacking relentlessly. He had no idea what kind of power on earth he was using to do this insane thing. The more Choi Mong-hun fought, the more panic came. He silently cursed. Damn it. He cursed him as a son of a b-ass, unable to understand why he could not make him fall. Kim Hyun-sung now looked like a giant demon in front of him. For the first time, he had a feeling he was going to lose. He yelled, "Damn it," to regain his composure and try to focus on the fight. It turns out the one attacking with the knife was Go Dong-soo. Kim Hyun-sung turned to fight back, but it was too late. It seemed he would been hit. Blood gushed from the wound. Go Dong-soo's hand holding the knife was trembling from the force. Kang Ji-guk had just appeared with the broken mop handle. Seeing this scene, he shouted Hyun-sung's name. Seeing Go Dong-soo, Choi Mong-hun looked relieved. He scolded Go Dong-soo for not showing up sooner, letting him get his ass before finally appearing. Go Dong-soo was struggling to hold his own against Kim Hyun-sung, but Choi Mong-hun did not realize the situation, kept rambling behind it that he would been looking for Go Dong, could not find him. Guys who are about to go to jail are so reliable. Go Dong-soo was furious. He turned and glared at Choi Mong-hun, but he still did not get it. Go Dong-soo was so mad he yelled, cursing Choi Mong-hun for being an idiot for not taking this opportunity to knock out Kim Hyun-sung and just standing there rambling. Turned out the knife had not stabbed him. He had caught the blade with both hands, gripping it tightly so it could not pierce him. Seeing this insane act, Go Dong-soo warned Choi Mong-hun that he was a true psycho. Faced with Go Dong-soo's underhanded move, Kim Hyun-sung was truly enraged. He felt it was despicable that these guys fought with such dirty, trashy method, and that they were given a rank thanks to these dirty tricks. Could not believe this was all they could do pulling a knife on someone when they could not beat him in a fight. When Go Dong-soo saw he was unfazed despite his hands being injured from blocking the knife, face turned pale. Kim Hyun-sung grabbed Go Dong-soo's head, ready to vent his anger. He kneed Go Dong-soo squarely in the. After taking the hit, Go Dong-soo finally realized Kim Hyun-sung was someone he should not have messed with. After that fatal blow, Go Dong-soo was knocked out, collapsing to the floor as the onlookers watched in astonishment. The Kim Hyun-sung snapped the knife one hand, growled at Choi Mong-hun, asking if that was all he could do. The broken knife fell to the ground, and Choi Mong-hun's spirit broke. He admitted that Choi Mong-hun becoming so rotten was also due to the indifference of adults, including the teachers. The knife was covered in blood. His voice continued to ring out steadily. He asserted that children are ruined and become corrupt because adults neglect. As he was speaking, Jang Won-ji and Kyung-hee suddenly appeared from behind. Jang Won-ji questioned Kim Hyun-sung's action and demanded to know what he had done, ordering him to explain immediately. Kim Hyun-sung just stepped on Go Dong-soo and retorted, asking Jang Won-ji if he was blind. Choi Mong-hun's crew started it and tried to bury him alive, and what he was seeing now was the consequence of their reckless troublemaking. Injured students were scattered all over the stairs, blood everywhere. He advised Jang Won-ji to call 119 for an ambulance immediately, because taking them all to the nurse's office would not do any good. He walked past Jang Won-ji, stating that this incident was beyond the school's ability to handle, so he thought Jang Won-ji should call 112 as well. Kang Ji-guk timidly followed behind Kim Hyun-sung, repeatedly asking about his condition, but he remained silent. Kim Hyun-sung was heading to class 2-1. Kang Ji-guk wondered what he was going to that class. When the other students saw Kim Hyun-sung, their faces turned pale. No one dared to block his path. He walked into the classroom while questioning the person inside. Not only did you send dozens of beat up one person, you even dared to use a knife to kill them, and yet police did not show up and the teachers did not care at all. He walked into the class, blood still dripping onto the floor. He continued to point out the strange issue. The ambulance came to get the injured, turned off its siren, and took them away but I was the only one left behind, even though I am the real victim. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? He stood in front of Myung Seok and asked what the reason behind all this was, but Mong Seok just said fearfully that he did not know any. Kim Hyun-sung turned to look at a bruised Kang Guk standing behind him. He mentioned the 3 words golden line and said he knew Mong Seok and was the one behind all of Kang Jae-guk's bullying. Kim Hyun-sung grabbed Myung Seok's shirt, rolling as he asked if what he said was true and calling him a bastard, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Jin Ki-young called an emergency meeting of the school's teacher. She reminded everyone to listen carefully to what she was about to say. This incident must be included as a simple dispute between students, and the use of a knife must absolutely not be mentioned, not even a single word. Jang Won-ji worriedly asked her if they were allowed to do that. Jin Ki-young told Jang Won-ji to use his brain if he had one. If they carelessly reported, all the teachers would be doomed. Jin Ki-young's face was also pale. She was terrified too. She had used her power to turn the school into a place of purification to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung. But he had turned that opportunity around and used it to mess everything up. She knew they could not just pin all the blame on Kim Hyun-sung, nor could they accuse him of being the initial aggressor. All the teachers had a headache over the current situation. They were in a dilemma, with evidence all over the school. Could not even silence all the students who had witnessed what happened. It would not be beneficial to make a big deal out of it, but if everyone stayed silent, he could only unilaterally use a lawyer or some private organization to counteract. Faced with this series of arguments, Jin Ki-hong pushed up her glasses and questioned if old Jang Won-ji still dared to blow this up. He knew he had spoken without thinking and immediately apologized request to Jin Ki-hong-hee. Jin Ki-hong-hee threatened the teacher this quiet, reminding them to remember faculty council was in a very important meeting, which is why they could not handle the incident in a timely manner, and she assured them that someone would take full responsibility for this, so they did not need to worry. After being instructed, the teachers left. She was sure she could handle it, but she did not understand why she still felt a sense of unease and discomfort. She recalled not missing any details in this plan, but suddenly her face went pale with fear. It seemed she had remembered something. Ki-hong-hee told Jang Won-ji to get classroom immediately. He did not understand why she was telling him to do that. She screamed as if the sky were falling, ordering Jang Won-ji to find and catch Mung Seoken at once. Cut to class 2-1. Mung Seoken was now bruised and beat. Kim Hyun-sung calmly exposed the selfishness of the school's second-ranked student. He did not understand why. With excellent grades like his, Mung Seoken could not get into any university he wanted. So why would he request that someone like Kang Jae beaten and bullied to within an inch of his life? Kim Hyun-sung bluntly exposed Mung Seoken's rotten character. Just because of his own self, he could not accept a poor from the countryside rank. Kang Jae-guk did not even attend any expensive cram schools and still easily ranked first. Because of Mung Seoken's personal jealousy, he came up with a dirty method. Kim Hyun-sung mentioned the 3 words golden line. Everyone listened intently. Only Kang Jae-guk remained silent, wallowing his bitter feelings. Kim Hyun-sung exposed that the golden line organization for a price would help clients kick students did not want out of school, and Mung Seoken used this organization pressure on the top-ranked students so they could no longer focus on their study, causing their grades and rank to plummet. He concluded that the entire bullying process was a business transaction between a buyer and a seller, and the bullying students face every day is based on this. If you think about it for a moment, you can understand why Kim Hyun-sung was ganged up on like this today. When Kang Jae-guk learned that, he was furious. He knew someone had commissioned that damn golden line organization to get rid of him. He looked up at the clock. He knew what he was saying sounded absurd and hard to believe, so he would show everyone solid proof. It had been 5 minutes since he came to class 2-1 to deal with Myung-sok. He gave a sly grin and raised a question. No teacher did anything when he beat up more than a dozen people on the stairs. So what would happen if he touched the client? Myung-sok. As soon as he finished, Jang Won-ji and a few teachers burst through the door of class 2-1. He even yelled Kim Hyun-sung's name and warned him to stop. He was shouting, but he immediately faltered when he realized the atmosphere in the classroom was a drain. But he told himself that at times like this, he had to be even tough. Jang Won-ji furiously rushed towards Kim Hyun-sung, demanding to know why he dared to bully an innocent student like Myung-sok. When Kang Jae-guk stepped forward to ask him something, he ignored him, pushed him aside, and continued to relentlessly curse at Kim Hyun-sung. At that point, Kang Jae-guk could not take it anymore. He yelled, "Teacher," cutting off Jang Won-ji's tirade. He fired off a series of questions, asking Jang Won-ji why he refused to see him when he went to the teachers for help regarding the brawl between Kim Hyun-sung and Choi Myung-hun's group. And yet, just a few minutes later, he showed up in this class without anyone needing to report it. Hearing this, Jang Won-ji was speechless. He stammered that he did not know what he was talking about. Kang Jae-guk pointed at Myung-sok. He felt it was unfair that he and Kim Hyun-sung were victims of severe violence, yet no one cared. But when Myung-sok was only hit a little, the teachers came rushing in as if it were a huge deal. Kang Jae-guk finally let out all the pent-up anger he had been suppressing. He could not believe that educators could neglect students for a small bribe from some golden line organization. Jang Won-ji understood everything but just pretended not to, saying he did not know what he was talking about and that he would talk to the students about it later. Old kite Mung Seoken is lying limp on the ground, then gets up and looks for an excuse to leave. The scene changes to Park Hyung-jun's office. He sits with his legs crossed, asking again in a disbelieving tone, "Can't believe that something so well planned could have failed." A voice from the phone confirmed the Golden Line's mission has failed and that the organization's current situation is dire. It turns out the caller is Vice Principal Jin Ki-eung-hee. She says she has prevented the situation from getting worse. Park Hyung-jun must handle the rest himself. After hearing this, Park Hyung-jun gets angry and curses her for only saving her own skin. Park Hyung-jun is so angry it hurts the back of his neck. He supports his head with his hand. What he needs to do now is clean up this mess. If he can't use students to eliminate, then he will have to resort to stronger measures. Park Hyung-jun considers dealing with Kim Hyung-jun outside of school, but he can't do it himself, as the Golden Line's mission is confined to school grounds. In fact, school violence is often overlooked by adults, creating a huge loophole, which is precisely why the Golden Line has been able to exist for decades. Park Hyung-jun grinds his teeth and smiles. He acknowledges that Kim Hyung-jun is an exception. First since its founding, he truly acknowledges him. Park Hyung-jun takes a long drag from his cigarette. He is going to be busy from now on. Suddenly, a phone call comes in. Looking at the caller Ed, he wonders why Mung Hyun-shik is calling him. Going back to a short while ago, Mung Seoken's father, Mung Hyun-shik, came to the school and called Kim Hyung-jun a crazy bastard for daring to hit his son, and he threatened that his school life would end. Mung Hyun-shik is the CEO of Gwonmun Group. He would use all of his connections to ruin an unknown like Kim Hyung-jun, but he just calmly replied, "Go ahead." He slowly takes a few steps, stating that if he is criminally charged, he will hire a private organization to come back and appeal, because he wants to expose all the rotten truths in this school. Without a shred of he sits down, crosses his legs leisurely, and reveals Mung Hyun-shik's identity. He knows he is the director of a large corporation, and that he had commissioned the Golden Line to bully the top-ranking student in the school for the entire time his son was enrolled. He also mentions that Mung Hyun-shik's position as director is currently unstable. Now, if he adds fuel to the fire with his son's school violence, he is sure to be finished. After hearing this, Mung Hyun-shik's face turns pale. He does not know how he knows everything so clearly. Jang Won-ji, after realizing Mung Hyun-shik is just a client and not a VIP, grows worried as he is cornered, his face contorting in distress. He gives a cunning smile, calling Mung Hyun-shik name. Who would put their trust in an organization? No matter how well the Golden Line maintains client confidentiality, the truth will always come out. Kim Hyun-sung slams his hand on the table. He feels that saying anything more would be a waste of time and meaning. He walks past the helpless Mung Hyun-shik, who does not dare say a word. He also asserts that the responsibility for this is not his, but belongs to those in the Golden Line who leaked client information, and he is very curious what the upcoming newspaper headline will be. Right after his conversation with Kim Hyun-sung, Mung Hyun-shik immediately called compelled Park Hyo-sung to curse him out nonstop. He wants to resolve this matter at all costs because his son was beaten and threatened. But halfway through speaking, Mong Hoinchik stopped. He no longer has any faith in the Golden Line. He wants to report this to the members of the Golden Line, even file a complaint. Hearing this, Park Hyo-sung breaks out in a cold sweat. After that threat, Mong Hoinchik immediately notified the members of the Golden Line, just as he said he would. As soon as he received the information, Park Hyo-sung's phone was blown up. A barrage of calls from Golden Line members poured in. Some did not know if their personal information being leaked was true or just a rumor. Others wanted to end their partnership immediately. Some felt that their connections within the Golden Line had been used, while others wanted to see how the organization handled this situation before making a decision. After a barrage of calls, Park Hyo-sung pulls out a cigarette to take a drag, but his lighter won't light. He takes out his anger on the lighter, slamming it on the table while cursing. Damn it. A moment ago, Park Hyo-sung was considering not touching Kim Hyo-sung outside of school, but now that things have come, he has no other choice. If he keeps hesitating, he will be the one on the chopping block. His mind goes blank, unable to think of anything else. The phone starts ringing again. Park Hyo-sung curses, which bastard is calling this time? After reading some news, Park Hyo-sung becomes even more determined to eliminate certain bastards. He is furious. The scene changes to a fancy restaurant. A server is bringing in food from outside. Inside the room, Park Hyo-sung is meeting the representative, conveys the wishes of the big boss behind the Golden Line. The representative smiles and invites Park Hyo-sung to have a cup of tea before the meal. Park Hyo-sung respectfully holds both hands. The representative asks if he knows why he was called, and of course he does. The representative emphasizes that client information was leaked and even names the traitor as Jung Chan-soo. Hearing this, Hyo-sung himself is very surprised. The representative, while pouring the hot tea, spills onto Park Hyo-sung's hand, causing him pain, but he does not dare make a sound. The representative stresses this is not the first time this has happened, and that Jung Chan-soo even went caused trouble with clients in the neighboring area, Gangnam Province. The representative is annoyed because this is the first time clients' personal information has been exposed. This gets out. The reputation the Golden Line has built for years will be ruined. Park Hyo-sung grits his teeth and endures the pain. He knows that the client's trust is extremely important. The representative calmly explains the consequences. The very survival of the Golden Line depends entirely on this matter. Park Hyo-sung respectfully bows his head, accepts the blame, promises to resolve this at any cost. Seeing that the punishment is sufficient, the representative puts the teapot down, points out the benefit that can be reaped from this, the absolute trust line, and the tightening of relationship within the Golden Line. The representative pours tea for himself. Finally, he gives Park Hyo-sung his mission. He wants Kim Hyo-sung eliminated at all costs. That will prove Golden Line's methods are always right, and anyone associated with Kim Hyo-sung must pay a heavy price. The representative confirms that Park Hyo-sung will get to meet the big boss in person. He accomplishes this mission. Park Hyo-sung tries to endure the pain and drinks the tea in his hand. He puts the teacup on the table, sinisterly affirming that he complete the mission, so he should rest assured. The scene changes to the school. It is now after school. Kim Hyo-sung knows he gained nothing from this incident, and neither did the Golden Line. He knows he is still a thorn in the Golden Line's side, and that organization will use any means to eliminate. He removes the bandage from his. He knows that to eliminate, the organization will have to mobilize support, manpower, and resources. The Golden Line will surely reveal a weak, and he must observe carefully to seize that opportunity. And he himself is the best bait for the trade. He throws away the bandage as he walks. Considers two important things he needs to pay attention to. First is the upcoming midterm exam. While studying, he must be mindful of the Golden Line's plan to eliminate. Cut back to the fancy restaurant from earlier. A server is again pulling a cart down the hallway to deliver dishes to the dining room. Park Hyo-sung suddenly appears with severely burned hand, causing the server to scream in fear. Park Hyo-sung is on the phone with someone, his hand holding some ice cubes. He gently rubs the ice on his hand while ordering them to contact anyone they can. Park Hyo-sung's eyes turn cold-blooded. He decides that from now on, he must clean up Daesan completely. Meanwhile, Kim Hyo-sung is walking and putting his faith in his. He trusts them with this entire matter. In front of Daesan Science High School, students are leaving for the day. A complaining voice echoes from a black car parked in front of the school gate. Jong Ji-ho can't believe he had to come to Daesan just for some crazy bastard. Inside the car, Jong Ji-ho is still muttering to himself, bitter and wanting revenge. He wants Kim Hyo-sung to know he messed with the wrong person. No matter what he does, he won't be able to protect his people anymore. While he is talking to himself, someone knocks on the car window. Jong Ji-ho rolls down the window and realizes it is a police officer. He does not know what he did to attract the police's attention. The officer explains, because Jong Ji, who has been parked in front of the high school for a while, it made the police suspicious, so they came over to question. Understanding what the police want to ask, Jong Ji-ho forces a smile and says he was just on the phone and that he will leave right away. But inside, he is very annoyed. He even silently curses about why Daesan is stricter about parking than Seal. Jong Ji-ho starts to roll up the window, about to leave, but the officer stops him and asks to see his ed. The police received a report that someone is targeting students in this area, some lowlife, so to be sure, the police have to patrol this area when students get out of school. The officer explains the reason to Jong Ji-ho and asks to check his ed, reassuring him that it is just a formality. Jong Ji-ho is forced to hand over his ed, and the officer gently takes it. The officer checks and confirms his identity on the ID, becoming more certain that Jong Ji-ho is from Seal. It seems he has discovered something, but still pretends to guess that he is here on business. Before letting Jong Ji-ho go, the officer puts his hand on the window, leans in close to him, and says in a warning tone to be careful during his time in Daesan. The officer's words make him suspicious, not fully understanding the meaning behind them. On the seat, the file Jong Ji-ho was just reading has fallen out. Contains Kim Hyo-sung's information. The officer's words still echo beside him. He informs him that the Daesan police are well prepared to ensure no problems occur. After hearing this announcement, Jong Ji-ho is terrified. Can't believe the police here already know why he came to Daesan. Jong Ji-ho drives away. He can't believe that on his very first day in Daesan, he was discovered by the police. Driving to a residential area, Jong Ji-ho gets out of the car and looks around. An old man named Kim Hyo-jin lives here. He plans to familiarize himself with the area. He does not want his first day here to be a waste. He takes a cigarette from his pocket and then lights it. After taking a long drag, Jong Ji-ho feels better. Remembering the officer from before gives him a crazy idea area. He regrets not gouging out the eyes of that officer just now. While he is smoking, someone calls him from behind. Kim Hyo-eun and 2 others are approaching. They ask if he is smoking. He asks if there is a problem with him smoking. The one with high cheekbones points out the no smoking area sign, taunting him to open his eyes and look. The one with the bowl cut laughs and warns him to stop smoking right now, or else they will have no choice to deal with him themselves. Jong Ji-ho scoffs at their word. He calls them crazy and asks who they are. Kim Hyo-eun snatches the cigarette from Jong Jae-ho's mouth and tells him they are the neighborhood's youth council. If Jong Jae-ho knows what is good, he will go smoke in a designated area. Jong Ji-ho sighed. He is feeling very frustrated. From this morning until now, he has been given a hard time everywhere he goes. Jong Ji-ho throws a surprise punch, cursing that Kim Si-woo's gang is still green, but it does not go as he planned. Jong Ji-ho does not hit Kim Si-woo at all. By then, Kim Si-woo had already dodged behind Jong Ji-ho without him even realizing it. While he can't see his opponent and does not know where he is, Jong Ji-ho gets hard right in the face by Kim Si-woo. Jong Ji-ho falls and hits his head on the ground. Kim Si-woo mocks him, saying he should listen to others. He does not want trouble. The guy with the bowl cut comes forward and pins Jong Ji-ho's arms behind his back, advising him to listen to their leader. The guy with high cheekbones glares, clenches his fist to throw up, and also warns that if he has any crazy plan, he will definitely be seeing them again. After that, 3 of them beat Jong Ji-ho to a pulp. This scene was fully recorded by a security camera. Jong Ji-ho points at Kim Si-woo's group, accusing them of doing this to him. He explains to the police that he does not understand what is wrong with smoking in an alley. Is that really a reason to fight with someone? Jong Ji-ho points to the camera, begging them to check the surveillance footage so everyone can see exactly what happened. Jong Ji-ho's face is covered in bruises, but he is smiling smugly and celebrating inward. He is sure that Kim Si-woo's group will be in big trouble. Even with an expensive lawyer, they won't have an easy time with it. They won't be able to do anything. But surprising, police officer calls him by name, and he does not understand how this officer knows his name. The officer approaches and tells him why they know his name. They saw him at the front gate of Daesan Science High School, which Kim Hyun-jin attend. They even saw him loitering around the Sancheon apartment complex where Kim Hyun-jin lives. After hearing this, Jong Jae-ho can only stammer, not knowing how to explain. The officer in front of him goes on to inform him that the camera he pointed to is not working. Also, the reason the youth council beat him up. The officer corrects himself. The reason their upstanding students stopped him was because he was trying to break into someone's house. As soon as the officer finishes speaking, the guy with the bowl cut takes a baseball bat and smashes a nearby window, shattering it to pieces. Jong Ji-ho can't believe his eyes. He asks if these people are crazy, but the police do not seem to care at all. He kicks broken glass on the ground, confirming that it is evidence proving Jong Ji-ho's illegal entry, and the youth council are the most reliable witness. That alone is enough to charge him. So if he wants to hire a lawyer, he should do it quick. Jong Ji-ho is truly enraged. He watches as the police handcuff, helplessly cursing them for fabricating evidence and witnesses so shamelessly. The police do not bother arguing with him. They just mock Jong Ji-ho for not knowing how to read the room, and if he knows what is good for him, he should follow them quiet. If he continues to resist, he will get an additional charge for obstructing an officer. Cut to the office of Mangjin Construct. Go Chang Bam is on a call with someone. Person on the other end confirms they have taken appropriate measures, but they do not know if the arrangement is good enough. The higher-ups are slowly taking the bait. After listening, Go Chang Bam thanks the department head on the phone, saying that is enough. He adds that Mangjin Construction will take full responsibility if anyone gets into trouble, and he knows the department head has been under a lot of pressure. Mangjin Construction won't forget this favor. Go Chang Bam looks out the window and silently curses that this world is so damn messed up. Back then, he thought he had crossed the line, but he never expected even bigger scumbags to show up and harass Kim Hyun-sung's family. Looking at the pile of documents on his desk, he now realizes the people who came to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung might be even players than him. Compared to them, he is nothing. Go Chang Bam closes the window. He knows Daesan is untouched, so those guys will find stronger resources. Plans to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung. Go Chang Bam seriously long presses a button on his phone, giving the order for all his subordinates to pair that to the front of the Daesan police station. Jong Ji-ho has now been released. He is on the phone with someone, thanking them profusely as he was released early thanks to them. But the person on the phone just angrily tells Jong Jae-ho to shut up, not believing that Daesan was prepared in advance. It turns out the caller is Park Hyun-sung. He knows there is nothing more to gain from harassing Kim Hyun-sung's family in Daesan. Park Hyun-sung is bitter, wondering who he thinks he is to do such a thing. While ranting, Park Hyun-sung suddenly remembers that Go Chang Bam is also in Daesan. Jong Ji-ho chimes in, agreeing and affirming that Go Chang Bam winning the succession war is very important. And in their eye, Go Chang Bam is just a country bump, and country bumpkins tend to stick together. Park Hyun-sung flicks his lighter. He is pleased to have found his next target. To him, people who have a lot to lose are usually afraid of losing what they have, so he orders Jong Ji-ho to target Go Chang Bam first. The rest can be dealt with later. Park Hyun-sung knows Go Chang Bam's side must have prepared for this, so he orders Jong Ji-ho to prepare everything thoroughly. Jong Ji-ho suggests attacking both Go Chang Bam and Kim Hyun-jin at the same time. Park Hyun-sung does not know what plan Jong Jae-ho has in mind. Jong Ji-ho mentions the Golden Line. He wants to use the Golden Line's methods to deal with both. Park Hyun-sung agrees to give it a try. After hanging up, Jong Ji-ho widens his eyes with a savage smile, curses Kim Hyun-sung as a fool for messing with the wrong person. Jong Ji-ho thought controlling teenagers would be a piece of cake, but things did not go as he imagined. Jong Ji-ho uses 3,001 to hire a group of students to bully Kim Hyun-sung's younger brother, Kim Hyun-jin, but those students refuse the job because no one in Daesan dares to do it. 3,001 is too little for the consequences they would face. Maybe for 10 billion, they would reconsider. While talking, they suddenly realize Jong Ji-ho, the guy who has been lurking around Daesan's high school students recently, and they warn that if Jong Ji-ho continues to act like he will be in big trouble. So they tell Jong Ji-ho to get out of Daesan as soon as possible. Hearing this, Jong Ji-ho is flabbergasted, his jaw dropping. He does not know what Kim Hyun-sung did in this place to make everyone so afraid of him, and so his revenge ended before it could even begin. A few days later, in front of Manhwareader Construction, a long line of cars is parked. A group will slowly enter. The representative introduces them as being from the national. They ask the employees to stop everything so so the tax agent pack things up. An employee unplugs a power cord, then slowly places the hard drives into a box. Go Chang-bem sips a hot cup of coffee while chatting with the representative from the tax service. He explains that he has only ever heard about seizures like this before. Now, seeing it firsthand, he is very surprised. The National Tax Service is amazing for being able to collect everything from a business in just one day. The tax service agent asserts it is not that they are amazing, but because Myangjin construction is so corrupt, this is something they have to do. He speaks polite, but inwardly, the tax service representative judges Go Chang-bem, wondering if he did not go to college to be asking such clueless questions. Hasn't Go Chang-bem grasped the current situation? After finishing everything, the tax service takes all the evidence and leaves. Cut to the chairman's office. Go Myangjin asks if everything has been settled. Go Chang-bem confirms the tax service took everything they wanted. Go Myangjin admits the National Tax Service is a disaster no one wants to get involved with. He asks his son if he is confident enough. Go Chang-bem asserts that he can do it. Father. Then, he asks Go Chang-bem to call him chairman instead of father. Flashing back 2 months ago, Go Myangjin, after looking through the book, slams the stack of papers on the ground. He is concerned about whether the chairman's seat can be handed over to Go Chang-bem, because the books he reviewed not only used Myangjin Construction's name, but also used money under many different tenses. Go Myangjin orders Go Chang-bem to eliminate Kim Hyun-sung immediately if he wants to become chairman, but Go Chang-bem flatly refuses. Go Chang-bem repeats Go Myangjin's teaching about treating people fairly regardless of their gender or identity, and it was that viewpoint that allowed Go Chang-bem to defeat Go Chang-seo. Looking out the window, Go Chang-bem says he has an agreement with Kim Hyun-sung, and he has also promised to help him become chairman. That is why he will also support him in the battle he is about to face. He knows Myangjin Construction may face huge losses, but even so, he won't abandon the people who stand by him, and he also feels it is great that this terrible thing happened, because he is not the chairman yet, and Go Myangjin fire him whenever he wants. After hearing this, Go Myangjin is speechless. Go Chang-bem sees this difficulty as an opportunity to test himself. He bows his head to Go Myangjin and says that if his arrogance affects the company, his smile gone. He looks straight at Go Myangjin, determined eye, and declares that he will take full responsibility and resign. Hearing that, Go Myangjin also bows his head, walks toward the window in front of him, and looks down with a very calm expression as he says, "It seems I still think of you as an immature child. I apologize for that," he says, trailing off. Behind him, Go Chang-bem stands tall looking at his father. Go Myangjin continued, "That is right. A man must live with that kind of determination in his heart." Then he turns back to look at his son, his face grimacing as he offers his assessment. "But Chang-bem, find this too dangerous. This is not just about pulling back from the front line." Pause, and adds emphatically, "It also means you will have to shoulder absolutely everything." Hearing this, Go Chang-bem looks down without replying, lost in thought. Next, Go Myangjin adds, "What I mean is having determination is valuable, but that stubbornness or determination should only be used when necessary." Hearing this, Go Chang-bem lifts his head, hands clasped seriously behind his back, looks at his father and calls out, "Father, I mean, chairman." As he speaks, he walks toward his father and bows respect, affirming, "I respect you as a master of your craft." Hearing this, Go Myangjin no longer looks at, puts his hands on his hip, and looks toward the window. Go Chang-bem's voice rings out again, "But I am not you. When it comes to treating people, I will hold fast to my belief." He states with sincerity, "That is the life I choose." He adds with determination, "And the kind of chairman I want to become." Seeing this, Go Myangjin's voice also rings out, reminding Go Chang-bem, "There have been construction companies far more successful than Myangjin Construct, but a single tax audit caused them to collapse." He turns and walks away, then continues, "Even a fairly stable company would find it bear a fine of hundreds of billions of won." Next, he takes a bottle of liquor from the shelf and calmly burns. "Myangjin Construction, the company I built, is not a clean company either." Then he goes to his desk, takes out a glass, and calmly smiles, remarking, "If there is anything excessive or bad there, it is much more than in other places." He then adds, "Once the tax investigation begins, Myangjin Construction will surely be shaken to its core." His hand holding the bottle pours into the glass as he burns, "If it means protecting Myangjin Construction, I will throw anything to them as bait." Finally, he looks at Go Chang-bem and emphasizes, "Even if that is my own son, too." Looking at his father pouring liquor into the glass, he remains silent, his hand by his side clenching with complex emotions. Elsewhere, the voice of the head of the tax audit rings out, "It seems Myangjin Construction has nothing to worry about." He then adds, "The construction industry is inherently a mess, but Myangjin Construction is at the top of that list." He confirmed, holding a pen and glaring, "Just a light touch could make it collapse." On this end, Park Hyung-jun holds the phone to his ear and listens. The tax official continued, "You just need to decide the level of revenge you want." Park Hyung-jun's face darkens in thought. The person on the other end continued, "Will it stop at warning Kim Hyung-jun to stay away, or will it drag Go Chang-bem down in this collapse as well?" Hearing this, the man calmly puts down the phone and confirms, "I understand. I will contact you again later." Then he hangs up and makes a judgment about him. Just a high school student, yet he dares to withstand this kind of power. That is not good. In the end, you are just a kid, he exclaims. Then, with a terrifying, crazed smile and wide eye, he makes an interested observation. Kim Hyung-jun is abandoned by Go Chang. He will have nothing left. Suddenly, his screen lights up, and he keeps muttering excited, "The board is set. Now I just need to pressure Go Chang-bem." The phone ringing makes him look at it, startled. Think, why would a high-ranking official from that side suddenly? Immediately after, Park Hyung-jun cautiously covers his mouth, glances at the phone with difficulty, and answers, bringing it to his ear, "I have received the call. Person on the other end, or stop it right now." Hearing this, confused Park Hyung-jun asks, "Stop what?" Immediate, piercing scream comes through, making him grimace, pull the phone away from his ear. "Are you deaf?" He adds, "I said stop the tax investigation on Myangjin Construct, you idiot." Hearing this, he rubs the back of his neck and chuckles. His face darkens as he listens to the phone and thinks, "Damn it, does he think he is the one in charge? When this is over, I will be on his level. You think I am going to let this opportunity slip away?" Then, in a bold voice, glares and shouts back into the phone, "But this is a special directive from the higher-ups. If you think there is a problem, you should talk to the higher-up." Hearing this, person on the other end also gets angry and yells at, "You son of a bitch." Next, person on the other end shouts a reminder, Myangjin is a ticking time bomb. Hearing this, Park Hyung-jun glares silent, a little scared. Over at Kim Hyung-jung's place, he is sitting on the sofa, rebandaging his injured hand with medical supplies on the table. Then he recalls the knife attack he blocked with his hand and smiles, thinking to himself, "So they did it, and it looks like they got lucky. No one noticed." Next, his eyes darken as he tightens the gauze on his hand and screams streams inward. That is why I have to manage this tightly. Then Kim Hyung-jung confirms again. They are definitely targeting the people around me. Then he looks at the phone in his hand and quietly reads the message he received. I have dealt with Jung Jae-ho. Don't worry about me. Careful and protect yourself. Then Kim Hyung-jung thinks to himself, I have thoroughly prepared for my family's safety, so that is fine. But Kim Hyung-jung pauses for a moment. Then he thinks further. What about the people helping me? Especially Go Chang-bae. He sits in his chair, looking at the diagram on the whiteboard, lost in thought. Kim Hyung-jung confirms he is the perfect with too much to lose. Further confirm, when you want to take down a company, a tax investigation is illegal and very effective for a construction company. This is not difficult at all. Next, closes the medicine box and confirm. Problem is, even if you can predict, dealing with it perfectly is nearly impossible. Then Kim Hyung-jung confirms again. But that does not mean there is not a way. Then Kim Hyung-jung recalls a few months ago. He was sitting in a cave, lifting his glass of water and looking at Go Chang-bae across from him, smiling as he made a proposal. Get on this boat. Hearing this, the other man looks at confused and asks, we are talking about a tax investigation. What is with the strange talk? Next, Kim Hyung-jung presents a used drive, pushing it toward Go Chang-bae as he confirms. These are the people related to Cheon-sang that I gathered through Jung Cheon-soo. He then adds, distribute money under Myung-jin's name to all the forces opposing them. Hearing this, props his hands on the table, leans toward him and laughs, confirming Kim Hyung-jung's plan. Once the money is involved, they will have no choice but to sink deeper into the mud. Hearing this, he also puts down his glass, closes his eye, and adds to Go Chang-bae's word. The tax investigation meant to take down Myung-jin will turn into a plan to lead their death. Then, with both hands on his glass, he confirmed, if they want to live, they will have to show themselves. Beside him, Go Chang-bae listened intently. Kim Hyung-jung added, then we will find the rats hiding behind this organization. Then he lifted his glass, swirling the eye, and asked with a smile, aren't you excited? Who is in Cheon-sang? Then he added, and just how powerful do you think their master, the one pulling all the string, will be? Then he recalled how he had leaked information about those who were members of Cheon-sang in past life. The two men's faces lit up as they looked at the suitcase of money, smiling from ear to ear. Kim Hyung-jung added in his thought, Go Chang-bem had connected them through Kim Pan-ho and had unleashed the poison known as money. He then remembered, as Go Chang-bem was becoming more prominent internationally, he crossed his arms and smirked. Two men taking the money. Kim Hyung-jung confirmed. Politician, CEO, high-ranking official. No one could have foreseen the consequence. But on the day Myung-jin construction was under tax investigation, Go Chang-bem casually leaned back in his chair and said mockingly over the phone, how could a good person like me possibly interfere with what the higher-ups are doing? Right after, he rolled his eyes with a smirk and confirmed, what other choice is there? Go Chang made a mistake, so I have to take responsibility. Then he added, but if someone were to help out a little, this good relationship of ours could continue. Could not it? Eventually, the suspected members of Cheon-sang were pressured little by little. Then, Go Chang-bem glanced at the bookshelf with its scattered, sat down, and offered his assessment with a smile. Kim Hyun-sung, I am sure your plan will succeed this time, too. Then he bent over, anxiously grabbing his wrist, and thought, and this is not just about testing my faith in Hyun-sung, the recent increase in construction contract. We are under more scrutiny. Go Chang-bem confirmed, but if Myung-jin can withstand this tax investigation. Then he stood up, looked at the closed window, and confirmed with a smirk, then Myung-jin will definitely reach a whole new level. And the past year was enough to turn Go Chang-bem from a slacker into a true businessman. A few days later, the phone on the desk was ringing off the hook. Go Chang-bem sat at his desk and answered the phone seriously. This is Go Chang-bem, the CEO of Myung-jin Construction. The person on the other end replied, this is Park Hyun-sung from the Golden Circle. I would like to meet. Hearing this, Go Chang-bem rejoiced internally. Finally, it is happening. Soon after, he met this Park Hyun-sung at a cab. The man sat across from him and spoke smugly. I am sure you understand the situation, so I will get straight to the point. Meanwhile, Go Chang-bem listened in composed silence. Then, Park Hyun-sung shamelessly closed his eyes and proposed, withdraw from Myung-jin Construction. Pick on the table and added, if you survive this purge, I won't have many options left. Hearing this, Go Chang-bem showed no fear. He tilted his head, narrowed his eye, and asked with a smirk as he crossed his legs, we just met and you are already acting like this. You think I am stupid? You could not do a thing about the tax investigation, and now you are trying to act Then Go Chang-bem lifted his chin, raised an eyebrow with a smile, and asked, do you even know what cave this is? The man began to get angry at Go Chang-bem's attitude, gritting his teeth without replying. Then he added, didn't you do your research? The Golden Circle is not so scary after all, is it? Then he reminded Park Hyun-sung, this is where I first met Hyun-sung. He then added, back then, he was just a high school student, but his eyes were not those of someone worried about school or romance. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes filled with determination as he grabbed the glass on the table and made me an offer. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes glinted as he smiled. Go Chang-bem commented on, they were the eyes of someone ready to die tomorrow. Returning to the present, Go Chang-bem confirmed, I did not understand why back then, but now that I see your face, get it? Hearing this, Park Hyun-sung's face twisted with anger as he gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Go Chang-bem calmly remarked, so greedy and malicious, it is really outrageous. Seeing this, the man counterattacked, if you refuse my offer, I will do everything in my power to wipe Myung-jin off the map in Korea. Hearing this, Go Chang-bem paused for a moment, then slammed the table, gritting his teeth in anger as he questioned the man before him. You make money off the backs of our future generation, and you dare to threaten me. Then he added, do whatever you want. I will drag down everyone who took my money with me. Then, losing his cool, he grabbed the man by the collar, lifted him up, and added, and this will become a legend. Being grabbed by the collar, the man grimaced in fear and gritted his teeth. Go Chang-bem added, this is my home turf. Then, punched the man hard in the sending him flying back. He tumbled onto another customer's chair. Go Chang-bem stood watching him as everyone in the cafe stared at. Murmurs started to spread. Should we stop? One person asked. Another answered, just ignore it. That is Go Chang-bem. Hearing this, the man's face darkened with fear as he struggled to sit up. Across from him, Go Chang-bem put his hands in his pocket, looking at the man with utter disgust. The crowd in the cafe quickly lowered their heads in dismay. Then Go Chang-bem emphasized, you would better know your place. This, the man, his face red and bruised from the gritted his teeth and glared at him with pure rage. Then he screamed, cursing, you bastard. Then, Kim Hyun-sung added that it was not just Go Chang-bem who got into trouble for helping Kim Hyun-sung. At another house, the phone was ringing endless. You said we would definitely win. The shock from losing sent him to therapy. I am billing you for it. Lawyer, are you even a real lawyer? Don't you know about client confidentiality? Why does everyone around me know all the details of my... Inside the lawyer's office, phone continued to ring. Damn it, how can you work like this and still claim to be a foreign former prosecutor. You should just quit. Inside the office, Park Jong-soo turned off the speakerphone and cursed. These damn bastards. He was so angry he ripped the phone cord out of the wall, screaming in his thought, I have handled my cases with integrity for all these years. Then he gritted his teeth and collapsed into a nearby chair, realizing there might be a problem. He then confirmed, but for all of this to happen at once is highly unusual. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Park Jong-soo's eyes widened as he thought, wait, he was startled by his own realization. Then he recalled the word, when I start to move, there will be those who attack the lawyer. What does it take to bring down a lawyer? He had added. Then added, if you can get through all this, lawyer, I will be sure to reward you handsome. Park Jong-soo had just listened without responding. Back in the present, he smiled, leaned back in his chair, and calmly acknowledged, once again, Hyun-sung's words have come true. Then he could not help but curse to himself, damn it, does Hyun-sung have the power of foresight, or are those bastards just that predictable? Then Park Jong-soo stuffed a file into his bag, thinking, if I were going to give up, I never would have taken off my prosecutor's robe. You bastard, let us see who wins. He walked to the door, bag in it, and declared, I have never lost a case file. Just you try and take my lawyer's credentials this time. Then Park Jong-soo his phone, his eyes lighting up with a smile as he put it to his ear and said, it has been a while. On the other end, however, the expression was anything but friendly. It was one of disgust. He said the name, Kang Dong-cheon. Later, under a red awning, the two sat side by side. Park Jong-soo glanced at Kang Dong-cheon and started, this takes me back. When I first started out, I used to drink coffee here all the time because it was the cheap, he said, holding a cup of instant coffee. Is it inconvenient because this is a personal matter? Because we are a prosecutor and a lawyer. Beside him, Kang Dong-cheon held his coffee and shifted uncomfortably, not answering Park Jong-soo. Seeing this, he turned to look straight ahead, his expression sad as he asked, you have always been this cold and blunt. The other man raised the coffee to his lip, his expression cold, and asked, why did you call me here? Then Park Jong-soo held out a document in front of Kang Dong-cheon and asked, the Golden Circle. I am sure you have heard it right. He then confirmed, I have compiled all the probable crimes of that organization. He added, his face filled with righteous conviction. Look at the file and you will understand. They are truly an insane organization. At this, Kang Dong-cheon silently crossed his leg, put down his coffee, and looked at the file. His sharp eyes scanned the page as he asked, is this a personal request? Hearing that, Park Jong-soo looked at him with a calm smile and reminded, this is a public indict. It is a poison chalice, a very toxic one. Then he added, if you take this, you will definitely have to give up your position. Then, his voice softening, he let his hands fall and stated, but what can we do? They are a cancerous tumor that needs to be removed. Kang Dong-cheon listened silently as Park Jong-soo continued, saying he would thought long and hard, could not find anyone else but him to take the case. Then he placed a stack of documents on the table and said to his friend, I am leaving these here. It is a copy. Read it or throw it away. It is up to you. Then he added, if you do decide to take, feel free to give me a call. Then Park Jong-soo's voice echoed again, confirming, Kim Hyun-sung. Hearing this, Kang Dong-cheon's face darkened as he stared wide-eyed at the file. Park Jong-soo's voice echoed again, my client is one of their. Then Park Jong-soo left, leaving Kang Jong-chun on the bench with his coffee and the stack of documents. He glanced down at the document. I have heard the news. He added to himself, the Golden Circle. Then Kang Jong-chun stared intently at the file, his eyes narrowing as he confirmed to himself, although I can't confirm what this organization is, there has been more and more news about them lately. Then he reached up to loosen his tie, screaming internally, but all this must be just the tip of the ice. Without hesitation, Kang Jong-chun put his coffee down on the bench beside him and began to read through the file. He held a single page. Done. And yet there are this many detailed documents. Then Kang Jong-chun voiced his suspicion. All of this is true. Thought. He slumped over, screaming internally. Then South Korea is completely rotten. Back in the present, Kang Jong-chun held the file on Kim Hyun-sung and read the name in his mind. Kim Hyun-sung. Then he wondered, he is Min-yu's tutor, is not. He then recalled that night, thinking that if he had just helped a little back then, none of this would have happened. That day, she was tipsy. Her face flushed as she leaned in close to Kang Jong-chun and said, I have spoken with the other members. As he was loosening his shirt, the woman's voice continued, can't you really just help this one time? Thinking back, Kang Jong-chun confirmed to himself, it is Kim Hyun-sung got caught up in some really absurd trouble. Then Kang Jong-chun tilted his head back, finished his coffee, his eyes gazing upward as he thought, but the reason I could not interfere is because I am a prosecutor. He confirmed, I could not let others use it as a pretext to attack me. Kang Jong-chun considered further, this time is different. A system of chaebol families linked together to manipulate power and finance. This thought clenched the empty coffee cup in his hand, screaming internally, and that organization is trying to push someone off a cliff. Then Kang Jong-chun looked out at the sunset and wondered, in a situation like this, what decision should I make? Then he immediately came to a conclusion, I can't live with the shame. Finally, Kang Jong-chun picked up his phone and called someone. His voice soft, Chief, it is, could you stop by my office tomorrow? Then his expression dark, his hand still gripping the phone tightly as he spoke with gravity. It has been a while since I had to ask for your help. His hand crumpled the document he was holding. He confirmed to himself, as a prosecutor, I have every reason to investigate this. Later, at a restaurant, a man calmly spoke with his eyes closed as he ate. I already gave you a hint and a chance. Why did it have to come to this? He asked, then added with annoyance, the results do not match your loud proclamations at all. Outside the private dining room, Kim Hyun-sung knelt on the floor and pleaded, I have no excuse for my actions. He bowed his head and affirmed once more, this time, I will definitely turn things around. Hearing this, the man inside continued eating as he remarked, change. All you do is run around creating chaos without accomplishing anything. He added, the only way to bring Kim Hyun-sung down is gone now. Outside, Park Hyung-jung kept his head bowed low. His face flushed as he listened. The man in the private room glanced outside, his eyes cold as he growled, and the members of Chian-sang-ho too. He then stated, the master is very displeased. Hearing this, Park Hyung-jun outside repeatedly slammed his forehead to the floor, crying out as the thudding sounded. The man inside calmly stated, this is your last chance. At this, Park Hyung-jun's expression bright, though his face was bruised and swollen. He smiled obsequiously and fawned, please, tell me your command. I will risk my life to carry it out. The man inside poured wine into a glass and announced, the master has ordered that we first crush all internal doubt. He then added, prove that the Golden Circle will achieve its goal, no matter the cost. He then raised the glass to his lips, his expression placid, and offered a suggestion to the kneeling Park Hyung-jun. Their midterm exam scores this time must be rock bottom, not find a way to keep them from taking the exams at all. He confirmed, deal with Kim Hyung-jun first. Hearing this, Park Hyung-jun outside shouted with all his furious might, saliva flying, his face was red with bruises as he guaranteed, this time, I will prove my worth. At Go Chang-beom's company. He stood by a window with half-drawn blind, leaning on it as he called Kim Hyung-jun. Our little threat worked. As his assistant cleaned up nearby, Go Chang-beom added, the tax office announced they are ending the investigation. Hearing this, Kim Hyung, with a hand in his pocket, looked out the window and replied, thanks for your promise. That must have been a choice for Myung-jin Construction. Hearing this, Go Chang-beom replied, it is not like I have only been a fool for a day or two. He then added, for a guy like me to run a company, I need a brain like yours. Just make sure you stay safe. To this warning, he closed his eyes and replied with a smile, I know. On the other end, Go Chang, his face dark with worry, asked again, but are you sure you will be okay? He added, you can handle things in Elson, but Seal is a different story. Hearing this, he lowered the phone and told Go Chang-beom, let me take care of the rest. I will contact you later. Then hung up. After Kim Hyun-sung walked over to his desk with its piles of documents and game script and reflect. At first, Go Chang-beom was just a simple sack, a new connection from a new life. Then Kim Hyun-sung confirmed, he was the one who helped me face a giant organization. He stood before the analyzed documents on his desk and affirmed, thanks to him, I have a chance to uncover the secrets of Chian-sang-ho. Finally, the maze was slowly being revealed. Concluded, though it is just speculation, some people in Chian-sang-ho probably know who the real master is. In his mind, he listed one face, Ulhum, along with two other smiling individuals. He hypothesized those with some power did not believe in the force behind it. The golden circle would never have been created. Following this hypothesis, Kim Hyun-sung confirmed, therefore this tax investigation was completely meaningless. Next up, a piece of information from the pile of paper. Assemblyman Lee Kae-hong, key figure in the ruling party. He recalled the past. In his previous life, the man was also active when the corruption scandal broke, passionately protesting before the crowds. With a 20-year reputation as an assemblyman, it was highly likely he also had a hand in the establishment of the golden circle. In anticipation of, he had already calculated, because he was suspicious from the start, he had used Kim Pan-ho's connections to bribe him. The man saw the suitcase of money and laughed loud, grabbing it with excitement. He then learned that when they used the tax investigation to touch him, the golden circle reacted fiercely. The man had stared at his phone screen and shouted, his eyes wide with shock. Then he noted, it was not just Lee Kae-hong. Others also had some peculiar reaction. Kim Hyun-sung remembered the name. Director Lin Cheon-hyun, the man with bloodshot eyes and a constant eerie smile. Then he reviewed some other faces and concluding, the members of Chian-sang-ho that I know of through Jung Chan-soo. Then Kim Hyun-sung remembered the scene where he got the phone from the man passed out on the ground and the contact numbers that Park Hyun-sung had called. Finally, he remembered the man with cold, bright eyes and a smile and confirmed, and the movements of the person known as the representative. Then he fell into thought with all the information he had, came to a conclusion. If I can find the common thread between all these things and piece it together. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes were thought as he recalled the paper before him. I will find the path to the deepest part of the golden circle. Then he shouted excitedly in his mind, to expose the master of the golden circle and carry out my true revenge. Finally, making his resolve, I will definitely find. That night, only the light in his apartment was on. Manhwa. After that unpleasant event, the atmosphere at Disanmere High School had changed. The next morning, he went to school as usual and realized the injured student, including Choi Myung-hun, had not yet returned. The other students were both remorseful and fearful of Kim Hyun-sung's action. There were many rumors circulating about the golden circle Kim Hyun-sung had met. He walked into the hallway, and all the students turned their eyes toward, full of curiosity and question. First, does the golden circle really exist? And then, what Myung-sung demanded is true. What will school life be like from now on? However, this was not something the students could handle. He sat separately in a study area as people around him gossiped endlessly. Kim Hyun-sung concluded, so they can only watch from a distance and do nothing. They were powerless because they could not act. And it was not just the students who felt the impact. In the vice principal's office, a voice on the phone was heard. Before the midterm exams begin, suggest to the other teacher they give Kim Hyun-sung as hard a time as possible. Inside, Kim Hyun-sung bit his finger in fear and thought, now the teachers do not trust me either, and the students are wavering too. Then he wondered to himself, is he planning to publicly promote the existence of the golden circle? On the other end of the line, Kim Hyun-sung's voice was heard. For now, it is better to hold back a bit and assess the situation first. Park Hyun-sung, lounging on the sofa, patiently pulled the phone away, cut her off. Vice Principal Kim Hyun-sung, are not we in the same boat? Then he pressed the phone to his ear, his eyes wide and crazed as he threatened her. If we fail this time, both you and I will have to take responsibility. He then added, you think I am an outsider and have nothing to do with I won't go down alone. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung was terrified, face darkening as she phoned and asked, why would you say something like that? On the other end, Park Hyun-sung replied, you got involved in this without understanding. You are not that naive. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung's expression soared. She gave an ugly smile at her reflection in the phone screen. Firm. All right, we will proceed as planned. Later, during the first class after the order to harass him was given, Kim Hyun-sung walked into the classroom late. The teacher looked at, holding a book, and asked, Kim Hyun-sung, why are you late? Hearing the teacher, who was leaning on the podium, he answered honestly, the literature teacher asked for my help with some, so I am late. Hearing this, the teacher slammed his hand on the desk in anger and questioned, help, is that your reason? Helping is one thing, class is another. Kim Hyun-sung stood silently as the teacher angrily added, you think being first in the nation means you can do whatever you want? Then he pointed at him and asked, contemptuous smile, what are you looking at? What, are you going to hit a teacher now? Seeing his behavior, he did not react, just stood there watching. This made the teacher even more unreasonable as he remarked, damn it, how can anyone teach a kid like that? Then Kim Hyun-sung thought, but this is only the beginning. Next, another teacher broke the chalk in his hand while writing on the board and yelled, Kim Hyun-sung, I told you to solve this problem using the standard method. He questioned him, why do you always do things your own way? Next was another teacher who waved his worksheets in disgust and shouted, I told you last class to do the exercises related to this lesson. Then another teacher looked at him with disgust, his face dark as he confirmed, what is the use of high scores if you do not pay attention in class? He added, it is because of kids like you that teachers lose their motivation to teach. Their words became increasingly venomous, and Kim Hyun-sung's name was constantly mentioned in every class. After a while, even the students who did not know the truth could tell something was wrong. He knelt properly at his desk in the back class. Seeing that, the other students' faces darkened as they secretly glanced. In contrast, Kim Hyun-sung calmly accepted everything. A few days later, his homeroom teacher called him to the office. He sat with his legs crossed, looking at him angrily as he asked, Kim Hyun-sung, have you been having a bad attitude in class lately? Hearing that, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the teacher without speaking. Seeing that, the teacher took the the opportunity to scold him. I know you are a good, but you still have to fill your duties as one. Then he handed him 2 sheets of paper with a gleeful and amused smile, urging him, go write me a letter of apology immediately. Then he added in a growl, if you write it carelessly or show no remorse, you will have to rewrite it until I am satisfied. Back in the class, Kim Hyun-sung sat obediently at his desk writing the apology letter. The students around him whispered about, all keeping a certain distance. Seeing this, he just wrote silently. His eyes focused on the paper as he thought to himself, they are imposing time and punishment on me. Then he added, this is all part of the Golden Circle's plan. Is not unable to contain their curiosity. 2 students approached. One of them asked worried, are you okay? Those teachers are deliberately giving you a hard time, are not they? Then he confirmed, the Golden Circle. They took money and made the teachers harass you. Right. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung calmly glanced at them and listened. Then he turned back and calmly continued writing the apology on his desk, confirming softly, yeah, that is right. The people in the Golden Circle ordered them to do this. He added, but this is all they can do. Next, he looked at the students surrounding, closed his eye, and stopped writing, stating serious, no matter how powerful they are, they can only do things that are allowed within the school's framework. Then he turned back to his classmate, completely calm expression, and reassured, so you guys do not need to worry too much. He reasoned, the ones with more to lose are not the teachers in the Golden Circle. Then Kim Hyun-sung could not hide a smile as he picked up a pen and continued writing, thinking, when they start breaking their own rule and show their malice outside of school, I will fight back. He added in his thought, with their own rule, they can't handle me. Later, Kim Hyun-sung went to the teacher's office, presented his apology letter to the teacher, confirming, I have finished writing the apology letter. The teacher turned to him, glanced at the letter, and smirked as he reached out to take. As he handed over, the homeroom teacher thought, stubborn brat. Then he snatched the letter from his hand, thinking cheerfully, good, let us see how long you can last. Then he thought with contempt, in the end, you are just a student. Then his eyes froze as he looked at the apology letter, stammering, wait a minute, this is... Before trailing off, finally, he shouted, you little punk, while he narrowed his eyes, his face dark as he smiled at the teacher. Finally, in a fit of rage, the homeroom teacher shot up from his chair and yelled, questioning him, damn it, you call this an apology letter? He just looked at him in silence. Contents of the apology letter, the shiny luxury watch on the homeroom teacher's wrist, my attention. Moreover, the homeroom teacher leads a very lavish lifestyle, going to 3 clubs a week. Does this mean there are other sources of income besides a teacher's salary? I am moved by the sincerity of a teacher who sells out his students for a living, and I reflect on myself for not being able to live like that. If I lived like a teacher. The line ended there. Then he bowed his head with a smirk, looking at the teacher and threat. The wrongdoings of the teachers at Disan Murray School are exposed. Kim Hyun-sung paused. The homeroom teacher's face had already darkened as he glared at him angrily. His voice rang out again. How do you think the Golden Circle will react? Then he stared calmly, a wide, amused smile on his face as he suggested to the teacher, it will be fun, won't it? Then he added, no matter how big the incident, will they try to kill me? Paused. Then he stared at the director, who was gritting his teeth fear and anger, and continued, or will they abandon pawns like you? Then Kim Hyun-sung kindly reminded him, you should prepare for any situation. Then he voiced his opinion, my written apology is the perfect tool to get you fired. Meanwhile, outside, Jang Won-ji walked out of the Department of Education with a grim, and on the other side, Kim Hyun-sung also made his assessment, and of course, formal complaint has already been sent to the Department of Education by now. Hyun-sung watched the panicked teacher run out, thinking it was just as he predicted. Then he bent down to pick up the papers on the floor. Not only did they fail to solve their internal problem, but they also failed to even touch me. Even the Golden Circle has to cater to its clients to survive. Yet they can't stop a high school student like me. Their collapse is just a matter of time. When they can no longer profit, they will try to erase all traces of the Golden Circle. To them, I am a moving ticking time bomb. To maintain the organization, the master of the Golden Circle will surely find a way to deal with. Clenched the paper in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. He went to the window, calculating, they will have to use meth in the school's boundary. This is not a disadvantage for me. I need to focus on this. The times they bullied him flashed through his mind. Honestly, those petty disruptions were nothing. The bigger problem is them changing answers or manipulating scores. So I need to solve this before midterm, so they won't even think about those petty tricks anymore. He let out a smug smile. Just as he thought, Jang Won-ji would go tell Jin Kai-hong-hee about the test. Then Jin Ki-hong-hee will go to the Golden Circle, get it resolved. This is where it ends. This problem will explode thanks to the kindling I have already prepared. In an office, an angry voice rang out. How could this happen? At a prestigious school like DC High, a teacher openly accepted money from a parent involved in school violence. The man, who seemed to be the department head, held a file and continued, even though this is the complaint support department, with this kind of complaint, you should quickly check teacher Jang Won-ji's asset. Then you will see that what I am saying is true. The man next to him replied, we will do it. First, please calm down. He got angry. How can I be calm? Even the vice principal is involved in this. There are signs of exchanging money with parents, abusing the authority to grant absences and truant. What is the meaning of all this? After speaking, he threw the file at the other man. He yelled, all right, get it, but we still have to follow procedure. This is such a pain. His scary expression vanished, and he said in a sad tone, while you delay verifying the truth, my son has already become a victim of school violence. I despise school violence. We need to resolve this quick so there are no more victims. People in the office were stunned by his rapid change in attitude. A shout rang out. Korean education system needs to clarify its role. That is right. The education system must wake up. Please conduct a thorough investigation into this incident. The man who had just been yelled at thought with a dark, angry, damn it. Having these civic organizations storm in here is already a headache. How did the Jong-un-ilbo find out and get here so fast? Turns out someone is filming. No wonder he was being so dramatic. The department head glanced at the reporters taking note. The information came from student Kim Hyun-sung. Now a newspaper known for its accuracy and honesty like the Jong-un-ilbo is involved. He smiled as if he would grasp something important. This means that behind Kim Hyun-sung, there is something even bigger than the My Gyeong Jin construction company. Backtrack a few days. In a Kim Hyun-sung said to Kim Pan-ho, we need your help. From CEO Im Yohan of Mygo Invest to other members of Jungsang, as well as figures in both politics and finance. Has this brat really gotten a hold of the Golden Circle's connect? Kim Pan-ho thought to himself, looking at the file in his hand, especially Lee Ki-cheol, one of the key figures in the ruling party. He is juicy bait for me. A dangerous smile unconsciously formed on Kim Pan-ho's lips. Sung said, as I have explained, I have set up a chess assemblyman to make your move. You can catch Lee Ki-cheol and solve a hot button issue like the Golden Circle. Kim Pan-ho listened intently as he continued. Assemblyman could become a presidential candidate without any obstacle. Kim Pan-ho stroked his beard, thinking, interest, so you have kept your previous promise. So this kid is really something. Then he said, very well. The board is set. Let us start the game. What rhythm should we dance to for fun? He raised his hand and said, the scandal at DZ High will be the main headline. Invite a newspaper that can put pressure on the golden circle, so everyone knows that Assemblyman Kim Pan-ho is interested in this. Hearing this, Kim Pan-ho laughed loudly. Haha, if you need my business card, I will lend it to you. And the Jong-un Ilbo was quick to report the news. The article did not seem to mention the golden circle, but just because the information leaked, the golden circle had to back off and did not dare meddle with DC High. On the podium, a man was speaking. We are from the Department of Education. Please honestly write down everything you have heard and seen in the school over the past year. Things like school violence, corruption. Write down anything you know. The Department of Education put on this show because of public opinion, but the students were afraid of the consequences. They dared to report any. Kang Du-shik was no exception. He was scratching his head, wondering, what should I write? Him reporting them really solve things smoothly. Just how unfair and absurd is this school? What would Kim Hyun-sung by Nim do? Du-shik recalled what Hyun-sung had said. No matter how hard it gets, if you want to be the master of your own life, you can't forget this. You have to show people that when they mess with someone, they will pay a heavy price. Du-shik clenched his fist. Think, damn it, am I just going to sit here and do nothing? Just like before, I have to change. I have an opportunity like, after all. Thinking that, Du-shik's hand quickly began to write. The scene shifts to a room. A man said, worried. Vice Principal, the situation is not good at all. The press is reporting on, and the Department of Education has sent investigators. This continued. We are going to be in big trouble. Has the Golden Circle made a move yet? Either way, it looks like someone is going to have to fall. The Vice Principal, holding a cigarette, calmly replied, let us wait a bit longer. I have contact. They will respond soon. The man turned out to be teacher Jang Won-ji. He asked anxiously, but what if they choose to abandon it? What will you do then? Ever since they got involved, Kim Hyun-sung, they have not been able to do anything right. This incident is no different, but you still want to trust. Still, in this situation, we have to do something. The Vice Principal stubbed out her cigarette and said, teacher Jang Won-ji, calm down. No matter what you say, there is nothing we can do. You know that. Jang Won-ji lost his cool and shouted, but the Vice Principal said angrily, do you have any idea how powerful the Golden Circle is? Before she could finish, the phone on the desk rang. The scene shifts to another room. Park Hee-sung was telling the Vice Principal, person we serve founded the Golden Circle with an unusual idea, but in reality, he is a bit conservative. His stance is extremely firm. Principle of never crossing the school's boundaries. I understand why. The excuse of school violence makes it easy to cover things up. They assume it is just the childish mistakes of ordinary students. Who would think there is a conspiracy behind it? Park Hee-sung lit a cigarette and continued, that is why. If we only focus on short-term gain, we can eliminate Kim Hyun-sung. But he believes that a single exception create a crack in the foundation. The Vice Principal's face twisted as she asked, what are you going to do now? Park Hee-sung replied, first, I will confirm that this is an unavoidable situation. This case is not simple. Assemblyman Kim Pan-ho's side provided the information, and the Jong-un Ilbo seized it. This is a masterpiece co-authored by a politician and a journalist. As a politician, he wants to raise his approval rating through this incident. But the problem is, this is not an area that is easy to cover up. Park Hee-sung furrowed his brow and continued, they won't back down easily, so we are going to have to offer up some. The Vice Principal angrily yelled, don't tell me. They are planning to abandon us. She shot to her feet and continued, you want us to just sit here? And Park Hee-sung smiled and replied, that would be for the best. Then, in a threatening tone, he said, if you trust and follow our order, maybe you will have a chance to be reinstated later. But if you dare to oppose us, then it is all over. We are the strong, and you people are the weak. Think of this as a chance to pay for every you people have received until now. Hearing these words, the Vice Principal's body trembled in fear. In another room, a man stood before a window, thinking that everything was over, even if the Golden Circle promised financial compensation in exchange for the sacrifice. Unable to contain his anger, punched the wall several times. Damn it. Did they really think they would pay up? We have clearly seen how willing they are to discard the weak. Jang Won-ji held his head. What do I do now? My house is mortgaged 20 years, the kid's tuition, and my pension is gone too. Jin Kyung-hee, that bitch raked in a lot, but I did not. It is because of that bastard Kim Hyun-sung. It is all his fault. Wait, I heard that if you just do what Kim Hyun-sung said, Daesun will pay you. Jang Won-ji could not believe his ears. He looked at his phone, which had gone silent. Turns out he would been on a call this whole time. The next, Jang Won-ji knelt at Hyun-sung's feet and said, Hyun-sung, this was not my intention. I have to pay a 20-year mortgage and raise 2 kids. When you become the head of a household, you will understand. I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make it right. I heard about teacher Kim Hyung-chun from Chan in high school. I will make myself worthy of what I receive. So please, use me, won't you? He looked up at him, begging like a dog. He calmly asked, do you remember a graduate from 5 years ago named Hyung Min? Jang Won-ji repeated the name. Hyung Min. He continued, he was a senior with grades good enough to get into Korea University. But then he was suddenly bullied for no reason. Even so, he tried to get into a prestigious university, but he could not overcome the psychological trauma from high school. So he enlisted as a way to escape. As he said this, he slowly stood up. He got right in Jang Won-ji's face and said, but the question is the army a good hiding? Not all. 3 years ago, he took his own life. Jang Won-ji's eyes widened in shock. What? You laughed so gleefully when you got the job from the Golden Circle. Couldn't you have predicted this situation? I did not think you were that stupid. In an icy tone, continued, the death of Sun by Hum is definitely related to your responsibility. Accept it. No matter how you struggle, your fate is already sealed. Jang Won-ji looked at his trembling, blood-covered hands in fear. He patted his shoulder and whispered, and do not misunderstand. Kim Hyung-chun is not living he is just livestock locked in a slaughter, waiting for the day he is butchered. He said menacingly, people like you are destruction itself. The Department of Education, which had basically turned a blind eye to the school's violations for so long, ended the matter quickly this time. Afterward, they began briefing the press, stating, through our investigation, we have discovered that Vice Principal Jin Kyung-hee and teacher Jang Won-ki of Daesung High School engaged in improper conduct. Parents. The Department of Education has decided to dismiss these 2 individuals and will proceed criminal charges to prevent similar conduct. We offer our sincere apologies for the trouble this has caused. The brief announcement concluded. It seemed as if the Department of Education had dealt a serious violation, but during the investigation, students had mentioned the teacher's violation Golden Circle. However, only Jin Kyung-hee and Jang Won-ki were thrown to the public as a smokescreen. Problem did not stop there. News reports related to the Golden Circle incident were suppressed. Furthermore, the Department of Education's website does not get much traffic, so the public remained largely unaware of the incident. People started making speculation. Of course, the Jong-un Ilbo reported it, but others exclaimed, I can't believe teacher teachers were openly taking bribes like that. Another person directly exposed. Schools have always been like this. Back in the day, if you did not give the teacher an envelope, you would get beaten. Now kids just film everything on their phones and report it. This is truly a great era. Problems occurring in schools would eventually fade from the public consciousness. Jang Won-ji was now sitting with a prosecutor. He spoke. This incident does not simply end with a dismissal. He thought to himself, I will stay silent until the lawyer arrives. The Golden Circle will definitely send a lawyer to help. Prosecutor was still looking at the documents while he thought, they won't abandon me so easily when I hold their secret. You are quite naive, are not you? Still hoping for the Golden Circle, prosecutor said, taking off his glasses. Then, with a sinister expression, he continued, no lawyer is coming because they have given the order to bury this case complete. Jang Won, handcuffed, slammed his hands on the table and yelled, this case must be concluded perfectly so it does not affect the Golden Circle. Prosecutor quickly replied, What are you talking about? I am just following orders. Then he suddenly flicked something from his hand and said, if you are going to climb, you better pick the right ladder. Do you know what I received last night? A used drive landed in front of Jang Won-ji, leaving him stunned. Prosecutor smirked and continued, an audio file sent by Kim Hyun-sung. Only then did his face turn pale. Every word from the prosecutor was like a dagger to his dark heart. It seems they knew this could not be linked to the Golden Circle with just this, so they intentionally sent me more. The intention to break your trust in them is clear, but it is also a clever move. Someone like you dared to betray the Golden Circle. Is there any need to protect you anymore? Jang Won, unable to believe this out, frantically slammed the table and yelled, this is slander, while thinking, that bastard Kim Hyun-sung, you want to destroy me like this? While he was still trembling, prosecutor said sternly, alright, let us wrap this up. Teacher Jang Won-ji, do you admit to all charges? Even if you exercise your right to remain silent, it is useless? Defeated. His arms dropped limply as he said, prosecutor, if I had not gone to Kim Hyun-sung. Jang Won-ji looked up with a helpless expression and asked, was the Golden Circle ever going to protect? Prosecutor replied flat, of course not. From the beginning, the money they gave you was so they could abandon you now. This case is perfect for it. They even have a legitimate reason. Hearing this, veins bulged on Jang Won-ji's forehead in fury. Then he flew into a rage, screaming, you bastard, go to hell. It is life or death between us now. The two officers beside him tried to restrain him. Prosecutor ordered, calm him down and continue the investigation. Take him away. Jang Won-ji stubbornly thought, this bastard prosecutor. Just you wait. Suddenly, he exclaimed upon seeing something. What is this? Jin Ki-hung, unconscious, drool and tears streaming down her face as if she would lost her mind, being rushed to the emergency room. A scream rang out. Vice principal person next to Jang Won-ji caught him, called out worried. Footsteps went up the stair, accompanied by worried whisper. Are we going to get in trouble? Watch what you say. You will jinx it. I am worried too. Just then, two men were walking down the hall talking. The black-haired man lamented, none of us are uninvolved in this. Yet Vice Principal Jin Ki-hung he and teacher Jang Won-ji were the ones abandoned. Gray-haired man turned and snapped, what is with you? They can't punish all of us. Even the Golden Circle can't handle all of it. Then the gray-haired man got close to his friend's face and warned, they are planning to end this with just those two. Got it. If we make a fuss, we will get dragged into it. So just keep quiet and go along. As he spoke, he opened a door, and what was inside stunned them both. Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting there for a while. Seeing them enter, he smiled and said, you teachers were out for a while. Call all the other teachers into the faculty office. Then his expression turned cold as he said with ice in his voice, I will give you 10 minutes. The scene changes. Person holding the doorknob said, Vice Principal Jin Kai-hong-hee and teacher Jang Won-ki are now fighting for their lives. So what about you teachers here? You are all accomplices. Kim Hyun-sung asked coldly as he closed the door. The people inside were extremely awkward and panicked. He continued, I am the one who reported it to the Department of Education. And I am also the one who got those two punished. Me. So I can also decide your futures. A teacher spoke up, what do you want from us? There must be a reason you gathered us here. He answered bluntly, just keep doing what you usually do. The teacher's face went pale. What do you mean? Kim Hyun-sung calmly explained, whatever orders the Golden Circle give, whatever happens in this school, just cover your ears and close your eyes, and use your powerlessness as an excuse to get through it. This made all the teachers break out in a cold sweat. Kim Hyun-sung raised a finger and continued, that is what I want. If you do not become an obstacle, I won't need to eliminate. I have shown you with my action and have not said a single rude word. Remember this. As he finished, the door slammed shut and he disappeared behind it. Outside, he let out a sinister smile. The first step of the purge is complete. I have dealt with the teacher. Now it will be hard for the Golden Circle to interfere. I have set the board. Now to begin to Mung-hun. When you come back, the school will have changed a lot. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic school, a voice said, what the hell is going on? The school is in chaos. The dismissed teachers are even being investigated by the prosecutor's office. If everything related to that incident gets out, you will be in trouble too. Choi Mung-hun was panicked after the call. Got it. I will call you back. Thought, just how far is this psycho going to go? The Golden Circle were just psychos pursuing perfection, but they were calculating and incredibly stubborn, and yet they took a step back. Weird. Can this be real? What happened with that guy? He was now incredibly curious and afraid. He's probably taking control of the school by now. If I go back, I will definitely be destroyed. Choi Mung-hun looked at his own frightened face in the mirror and thought, what do I do to survive? The Golden Circle definitely won't help. He stared anxiously at his phone. An order rang out. Have all of them meet me tomorrow. Choi Mung-hun stood leaning against a large pillar and said to the people lined up before, I gathered you all here because of Kim Hyun-sung. We have to go back to school eventually. The teachers have been fired and the Golden Circle has abandoned us. We have to work together to survive. We can't just sit back and take it forever. He rambled on, but the others just stared blankly without responding. This annoyed Choi Mung-hun. Jumin-seo, you are in his rank. Why are you so quiet? Jumin-seo replied, annoyed. Damn it. What do you think I should do? That guy did not even flinch when he was stabbed. Choi Mung-hun cursed back, you bastard. Then he continued, for now, let us focus on surviving. We do not have any other choice. We can't even voluntarily drop out now without the Golden Circle's permission. We have to protect ourselves. If we sit still, we will definitely be defeated. So we have to act. The red-haired guy replied with a dangerous look. That is right. I am with you. Seeing this, Choi Mung-hun, as if injected with calm, said, from now on, you split off, you die. Don't act on your own. Scene changed to a few days later. Choi Mung-hun has returned to school. The guys following him acted arrogant, cursing even when no one did any. Damn it. Anyone got a problem. What the hell are you looking at? Choi Mung-hun silently reassured himself. Aha, it will be okay. What can they do if we all attack at once? But when he opened the classroom door, he saw faces looking at him with pleasure. He thought, these normally they do not even dare to look me in the eye. He sat at his his desk, impatiently looking at his phone. Why is time passing so slowly? When does class start? Just then, a female student walked in and called out, Choi Mung-hun, the teacher told you and your crew to go to the gym right now. When the gang arrived, Kim Hyun-sung was already waiting there. He spoke up, is everyone here? His expression was extremely cold as he asked, long time no see. Choi Mung-hun gritted his teeth and replied, yeah. Kim Hyun-sung cheerfully walked over to him and continued, you guys must have thought a lot before coming to school. I will be straight with you. I have no intention of eliminating you, because that would just cause other problems. For the 1 year until I graduate, if you all attend school peacefully, I promise I won't touch you. Hearing this, the guys broke into joyful smile, as if they would just come back from the dead. Suddenly, a voice rang out, but that word is very important in every situation. His face looked like a demon's as he, there is no need for all of you to live, right? I will give you a chance to survive. Choi Mung-hun frowned in fear, but still forced a smile, pretending to be calm. The voice, as if from hell, spoke again. Choi Mung-hun and Jo Min-seo, the two ringleaders of this affair. Jo Min-seo was now so scared he could not stop sweating, unable to hide his fear. Kim Hyun-sung continued, now, you will definitely kneel before me. Suddenly, screams erupted. Damn it, kill them. Choi Mung-hun and Jo Min-seo were surrounded and beaten by their own underlings. The red-haired guy was the most eager, leading the charge with a punch to Jo Min-seo's. Choi Mung-hun knew some martial arts, so he punched back at the guys approaching, yelling, you bastard, you dare betray me. As he punched, he thought angrily, you bastard, son. What kind of dirty trick is this? Alright, I admit, I am genuinely scared, but so what? I just have to endure a little longer until class starts. Fought for a while until he was drenched in sweat, his fists swollen and red. He gritted his teeth, clinging to a faint hope. If a lot of students are missing, the teachers will get suspicious. The others did not let up and ganged up on, yelling, get him, beat him to death. Kim Hyun-sung stood on the side, observing. Choi Mung-hun moved closer to the camera, hoping it would record so the teachers would know. Thought, it is. Suddenly, a voice rang out, what is this? The crowd parted. Him-sung, with his hands in his pocket, asked flat, think stalling for time will change anything? Then he delivered the news. The teachers all know what is happening here. What you are hoping for is not going to happen. This hit Choi Mung-hun like a bolt of light, and he stood there frozen. He was like a man trapped in an iron, kneeling in despair. A hand reached out, grabbed the lat, and called out, Mung-hun. Kim Hyun-sung's face appeared like a demon's as he lifted the iron, saying, you came to school and walked right into your own grave. Choi Mung-hun tried to turn the tape, yelling angrily, you think you can escape alone? Wake up, you bastard. You think he will let you get away? He kicked one of them in the, we are all going to be done for. Another voice rang out, nonsense. And Hong Jin replied from the back, dying by the golden circle's hand. Kim Hyun-sung, it is all the same. As long as we deal with, we can get out of here alive. Choi Mung-hun yelled angrily, are you sure about that? You bastard. The crowd ignored him and rushed forward, grabbing Mung-hun by the neck, shouting, kill him. They pinned Choi Mung-hun to the ground and beat him. Cursing as they did, beat him. This is all your fault, you damn bastard. Hyun-sung approached from behind and spoke, you guys must vaguely understand by now. Something's wrong here. Is not. The golden circle knows everything that happens in this school, but they do not care. Kids like you, who know them well, can't fight that fear. Can you? That is why you became pawn. Abandoned by them without a second thought. Choi Mung-hun was now trembling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Now you are just sacrificial pawns with no use left. He grabbed Choi Mung-hun's head. Do you want to live, Choi Mung-hun? Then go and tell them you are voluntarily dropping out. With sharp eye, he said. Then confess to everything and crawl into juvenile detention on your own 2 feet. Just like how you came to school today. I will give you 10 days. You want to live? Act fast. Not long out. In front of a teacher. Choi Mung-hun stammered. We are going to drop out. The teacher calmly replied. Alright. Choi Mung-hun asked. Is that it? Then he repeated. I said I am dropping out. Don't you have any questions? The teacher replied. Stop fighting in school. Find something more valuable than a diploma. If you want to drop out, go get your parents' signature of consent and the application form. I will handle the rest of the paperwork. But Choi Mung-hun said angrily. What do you mean? The teacher said contemptuously. Get out, punk. I will process your withdrawal. Then he handed Choi Mung-hun a piece of paper. Following Hyun-sung's thought. Because you want to live. You chose to drop out. But Choi Mung-hun held the form in his hand. But can you really confess everything without feeling any remorse? Choi Mung-hun was packing his things into his bag. The best thing he could do now was run away. You really got played by me today. Your resentment for me. Your shattered pride. Choi Mung-hun left in anger. Because of all that, you will want to deal with. Right, of course. You could also give up everything and go to juvie. But with the fall of Jin Kyung-hee and Jang Won-ji, you will think my offer is just a trap. That leaves only one option. You will cling to the golden circle like a leech. And the golden circle will use because you are the only useful resource left. He watched Choi Mung-hun walk away, thinking to himself, midterms are coming up. I do not care what you choose. I just need to watch how you act, and I will be able to respond. He then smiled smugly. Choi Mung-hun reached the school gate, saying angrily, damn it, Kim Hyun-sung won't leave us alone like this. Can't confess, it is too frustrating. I can't do it. Jo Min-seo turned to leave. I am getting out of here. So you are on your own. If I get involved with that guy, I will be the only one to suffer the consequences. Choi Mung-hun mocked. Pathetic. Then he furrowed his brow. Think before things get messy. I have to strike first. That way, I won't have to go to juvie. I might also be able to regain the golden circle. Choi Mung-hun's fingers quickly swiped across his phone screen. Conversation between Choi Mung-hun and Park Hee-sung appeared. Choi Mung-hun, as long as I can deal with Kim Hyun-sung, I am willing to do any. Park Hee-sung replied, really, any. Choi Mung-hun, just leave it to me. Both of them smiled at their phones at the same time, each with their own calculations. Park Hee-sung sent a mess to the office. We already have a plan. Choi Mung-hun laughed and said, damn it, just what I needed. In his office, Park Hee-sung sat on the sofa with a cigarette and said, a high school student managed to win the golden circles. Damn it, now I truly acknowledge you. How did you do it? Does this mean you planned it all from start to finish? This guy is terrifying. Looking at the diagram with Kim Hyun-sung circle, if only you were a member instead of a target. But this is as far as you go. As he finished speaking, Park Hee-sung took a red pen, crossed out his name. Tomorrow, you will pay for everything. A few days later, midterms will begin next Monday. So everyone please stay healthy this weekend. Hyun-sung walked through the school grounds with his hands in his pocket, thinking, for Hwang Kim-won to be this quiet was unexpected. He thought something would have happened outside of school. On second thought, it is understandable. It is not easy to start trouble in a crowded place like Central Gangnam. Not long after, he arrived at his front door and entered the passcode. His eyes widened in surprise when he opened the door. Looking at the mess trashed room, he thought Go Chanbyam said the apartment's security was tight. So who did this? He stepped over the broken glass on the floor and checked each room. Everything had been completely turned upside down. Going into the bath, he thought to himself that for now, no one was home. His phone suddenly buzzed. He looked at it curious. What is this? A text message appeared on the screen. Hee-sung, this is Choi Mung. We have got a big problem because you are making a name for yourself in Gangnam like Days. They are running wild and want to kill you. Those guys have no respect. I will try to handle it and get back to you. He mumbled the name Choi Mang-hun. What is this nonsense? He suddenly thought, asterisk, it can't be happening right now. From outside, there was a banging on the door, along with a voice shouting, Kim Hyun-sung, get out here now. I saw you go in there. I know you are in there. Open up. He looked at the door's monitor. Thought, asterisk, it does not look like it is just one person. They were also wearing strange uniforms. On the screen was a crowd of people. Thought to himself, asterisk, that Choi Mang-hun was even thoughtful enough to send a text. Plus this break-in by a group in strange uniforms. It has all been done to intentionally leave traces. Anyone who does not know what is going on would just think this is a brawl between high schools. That way, the whole thing will be covered up, and all traces of Wang Kim-won will disappear. There is nowhere to run. No more time to throw. Anxious as he watched the door, which looked like it was about to break from the pounding. Outside, they were using an iron bar to pry the door open and threat, open up. Damn it, do you really have to make us do it like this? He thought to himself that they would fallen into their own trap. But for a life or death situation like this, I am always prepared. He smirked triumphantly and took out his phone. The enemy acts like a bunch of lunatics. He grabbed his jacket. Once he throws the door open, they will swarm in like a pack of wolves. So many that it will be hard to fight them off alone. He stared intently at the door, getting ready. Worst comes to worst. I die. No big deal. Seeing the door move, they stopped, staring intently with their iron bars ready to swing down. With a bang, he kicked the door open, knocking two guys to the ground. Calmly stepped out. What are you doing, you thug? He said, taunting them with a hand gesture. Aren't you gonna come at me? Another guy tried to sneak attack him from behind, but he dodged, and the iron bar hit one of their own men. The attacker yelled, damn it, why did you come out from there? He landed a punch on another guy's face, thinking, I am taking them down one by one. There are too many of these thugs. It is pointless to drag this out. I have to clear an escape route. With that thought, he moved them down one by one. Each of his blows took out an enemy. He rushed in and kneed a guy in the face, completely deforming it. Just like that, he had cleared an escape path. Behind him, the crowd rushed to chase. There is Kim Hyun-sung. Get him. If he escaped, you will answer to me. He quickly ran to the door and locked it. They immediately split up to search the stairs. One guy asked another, what floor is this? The other replied, who knows? Damn it, that bastard's got us cornered. One of them asked, so this is going to end in the hallway, right? The other replied, if you are scared, then get lost, you idiot. From a corner, Hyun-sung thought with amusement, the scale and power of Hong Kim Vian is truly insane. So they arranged this insane game just to make me a victim of violence. He thought, marveling at the crowd on the stairs.